After one of the most chaotic weekends for any company in history that saw the entire top of the pay-per-view card being forced to change with the world and US title holders taken off the show with injuries, the head creative writer being demoted and quitting, leading to almost half the roster asking for their release from the company, and the new world champion vacating the belt hours later and is about to sign with the WWF. WCW opened Nitro on January 17, trying to explain the situation to the wide audience who was not following the inside news of the last 48 hours, with Arn Anderson cutting a promo to explain Benoit being stripped of the belt with Ced's leg being under the ropes, while hyping new Commissioner Nash's State of the Company address for the top of the hour. After backstage political maneuvering between three different groups behind the scenes since pretty much signing with the company, Vince Russo, 3 months into a 2-year contract, was asked to join a committee by Turner WCW supervisor Bill Bush, a demotion from his original role as the head creative director, which led to Russo quitting the company due to him not wanting to work in a group with no leverage alongside people who he felt undermined him behind his back for months, ending his regime, which started on October 18, 1999 and saw TV ratings and pay-per-view buys increase despite facing stronger sports competition on television throughout, with the sold-out pay-per-view card falling apart 3 different times on the way to the event, first with the Goldberg injury and then Bret Hart and Jeff Jarrett being taken out with head injuries, which WCW openly acknowledged on the company website since Friday. Russo's last suggestion in charge was putting the title on Tank Abbott in a battle royal on the show, before the word got out of Sullivan replacing Russo, which led to the Revolution and Filthy Animals groups headed by Chris Benoit to ask for their release, with WCW trying to soften the blow, looking to bring back the major star power on the sidelines since October, with Hogan, Savage and Flair all asked to return in different scenarios. With the entire roster out in the ring, Nash came out for his State of WCW address in his first promo as the new commissioner, as with the entire direction of the company legitimately changing in every department. Nash's promo addressed mainly the on-screen angle without going into the legit chaos behind the scenes, first giving the US title back to Jeff Jarrett after Funk took it off him, with Jarrett off the pay-per-view due to a legit concussion suffered from the Jimmy Snuka at top of the cage jump last Monday, before going over the new rules with him in charge, saying that all talent despite their position on the card will be in the same locker room with all illegal substances banned, booking his first main event with Page vs. Bagwell with Kimberly as special referee, opening the first opposed quarter with a 3 rating. After the strong hint last Monday with a bleeding Foley closing Raw with a different expression, 4 days ago on SmackDown the turn was official, with Foley bringing back Cactus Jack for the street fight against Triple H at the Rumble pay-per-view, opening Raw for his first promo saying that Hunter has woken him up, bringing up the last time he faced Triple H as Cactus Jack in the Garden on Raw in September '97, telling him that '97 was nothing compared to what's gonna happen on Sunday, with Foley, if everything went according to his original plan, would have most likely been retired by now, acknowledged that he's not the man he used to be and relied on the comedic Mankind character in the last few months, but he has one more run in him to go all out on Hunter on Sunday, calling him out to start it now, with Triple H responding by hyping a violent match on both sides to open Raw with a 5.7 rating. The first major sign of Nitro's changing creative regime could be seen between 9:15 to 9:30, having a segment that would rarely pass the former Russo-Ferrara scripts, with a cold tag match between the Varsity Club Tucano and the former NWO Sting Jeff Farmer going 9 minutes, leading to Nitro dropping to a show low 2.4 rating. while at the same time Raw with the continuation of the opening segment with Foley calling out Hunter and DX to bring out Rock, followed by Big Show for the save, jumping over 500,000 viewers into the 6 rating range, setting up the top 2 matches of the night with Triple H and X-Pac against the Acolytes and the main event of Rock and Show teaming against the Outlaws 6 days from the Rumble match, along with Bossman vs. Test going 4 minutes in the same quarter in a hardcore match with Test winning the title.
Holidays are here again, the Bargain King is your best friend.
Folks, the cheap just got cheaper. At Ollie's, everything in our store is 15% off, and we mean everything. Hurry in, Ollie Days absolutely end Sunday, June 30th. Ollies.us.
Ollie! Good stuff, cheap!
Come to me. Come to me. Hear my call. Come to me. Professor, my dreams grow darker. Does evil come from within us?
With WCW getting the word from Bret Hart on him being out for the foreseeable future with major concussion issues after a meeting with a doctor on Wednesday in Calgary, Randy Savage on the last day of his WCW contract on Friday was called to replace Bret in a house show main event against Seed. As with Goldberg and Bret now on the sidelines, Flair turning down the commissioner role for his return and Savage in a contract dispute with the company over a new deal. The other major name off television in Hulk Hogan met with the WCW office on Thursday regarding his return and possible contract extension, with Hogan reportedly leaving the meeting on bad terms with him still set to return during the unopposed Nitro on February 14th, on a night that the entire direction of TV is billed towards as an opportunity to regain lost viewers with possible returns of Goldberg, Hogan, Flair, Sting, Hall and Bret all targeted for the show. Both shows stayed in the same rating range with a slight turnover of viewers for Nitro in a quarter featuring Seed vs. Wall and a Scott Steiner heel promo on the crowd, with Raw against it having Edge and Christian against D'Lo and Godfather going 4 minutes for a 2.5 to 5.8 rating margin. With the Russo to Sullivan move causing major backlash in the locker room towards the office as pro-Russo anti-Sullivan or both, other names outside Benoit the Revolution and Filthy Animals groups to support Russo to management included Scott Steiner, Seed and Jeff Jarrett, along with reportedly Bill Goldberg telling Bill Bush that Russo deserved more time to establish his vision with no interruption, with other top names such as Nash and Hogan standing in the middle for the best political option on the day. Nitro's final quarter picked up over 400,000 viewers to a 2.7 rating with a Luger vs. Bigelow match followed by the entrances and start of the Page vs. Bagwell main event, with Raw against it closing out the first hour with a 5.9 rating with a Kurt Angle vs. Steve Blackman match and Jerry Lawler hyping the Miss Royal Rumble competition for Sunday. The Page vs. Bagwell main event in the blow-off match of their program, which has been doing strong numbers in the past month, jumping big in a 6-minute overrun with over 1.4 million viewers to a peak 3.9 rating, by far the highest rated segment of the night, including outdrawing every quarter in the unopposed hour by over a half rating point, ending up with Bagwell having the match won until bumping into Kimberly for the distraction to set up Page going over, with Raw head-to-head with the Bagwell-Page match having Triple H and X-Pac against the Acolytes tag match going 4 minutes, with the Raw formatting after hyping it in the last hour, positioning the surgery update of Steve Austin in a press conference from his doctor for the second half of the quarter immediately when Nitro went off the air, saying that the surgery was successful while taking 4 hours, which was longer than usual due to Austin having more muscle tissue in his neck. predicting 6 to 12 months of recovery before he could return to the ring, with Austin already walking on his own in the afternoon after the surgery in the morning. As with Nitro going off the air at 10:06 p.m. to leave Raw with 9 minutes unopposed in the quarter, Raw not only didn't pick up any viewers from the around 5 million viewers watching Nitro's finish, but actually dropped to a 5.8 rating at the top of the hour. After an unexpected viewing pattern in the last 15 minutes, Rock opened Raw's first unopposed quarter to bump the show over 400,000 viewers back into the 6 rating range, starting by congratulating Austin on the successful surgery before going over to hype the tag match with Big Show in the Rumble match, saying that this Sunday is Rock's Rumble while guaranteeing victory in the Garden, with Rock after the massive opening of his new book continuing the media tour with the company booming across the board. As with Thunder moving nights to Wednesday, the first unopposed SmackDown last Thursday headlined by a Rock and Big Show vs Triple H and X-Pac tag match drew the show's most watched episode in history with a 5 rating and over 7.9 million viewers. Raw remained steady throughout the second hour with no major bumps or drops on the way to the Rock and Big Show vs Outlaws main event, staying in the 5.7 to 6 rating range, with the highest quarter coming in 10:30 to 45 with Rikishi, who after doing strong numbers in main event spots over the past few weeks on both Raw and SmackDown, was now positioned as one of the top performers on the roster against Chris Jericho for the IC title in a match going 3 minutes to end with him taking out Jericho, Chyna and the Hollies in the build to their IC title 3-way match in the pay-per-view, with the rest of the second hour seeing a Kane vs Albert match and Foley talking to both Show and Rock on them needing to team up against DX later tonight. Raw's main event of Rock and Show against the Outlaws started a few minutes from the top of the hour, with Rock getting Show for the opening segment, attacking him from the start, setting up Rock against the Outlaws with Show watching for the majority of the match going 6 minutes, ending up with Show eventually tagging in and Rock laying him out for DX to go over in the build-up to the Rumble match Sunday, with Rock and Show as the heavy favorites, with the tag match gaining over 1 million viewers to peak the night with a 6.5 rating. After going through one of the most chaotic periods for any company in history in the last 2 weeks, WCW were getting things together after a hectic run that saw major changes in backstage creative and talent roster. After days of back and forth rumors, the group of Benoit, Guerrero, Saturn, Malenko, Conan and Douglas all asked and were sent their official release contracts from the company on Wednesday, January 19th. Leading to the first form meeting with Vince McMahon and JR days later and finalizing their WWF contracts, allegedly keeping it a secret from everyone in the business including Conan and Douglas, leaving them stuck in the middle in an uncomfortable situation between the two sides. With the new creative regime now set to be a group effort, Russo reportedly asked for his release from his 2-year contract, feeling that he could never work in a political group environment in the office, and most of the angles and future plans put together by his run with Ferrari already overturned or couldn't be built on. With all the chaos and current WCW champion Benoit jumping ship, the TV was built on Nash in his new commissioner role after beating Terry Funk, booking the main event of Seed against him for the vacated belt tonight, with Nash and the NWO including the returning Scott Hall, arriving at the Staples Center in 4 limousines and booking the show from the back in a series of backstage skits. The NWO were pulling the rib on Al Green, sending him to the ring to face a mystery opponent which turned out to be Tank Abbott, and put a bounty on Terry Funk, which was taken by Bam Bam Bigelow in a hardcore match. On the way to the main event, Nash booked Seed having to beat Don Harris or he's taking the belt on the spot, starting the match at the top of the hour in the crossover segment, ending up with Seed going over to face Nash. During Vampiro vs. Kidman, Ready to Rumble actor David Arquette was seen sitting in the crowd alongside Friends star and wife Courtney Cox, with them in attendance to watch the show uninvolved in an angle. Raw coming a day after a all-time great Rumble pay-per-view in front of a sold-out Core States Center in Philadelphia, opened with Triple H outselling the injuries from a brutal street fight against Cactus Jack. Hunter said that last night he went to the next level, saying to not expect to see Mick Foley here tonight after both were sent to a New York hospital. Hunter then started the hype for the now said Rock vs. Triple H WrestleMania 2000 main event, saying that they both got 10 weeks to be at a peak on April 2nd in Anaheim. Big Show came out saying that he never got his rematch against him, before saying that Rock touched the floor first and asking for a rematch for the Mania spot, bringing out Rumble winner Rock to a massive reaction, saying that he's the official winner and telling Triple H that it officially makes his days as champion numbered. With the direction now changing again, WCW were starting to plant the seeds for the earlier-than-expected returns of the top names written off TV in October, with Hogan and Flair both either mentioned or strongly hinted at. Flair was all but confirmed to make his return at this week's Thunder after a phone call from Anderson and Funk, with Luger then calling out Hogan in the first mention of his name on TV in months, bringing them back earlier to boost numbers after previous plans of them returning together on the Unopposed show on February 14th were changed. Raw started big with one of its biggest audiences in history doing a 6.5 first quarter rating, then increasing further to a 6.8 for the conclusion of the opening segment and Edge and Christian vs. Snow and Blackman tag match. Hunter booked him and Show in the tag match against Rock for the main event, counting on Rock not finding a partner after insulting the entire roster to turn it into a handicap match, with Rock saying that he will take on both by himself. Besides the Hogan and Flair hints, another top name teased to come back was Sting, with him showing up during Luger vs. Booker match. The long-term plan of the Russo and Ferrara regime was to build a new crew to get ready for the old guard to come back together to get their spots back, but with key injuries and the creative completely changing, that direction was scrapped, especially after the last 2 weeks, which saw the company lose 6 core roster members, with 4 of them officially out and the other 2's future uncertain. Another key name that wouldn't be able to appear was Bret Hart, with reports of his doctor concussion evaluation reportedly putting him on the shelf for months, with him not being able to make TV due to not being allowed to fly to the locations, putting the pay-per-view main event of Super Brawl with Hart against Seed on hold. Next on Raw was Bob Holly vs. Chris Jericho working a stiff match, ending up with Chyna and Jericho join forces after Holly attacked Chyna earlier. The Hardys and Dudleys met after a spectacular tables match last night, setting the stage to top it in future matches between the group. Nash came out before the main event putting a stipulation banning the powerbomb from the match, and if Seed uses it Nash wins the belt automatically. saying that the NWO are already on the way to Las Vegas with the championship party about to start after the show, with the main event set to start a minute before the top of the hour. Raw promoted a Kane vs X-Pac match, placing it to go against the Nitro main event at 10 p.m., also featuring Too Cool against Crush Holly and a mystery partner. The company went to coach at WWF New York throughout the show, coming after its big opening event at Times Square, midweek, with the company showing the packed place to make it a destination to watch the TV shows and pay-per-views, with guest performers appearing in addition to a big merchandise store and other activities. WCW jumped big with around 900,000 viewers for the Seed vs Nash match to a show peak 3.3 rating, going 7 minutes in the overrun, ending up with Seed turning a Jarrett guitar shot to hit Nash and win the belt to close the show. Raw had two of the biggest segments of the night coming in the next 20 minutes as the Dudleys attacked the Hardys during their match with the Outlaws, before getting Terry and putting her through a table, with her doing a big injury sell into an ambulance with Cole giving updates from the hospital. Moments later, Kurt Angle came out saying that he has documents and written letters to show that last night was an illegal hold, telling the crowd not to worry as his undefeated streak is still intact. Moments later, Taz, after making his company debut last night at the Garden to a huge pop, came out to another big reaction. Similarly to last night, the location was perfect for his first draw as a contractual performer, putting Angle in the hold again to a big ECW chant from the Philadelphia crowd. After last year's successful campaign and record viewership for Rock Mankind Halftime Heat, the company were planning another one for the January 30, 2000 Super Bowl. This time the company bought 3 commercial spots for the night, with the Halftime Heat special set to feature Steve Austin's first interview since the neck surgery. Next, Jerry Lawler introduced the participants of the Miss Royal Rumble contest, giving Mae Young the winner trophy, with her wanting to give the crowd another show before Mark Henry ran in to stop it. Footage of Droz visiting the locker room was shown from earlier today, with his first appearance on TV since the tragic injury in September. Droz looked in good spirits, with him continuing his recovery. The Royal Rumble drew the biggest gate in MSG history, breaking the previous record set at WrestleMania 10. Similar to the US, wrestling was booming in the UK, with the Royal Rumble pay-per-view broadcast, which aired on Channel 4, ended up drawing an unheard-of figure of over 1.1 million viewers between 1 to 4 a.m. The main event saw Rikishi coming out to be Rock's partner for the match, going 4 minutes in the overrun, ending up with DX running in until Cactus Jack limped to the ring with Rock, Rikishi and Foley standing tall to end the show. The main event gained over 1 million viewers to peak the night with a 7.5 rating, with Raw overall drawing its biggest rating since September with a 6.8.
With Priceline VIP Family, you can unlock deals 5 times faster. You don't even have to be an actual family.
Oh, I'd be the dad.
I'm the dad.
Hey, physically, it's clear that I'm the dad.
Okay, so which dad is paying?
You're the dad.
Go to your happy price, Priceline.
With Ric Flair coming back last week and Hulk Hogan returning Wednesday on Thunder, WCW were building to next week's unopposed show said to be the most watched Night Raw in months, and the company's opportunity to get some of the audience back to sample their product. The NWO came out for a promo with Scott Steiner eventually taking the microphone on live television, starting a personal shoot promo on Ric Flair. With heat that goes back to the early 90s and several subtle comments including last week after the Flair Funk segment, with Steiner making a joke about Flair that was immediately cut off to a commercial break. Nobody was going to edit or cut him off now. Steiner began by saying that he watched a 53-year-old man last week claiming that he's still the man, telling him to stop talking about being limousine riding for one day and take a cab to use the money to fix his teeth. Steiner said that WCW should have hired the original Nature Boy Buddy Rogers instead of Flair, as even with him dead he still has more class. Saying that people grabbed their remote to watch the WWF with Steve Austin, a guy who was in WCW that Flair and his friends got fired. Ending by calling Flair a backstabbing bastard both in wrestling and real life, in a vicious promo that wasn't part of the show format. With the loose cannon Scott Steiner practically saying everything he wanted for the past year and a half with a live microphone on TV. This time the company interfered, leading to Steiner being suspended the next day on the Thunder tapings, with reportedly a parking lot altercation with Flair happening on the same day while on the way out of the building in Oklahoma. Jarrett booked Scott Hall vs. Seed for the main event, making it a non-title designed for Hall to slow Seed down before their match at Super Brawl, with Terry Taylor later changing it to a title match to stir things up in the NWO. WCW Top of the Hour segment was set to be Terry Funk vs. David Flair in an I Quit match, building up the eventual Ric Flair match with a callback to the famous Funk vs. Flair I Quit match in 1989, with the company showing highlights of it to build up the hype. Funk called out Rick and told David to quit before he gets hurt, with David giving Funk several chair shots to the head before taking control. Funk gave David 3 pile drivers including one on the table, recreating the memorable spot with Flair 11 years earlier. With Rick not coming out to help David, Funk then quit to end the beating. Raw started with an over 20-minute segment, first with the Radicals coming out after losing their contract matches against DX on SmackDown, with Eddie Guerrero injuring his elbow again in unfortunate timing to put him out of the ring for the next few months. The group thanked the people and Mick Foley for the opportunity with the idea that they're leaving. Triple H came out telling Foley that it's time to end this and booking the rematch for No Way Out, saying that this time it would not be a hardcore match. Foley then challenged Hunter to a Hell in a Cell match, with Hunter agreeing to put the belt on the line against Foley's career, setting up Cactus Jack vs. Triple H in a career Hell in a Cell match. With Flair not coming out to help David and then leaving the building in his limousine to cement himself as a heel against Funk, Anderson was stuck in the middle between Flair and Funk, with him set to eventually turn on one of them. Hall and Jarrett were building up the main event set to be Hall's first match back since December 13th. Foley put his career on the line, saying that in 15 years in the business he has done it all except one thing: headline the biggest show of the year. Telling Hunter that after he beats him there would be no added stipulations, and he goes on to headline WrestleMania against Rock or Big Show while he sits at home. Hunter said that it's over in 20 days while walking to the ring, revealing that the Radicals got their contracts as all four turned heel on Foley in a big swerve to the surprise of the crowd, ending up with Hunter booking a 5-on-1 match against Foley for later, in what is said to be the Radicals in Ring Raw debut.
Now that Dr. Squatch has insured my balls for $10 million, I've officially got the most.
Next, WCW had Bigelow vs. Knobbs in a hardcore match, along with Kidman against Demon. The company were planning for a big overseas tour in Germany, with all the shows drawing big crowds at the buildings, with several of the top names in the company not available from different reasons, including now Nash after his leg injury. The company asked Bret Hart to make an appearance with him always over big in Europe. With his return date still unknown, Goldberg did several media interviews on the state of the company, with him making an appearance at this Night Raw after the TV broadcast ended. Next was Edge and Christian against the Outlaws on Raw, with Bubba Dudley staying in JR's face for the entire match, daring him to repeat some of the things he said about them in the last few weeks with them on a table rampage. Ending up with Bubba attacking Christian with the Outlaws going over. After that, Raw had a match built as the match of the Olympians with Mark Henry against Kurt Angle, with Henry telling Mae Young not to come out to ringside with her pregnancy. After some good bumps in the ring from both, Mae Young ran in to attack Kurt with him giving her the Olympic slam while celebrating in the ring. With Hogan returning on Thunder to set up his match with Luger at Super Brawl, Luger called out Jimmy Hart to the ring with Hart cutting a promo for Hogan on Luger to build up the match, ending up with Luger putting him in the rack and smashing his arm with a chair. Raw had the Acolytes and Hollies in a wild hardcore match at the concession stand of the Reunion Arena, drinking beer in the middle of it while breaking bottles on each other until Viscera ran in putting Bradshaw through a table at the bar, with the Acolytes then interfering in his match against Jericho 10 minutes later. Hall vs. Seed started with the show already 2 minutes in the overrun, going 4 minutes doing WCW's peak 2.8 rating, with Hall having the match won leading to Jarrett turning on him with Seed going over, in what will be the final appearance of Scott Hall on the show he helped put on the map and take the industry to its peak 3.5 years earlier. The big story of the week saw Vince McMahon in a hyped press conference Thursday, announced the official plans to start his own football league called the XFL, promoted by Vince as an alternative with a more aggressive game than the NFL, preparing a big investment and promotion with the league set to launch in February 2001. After Shone arriving earlier with Kelly hyping an interview for the last 20 minutes, Rock introduced Kelly to his new t-shirt while hyping his match against Big Show at No Way Out, promising to go on to WrestleMania 16 to face either Triple H or Mick Foley, before turning to the match tonight. Rock said that Cactus Jack got himself into a 5-on-1 situation, with the situation now changing to 5-on-2, putting himself in the match to an eruption from the crowd. saying that he beat down DX for years while naming the Radicals in what is said to be the first interaction with the group, telling them that he's gonna introduce them to the Rock's world tonight.
Hi, we're Visible. Get set to travel this summer with a wireless plan that'll keep you connected on the go, all on a one.
With Raw in the middle of one of the hottest rating streaks and viewership figures in cable TV history, due to the now much lower-rated dog show, Raw will start 2 hours late next Monday between 11 to 1 a.m., with JR and King promoting the new start time throughout the show. Rock and Foley ran to the ring to start the match just as the Too Cool music started, bringing out all three members to make it 5-on-5 with the crowd already mega hot. The match was building first with Scotty and Grandmaster fighting off the Radicals until tagging in Rikishi to a massive reaction. Rikishi dominated for a few minutes until tagging in Cactus Jack to another huge pop. Foley fought off DX and the Radicals with them starting to get heat on him to set up the hot tag, as the Dallas crowd began the chant that started before entering the building all throughout the show, with Foley tagging in Rock as the reunion arena exploded. Going through both factions with both teams brawling all over the ring until Benoit and Grandmaster, ending one of the hottest matches in wrestling TV history. The match and its aftermath, which went over 10 minutes, gained over 1.5 million viewers to peak the night with a huge 8.1 rating, among the most watched segments in cable TV history, with over 80% of the total wrestling audience watching the Raw main event. The post-match saw the lights going out as Paul Bearer made his return alongside Kane to two more massive pops to lay out DX and the Radicals to close the show. With the company targeting the show for months as an opportunity to get some of the Raw audience to sample the product, including attempting to bring back all the available star power on a night, with the biggest being the Nitro return of Hulk Hogan after over 5 months, February 14th, with Raw preempted on the USA Network and starting 2 hours later at 11 p.m. saw WCW going unopposed for what is hyped to be one of its biggest TV shows of the year. Starting with Jeff Jarrett and the Harris brothers out, with Jarrett hyping his pay-per-view title match at Super Brawl, saying that everyone tried to hold him down but Sunday is his night, being confronted by Nash on the screen before a swerve of him being live in New York to take back his commissioner role, coming back from leg surgery after the last 3 weeks out, with his first decision back being adding Scott Hall into the main event Sunday to make it a 3-way for the belt, saying that they have a loaded show but he's gonna add another match, booking Seed vs Jarrett in a non-title match for later tonight, with Scott Hall also in the headlines for different reasons in the past few days while on a big tour in Germany, drawing sold-out crowds for 3 shows in 3 cities between February 11th to 13th, working 3 matches against Finney, with the talked-about issue happening while about to fly back to the US, with Hall not allowed on the plane Monday morning due to him reportedly not being in condition to fly, leading to Hall being forced to stay in Germany another day and miss tonight's Nitro, to lead to changes in the original script for the show. With Bill Goldberg's arm injury worse than originally thought to delay his comeback, with him at one point scheduled to return tonight, rumors on the new plans for his return now that Bret Hart is out for the foreseeable future were coming out for a potential program against Tank Abbott, with the idea of building up Abbott's shoot reputation as a threat to Goldberg, with him taking out several MMA fighters before the Goldberg-Abbott pay-per-view match. Nitro closed out the first hour with Kidman and Vampiro teaming up to build to their singles match on Sunday, with Kidman, who originally asked to leave the company with the Radicals group before being buried by Hogan in a radio interview saying that he could not headline a flea market, responded to the comments saying that the business has changed and WCW should invest in the younger wrestlers like him, with Nitro closing the first hour with a 3.3 rating and a 3 rating overall, the same rating it drew last week in the 8 to 9 hour. After not getting any new viewers to watch from the start in the first hour, Nitro picked up big at 9 p.m. with regular Raw viewers now tuning in and switching to TNT with Raw not on the air, bumping the show over 800,000 viewers from a 3.3 to a 3.9 rating, with WCW able to hold the new viewers throughout the broadcast, not dropping below a 3.9 rating, kicking off the second hour with a Singh vs. Mona match with Oklahoma on commentary, along with a series of skits of Disco surprising Vito and Johnny with a family wedding, and a Ric Flair backstage promo hyping the big match of the night against Hogan later in the show. With Hogan and Flair facing each other, their two Super Brawl opponents in Luger and Funk were set for the second most hyped match of the night after being advertised as a double main event leading up to Monday night, in addition to the Sid Jarrett match booked on the spot, going 5 minutes with Luger looking to break Funk's arm to bring out Arn Anderson for the save, with the Luger-Funk match seeing Nitro continue to climb, jumping over 400,000 viewers to a 4.1 rating, the second highest rated segment of the night.
Maurice's summer playlist. Sun-loving styles like our red, white, and cool spin on Americana. Key up day-to-night vibes with moody blues and trending textures. Take a beat in sporty, fresh airwear. Create your summer style playlist at Maurice's now.
This Friday, what do we do? Save everyone we can. I have a plan. Day 1 starts Thursday.
Nitro remained in the 4 rating range with a 3-way tag match of Flair and Crowbar Johnny and Vito and Harlem Heat going 4 minutes, along with the start of a Hardcore Bigelow vs. Wall match, with one of the big questions of the night being how much of the Raw viewership WCW will gain for a full unopposed night, after strong indications over the past month of each company having a mostly exclusive audience due to Raw not automatically spiking huge in its weekly unopposed hour. Nitro's direct competition on USA and the Westminster Dog Show, which went head-to-head for the entire program from 8 to 11, drew a 3.9 rating, with Raw by far the hottest show on cable television, outdrawing both Nitro and the Dog Show with a 4.3 rating despite starting at 11 and crossing over 1 a.m. With the 4 Radicals members already leaving and Conan Kidman and Douglas staying after also asking for their release, another name who joined the list was Chris Kanyon, reportedly meeting with Bill Bush tonight before Nitro went on the air to ask for his release, saying that Bush never explained his decision to demote Vince Russo to the roster while feeling that there's no chance for the less established names to move forward. with Canyon also reportedly meeting Hogan minutes later and asking him about the comments made on Billy Kidman earlier in the week, with Hogan in the interview also leaving the door open for a return to the WWF for himself, with him praising Vince McMahon and saying that he can see a future Hogan vs. McMahon match selling out the Silver Dome again. After over 2 hours of hype, with the company building the advertising for the show around the match, including taking a full-page ad on USA Today, Flair and Hogan made their entrances at 10:10 p.m., with Hogan making his Nitro return for the first time since October '99, a week before the TV debut show of Russo and Ferrara and the company, returning to a massive ovation from the New York crowd to kick the match off at 15 minutes past Nitro's original ending time slot at 10:15 p.m., with Hogan on a media tour during the week to promote the show, including Monday morning with the final sullen New York radio, hyping his match against Flair tonight, with indirect shots to the industry's new megastars in Rock, Austin and Goldberg, saying that unlike some wrestlers who only visit the main event for a few years, Flair like him was a headliner for the past 20 years, and the decision was made to book the big match on this date when Raw was preempted to attract the biggest audience possible. As Hogan and Flair went 9 minutes in their first televised singles match since '96, gaining over 900,000 viewers to peak the show with a 4.4 rating, Nitro's highest rating for any segment in over 3 months, ending up with Hogan having the match won until Luger interfered for the DQ finish, bringing out Funk to brawl with Flair, with Luger laying out Hogan in an injury angle to build the heat for their pay-per-view match on Sunday.
Fruit Loops. Find the loopy side!
After the Hogan-Flair match ended, Nitro, now over half an hour into its overrun, took a commercial break and had a cooling down segment with Ernest Miller just before the final match, with the Seed vs. Jarrett US title match placed in the main event position, and for that duration dropped over 1 million viewers from the show high 4.4 rating to a 2-hour low 3.3. With the Seed Jarrett match going 5 minutes in their pay-per-view main event preview, with the status of the three-way with Scott Hall still unknown 6 days from the event, picking viewers back up throughout the match to close the show with a 3.9 rating at 10:47 p.m., less than 13 minutes from when Raw will go on the air, with WCW gaining around 20% of the regular Raw audience to sample the product, drawing its highest rating since September '99 with a 3.9 rating during Raw's 9 to 11 hours and a 3.6 overall. A week after his TV return and 24 hours after his first pay-per-view match in over 5 months against Lex Luger at Super Brawl that also saw Sting making his return alongside Hogan against Luger and Flair, Hogan, who was off television during the Russo-Ferrara regime with a plan to return with a different edge and a revamped character, was now back full-time as a babyface on WCW television, while doing several talked-about media interviews that stirred things up with wrestlers from both WCW and WWF locker rooms during the week on the state of the company, as after saying that guys like Kidman couldn't headline a flea market, Hogan said that a lot of the wrestlers today forgot who paved the way for them to sign big money contracts, signaling the Radicals group and the rest who asked for their release, saying that they turned into marks for the business who think they will make big money just because they signed with McMahon. With Barry Saturn responding on his website saying that Hogan was once the man but is now a washed-up backstabber that is trying to hold down anyone who gets near his spot, naming Scott Steiner and Chris Benoit, saying that Steiner should have got the belt when he got hot last year but instead never got a shot, saying that Rock and Foley have 10 times the talent and are 10 times more down to earth than Hogan, who was always in his own locker room and never exchanged a word with most of the roster. with Hogan when asked about the Saturn comments on Friday dismissing it, saying that Saturn so far did well to con promoters into paying him in his career and is now gonna have a tough run in the WWF, while also commenting for the first time on the short-term revival of the NWO in December, saying that guys like Bret Hart and Jeff Jarrett don't fit the group's attitude and he will pick a different crew if trying to get the group back together. After last week's biggest viewership in months, with the company hoping to carry over some of the audience to this Monday, Nitro stayed steady throughout the first hour, opening and ending with a 3.2 rating, announcing the main event of the night in the opening minutes, with Luger and Hogan setting up the Super Brawl rematch in a last man standing cage match, closing the unopposed hour with a Flair and Luger promo hyping the match, while crossing over 9 p.m. with a Funk and Rose vs. Harris Brothers tag match going 6 minutes, leading to Nitro starting with its lowest first quarter in the month, 2.3 rating. After a week out of its regular time slot starting 2 hours later, Raw was back at 9 p.m. with its second show from the Georgia Dome after making its debut in WCW's home base of Atlanta back in October, coming in front of another huge crowd of over 28,000, taking over what was once Nitro's most famous venue, with WCW the last time in Atlanta booking the new Phillips Arena instead. Starting with the DX bus entering the parking lot and going straight to the ring, with the stadium exploding moments later, with them interrupted by Rock, saying that there's starting to be a pattern to every show lately, with Hunter cutting long drawn-out promos, starting a classic Triple H voice impersonation to a huge reaction, saying that every week he comes out and talks for 20 minutes without saying anything, followed by Hunter responding that it's gonna be a DX night with the entire group taking on Rock, before being interrupted by Cactus Jack, hyping the Hell in a Cell match at No Way Out in 6 days, with Foley building major intrigue, promising to go up and jump from the top of the cage, bringing out Kane and then Big Show to set up the main event for tonight, with a 6-man Rock Foley Kane vs. Hunter show and X-Pac tag match, with all the top 3 matches for the pay-per-view against each other, opening Raw with a 5.7 rating.
Try Cascade Platinum Plus. It removes up to 100% of food residue, even in older dishwashers.
24/7 renewing moisture.
After the lower-than-usual start, Nitro took 2 commercial breaks and dropped further to a show low 2 rating for a quarter, featuring Seed's follow-up promo after retaining the belt in the main event 3-way last night against Hall and Jarrett, setting up the title match against Jarrett at Uncensored, along with a Bagwell vs. Maestro match going 2 minutes, while at the same time Raw jumped over 400,000 viewers to a 5.9 rating for the ending of the opening segment, and a Kurt Angle and Bulldog vs. Jericho and Chyna tag match going 3 minutes. With Hogan's radio interview making headlines in both companies, Triple H was on the same show a few days earlier taking shots at the top WCW headliners, saying that he thinks Bill Goldberg is a prima donna flash in the pen who sits out every time he doesn't get his way, and questioning if Vince would hire him if he was out of WCW, while saying that he thinks it's time for both Hogan and Flair to retire, in addition to being asked about injuries to Austin Taker and Foley helping his career with him bumped to a much more featured role than he was originally set for, saying that he doesn't see it that way, but it opened a door for him and he was ready to take the opportunity, similarly to when Austin as the ringmaster did in 1996. With Nash off television with a leg injury, the other half of The Outsiders and Scott Hall, who headlined last night's pay-per-view, was hospitalized for the night following the event with a neck injury, made worse with him taking a Jarrett guitar shot and a seat powerbomb back-to-back for the finish, laying in the ring for 30 minutes after the show went off the air until being stretchered out to a local hospital, with Hall already having issues with management, in particular Bill Bush and Terry Taylor, following the tour in Germany to put his future in the company in question. Nitro's final quarter opened with a Hogan interview hyping the Luger main event coming up next, with Flair and Luger attacking Jimmy Hart backstage on the way to the ring to kick it off, as with WCW hoping that the larger-than-usual audience from last week will translate to higher consistent viewership. Nitro didn't gain any significant percentage of the Raw audience, with the head-to-head hour hovering around the 2 rating up until the main event, with the Hogan vs. Luger cage match with Flair also at ringside seeing the show getting a significant viewership boost for the first time on the night, gaining throughout the 10-minute main event first to bump the final quarter into a show-high 2.7 rating. Raw, with a series of tag matches on the card tonight, closed out the first hour with the end of the Godfather and Brown vs. Saturn and Malenka tag match and the start of an 8-man tag crossing over the top of the hour, staying at a 5.5 rating, while the Hogan vs. Luger cage match head-to-head was picking up a big at the same time. The Hogan-Luger-Flair cage match crossed 2 minutes into the overrun, jumping big with over 1.8 million viewers in total to peak at a 3.8 rating, far above anything else on the show, either in the unopposed or head-to-head hour, going off the air earlier than usual at 10:02 p.m. with Raw getting almost a full top of the hour quarter unopposed, picking up over 800,000 viewers to enter the 6 rating range for the first time on the night, with the second half of the 8-man Edge and Christian Hardy's Dudley's Outlaws tag match going 8 minutes, along with another 6-man tag of the Acolytes and Mark Henry against the Hollies and Viscera.
The thing is, it doesn't matter if you've never driven a tractor, dozer, or even mowed a lawn. By helping to provide life's essentials, we work for everyone under the sun. We run for all.
After the initial bump for the top of the hour segment, Nitro going off the air had no effect on Raw, as the show dropped to a 5.6 rating in the next 15 minutes before jumping back into the 6 rating range in the following quarter, featuring 2 matches of Chris Benoit against Test and a promoted Eddie Guerrero vs. Rikishi match, with both carrying injuries, ending in a Radicals vs. Too Cool brawl, with Mick Foley all but publicly announcing his retirement in November '99 before staying a few more months due to Austin's injury. Foley recapped his career and the effect his style of work had on his life, particularly perhaps his 2 most memorable matches in the Taker Hell in a Cell and the Rock I Quit matches on an ABC show, talking about the sacrifice he had to make mentally and physically to get to his position today, with Vince McMahon criticizing the piece, saying that it was a negative portrayal of Foley, more fitting to an independent wrestler than a major player on one of the most watched shows on television like Foley is. with Foley in a show hyped as possibly his final Raw as a wrestler, hyping the career Hell in a Cell match, saying that he's going to fly off the top of the cage and do the one thing left for him to do and headline WrestleMania even if he needs a walker to do it. With the unopposed Nitro and Late Raw last week drawing a 3.6 and 4.3 ratings with over 4 and 5 million viewers respectively. The WWF's biggest major show of the week came the previous Thursday, with SmackDown breaking all viewership records, with the show almost outdrawing the combined Nitro and Raw audience from Monday night, drawing over 8.3 million viewers for a loaded card featuring all the top names and high-profile matches throughout the night, with Raw this week looking to regain lost momentum from the previous Monday, when traditionally it takes shows several weeks to get the full audience back into the viewing habit. Raw's 6-man tag main event 29 minutes in front of a hot 30,000 crowd at the Georgia Dome to jump over 1.3 million viewers to a 6.3 final quarter and a peak 7.1 rating in the 6-minute overrun, ending in a wild brawl all over the stadium, with Hunter bailing out to the parking lot before Mick Foley smashed the DX bus in the Go Home segment to No Way Out. With Raw about to start in an hour from Madison Square Garden and the WWF coming off the No Way Out pay-per-view with the intrigue of the retirement of Mick Foley and Shane McMahon returning to cost Rock his WrestleMania title shot, Nitro opened with Seed and Tank Abbott arriving, with the announcers hyping a title match between them for the main event along with the possible return of Sting, with WCW setting up the Seed vs. Jarrett title match at Uncensored. The second top match was announced 20 minutes into the show, with Hogan cutting a backstage promo hyping an Indian strap match for the show, with Hogan more vocal in recent weeks in public interviews on the state of the company, including calling the Radicals group marks for the business and having a back-and-forth exchange with Perry Saturn, the lead member of the group, and Chris Benoit, who was the only one Hogan put over, saying that Benoit was a major loss to the company and deserved a bigger push. Responded on his website saying that Hogan in his position should have been a leader and role model in the locker room, but instead entered his private room and was only interested in how many segments he had on the show, with Rock, while being interviewed on the same radio show Hogan did a few days earlier, put over both Hogan and the Radicals, saying that he enjoyed working with the group and can see them being major players with them adjusting to the company, while praising Hogan as one of his favorites growing up and hinting at a future match, saying that he can see himself dropping the people's elbow on Hogan today. Nitro coming from the Target Center in Minneapolis, Minnesota saw Curt Hennig return in his hometown to confront Flair and Luger, setting up a Flair vs. Hennig match for later in the show, closing the first hour drawing a 3 rating with 3 matches back-to-back. With WCW, after having the deepest talent roster in history in the last few years, facing major injury problems with almost the entire top of the card injured and a depleted roster, 2 of the main ones in Goldberg and Steiner updated on their return in different ways in the past week, with Steiner after being suspended after cutting a shoot promo on Flair and confronting him in the parking lot the following day, had his lawyers meet with the company to set up his return in the next few weeks, after Nash revealed in an interview that the company at one point wanted to suspend Steiner for 3 months, while Goldberg made several public appearances saying that the company is struggling in part because of injuries and things will pick up in the next 2 months. Nitro opened the first opposed quarter with a Jeff Jarrett vs. Vampiro US title match going 5 minutes. And with the big interest on Raw drawing one of its lowest openings in history with a 2 rating. A day after retiring Mick Foley in a Hell in a Cell match, Triple H opened the second ever Raw from the Garden after the first one in September '97, saying that he respects Foley more than anyone after their last two brutal matches, before introducing the tribute for him to end in a swerve of it being him mocking Foley in the video, bringing out Shane McMahon and Big Show, with Shane making his return last night after 3 months off TV to cost Rock the match, saying that he waited for the right moment to come back and align himself with someone on the way to WrestleMania, with the main event now set as Hunter vs. Show before Rock came out for the response, as Raw, coming off the big intrigue from the pay-per-view, saw the segment opening at near record levels with a 6.7 rating.
Technology has changed over the decades, and that's made music and audio more accessible than ever.
With Google, we have a design paradigm that we call adaptive UI, modeled after Google's material design.
Users' audio is available in every moment of their life.
People are able to express themselves in ways that we couldn't have imagined.
6 free wings with Buffalo Wild Wings Go? That's a terrible business decision. Someone's getting fired.
After the lower than usual opening quarter, Nitro, still going against the huge audience for the Raw opening segment, stayed in the same 2 rating, being more than tripled by Raw in one of the lowest back-to-back quarters in Nitro history, with the quarter featuring mostly a David Flair vs. Prince Akia match going 2 minutes. Rock said that he came out to congratulate all 4 in the ring, and he's not gonna complain on Shane returning last night to cost him the match, as he guarantees that he's still going to the WrestleMania main event for the title, with Hunter responding that Rock had his chance and it's over, telling him that he's going back to the bottom of the ladder and booking him in a match against Brooklyn Brawler for later tonight, with Shane closing the promo with a hint of what's to come, saying that there's no chance in hell that Rock is going to WrestleMania, with the opening segment going 20 minutes, continuing with a 6.7 rating in the second quarter, which also featured the Acolytes vs. Hardys tag match, one of the highest rated opening segments in Raw history. After being at near all-time low levels in the last 30 minutes, Nitro had its first boost of the night coming at 9:30 p.m. with the Flair vs. Hennig bumping the show over 400,000 viewers to a 2.3 rating, going 4 minutes with Luger interfering for the finish, with Raw against it having a Kurt Angle Open challenge with Rikishi coming out for the match, followed by Jericho, China the Radicals and Too Cool coming out for the post-match brawl. With the Beyond the Mat movie set to premiere in the next month, the WWF decided to distance itself from the movie, with a press release saying that after viewing it the company decided to have no attachment to the film, with Vince McMahon reportedly taking off all advertising for the movie during Raw and SmackDown on USA and UPN, along with the marketers not allowed to use any WWF names to promote it. Nitro took 2 commercial breaks in its final quarter and featured mostly the Lex Luger vs. Buff Bagwell match going 5 minutes, with the finish seeing Ric Flair interfering to set up the TV return of Sting, making his first Nitro appearance in 3 months, with him reportedly involved in a management dispute with the company over the product direction on and off screen, making the save for Bagwell, with the Seed vs. Tank Abbott match set to start at the top of the hour. Raw closed out the first hour with an Edge and Christian against Snow and Blackman tag match going 3 minutes, followed by the promoted Rock vs. Brooklyn Brawler match, with Rock and Lombardi working against each other on a live Raw in the Garden in a rematch of what was Rock's first official WWF match almost exactly 4 years ago in March '96, ending up with Rock squashing Brawler in a minute before taking the microphone saying that if Triple H vs. Big Show is gonna headline at WrestleMania is gonna suck, calling out Triple H to the ring seconds from 10 p.m., with Raw's first hour drawing a 6.5 rating, almost tripling Nitro's second hour with a 6.5 to 2.2 rating margin.
This is Juvederm. Juvederm Ultra XC is the #1 chosen hyaluronic acid lip filler.
Juvederm is the one that has always stood out to me.
For more important safety information and to find a licensed specialist, visit Juvederm.com.
The entrances for the Seed vs. Abbott main event took place already past 10 p.m., going 7 minutes in the overrun, jumping over 700,000 viewers to a head-to-head high 2.8 rating, ending with a surprise finish of Abbott tapping out clean after talks of him being built up as Goldberg's return opponent, with the idea of him being protected after dominating the match. While going against it, Raw crossed over the hour with the finish of the Rock segment calling out Hunter, Show and Shane to set up the main event, with Rock getting the final chance to get his WrestleMania shot back in a handicap match against Show and Hunter, with the second half of the quarter going unopposed, featuring Perry Saturn vs. Chris Jericho going 3 minutes, and a backstage segment of Billy Gunn being kicked out of DX to write him off television for the foreseeable future after suffering a serious rotator cuff injury in the past week, opening the second hour with a 6.5 rating. With the new TV format now going on for 2 months, which revealed almost on a weekly basis that both shows have an exclusive audience with no major crossover unless there's a special attraction, February 28 saw the first time that Raw not only not picked up from the over 3.5 million viewers watching the Nitro finish, but actually drew the same rating it did in the opposed hour, with both doing 6.5 ratings due to the huge first 30 minutes viewership for the pay-per-view follow-up. Although the second hour still had more viewers due to the main event with a 7.5 to 7.6 million viewers margin. Raw had 2 matches in the next half hour of Chris Benoit vs. Taz and X-Pac, now teaming with Road Dogg after Billy Gunn's injury against the Dudleys for the tag belts, while throughout the 2 quarters had an infamous comedy angle of Mae Young being injured and giving birth to a hand backstage in the Garden. Raw opened the final quarter with a tribute video package for Mick Foley's career, with Foley, after breaking through in the past 2 years as one of the top performers and biggest stars of the WWF boom period, ending his full-time in-ring career as one of the most respected performers in industry history, with the video ending to a standing ovation from the New York crowd. The Rock vs. Triple H and Big Show handicap match went 7 minutes, gaining over 1.1 million viewers to a peak 7.2 rating in a match hyped as Rock's final chance to get back in the Mania title match, ending with Rock having the match won until Shane interfered for the DQ finish to cost him the shot, continuing the twists on the way to the pay-per-view, going in a different direction to the expected Rock vs. Triple H singles match, with Austin and Foley out of the picture 5 weeks from the event, as Raw on the back of a near-record opening segment and main event pickup after the last 2 weeks of first being out of its time slot and then regaining momentum, rebounded big to a 6.5 rating.
Angry? Don't make enemies. Make a plant-based chicken patty in 2 minutes. It's good on the farms. Morningstar Farms.
Whatever trip you're planning, we've been there. TripAdvisor.
After suffering a major shoulder injury the night before, Billy Gunn was written off TV on February 28 with DX turning on him to end the Outlaws' run, with Road Dogg now with new partner X-Pac working a tag match against the Dudleys on the same night doing a 6.3 rating, with the Outlaws starting the month defending the tag belts against Edge and Christian in a match doing a 6.2. Before working their last match in an 8-man tag on February 21 gaining over 800,000 viewers to a 6.1 rating. Chris Jericho opened Raw's second hour on February 7 in a match against Viscera doing a 6.1 rating. Teaming with China against Kurt Angle and British Bulldog 2 weeks later doing a 5.9, before having his biggest number of the month to close it in a match against Perry Saturn picking up over 400,000 viewers to a 6.5 rating. Edge and Christian opened February in a tag titles match against the Outlaws doing a 6.2 rating, being part of an 8-man tag match with the Hardys against the Outlaws and Dudleys doing a 6.1, along with another tag match against Snow and Blackman on February 28 doing a 6.3. The Acolytes and Hardys' biggest number of the month came against each other with a 6.7 rating on February 28, with the Hardys and Acolytes working separate matches on the same quarter a week earlier, with the Hardys involved in an 8-man tag match followed by the Acolytes working a 6-man tag against the Hollies and Viscera, combined gaining over 800,000 viewers at the top of the second hour to a 6.1 rating. With the loaded tag team division in the company, the Dudleys were starting to get over big with the almost weekly table spots, with them winning their first tag titles in the WWF at the No Way Out pay-per-view, defending the belts against DX a day later in a match doing a 6.3 rating, with the Dudleys working 2 more tag matches during the month combined bumping Raw over 1 million viewers, with the second one against Godfather and D'Lo on February 7 doing their highest rated quarter with a 6.8. Seven days after debuting in the company, the Radicals opened Raw with another major angle that saw them turning heel on Foley in an opening segment, jumping to a 6.4 rating, with them returning to the ring almost 2 hours later for a big 10-man tag match, peaking at near record levels with an 8.1 rating to cement their place as major players on the roster, as with Eddie injuring his arm on SmackDown days earlier. Chris Benoit worked several singles matches against Test and Taz doing 5.6 and 6.3 ratings, while Saturn and Malenko teamed up against Godfather and D'Lo on February 21 doing a 5.5, followed by Saturn vs. Jericho a week later closing the month with a 6.5.
24/7 renewing moisture.
Rikishi and Too Cool were part of the 10-man main event on February 7th, doing an 8.1 rating, with Rikishi bumping Raw over 600,000 viewers on February 21st in a promoted match against Eddie Guerrero, doing a 6 rating, ending in a Too Cool vs Radicals brawl, with Rikishi facing Kurt Angle a week later in a quarter that saw Too Cool doing the dance routine to a massive reaction at Madison Square Garden with Jericho and Chyna, to a 6.3 rating during Raw's first hour. February 2000 was the final month of Mick Foley's full-time wrestling career, with him set to retire at the No Way Out pay-per-view, having his final Raw show on February 21st from the Georgia Dome, with him cutting the final selling promo for the career on the line Hell in a Cell match before the 6-man tag main event, doing a peak 7 rating, ending up with a brawl to the stadium parking lot that saw him smashing the DX bus on the way out, with Foley opening the month setting up the retirement match in an over 20-minute opening segment that saw the Radicals turning heel on him, picking up over 600,000 viewers to a 6.4 rating, originally setting up a Foley vs Radicals and DX 5-on-1 handicap match before being joined by Rock and Too Cool in the 10-man tag, peaking with over 9 million viewers, with the company during Raw's final quarter on February 28 airing a tribute video package to Foley's career a day after No Way Out that saw him getting a standing ovation from the New York crowd. Triple H continued to be heavily featured on WWF television, with a mega push to establish him as the top heel in opposition to Rock, with Foley, Austin and Taker all out from the full-time schedule, coming out to confront Foley on February 7th to set up the Rumble rematch, with him putting the title against Foley's career in a Hell in a Cell match, kicking off Raw with a 6 rating and gaining throughout the segment to a 6.4. with Hunter involved in the 3 peak main event numbers of the month, first with 2 10- and 6-man tag matches on February 7th and 21st, before opening Raw a day after retiring, Foley airing a parody video package to his career to set up the main event of him and new WrestleMania opponent Big Show teaming against Rock in the Overrun, doing a 7.2 rating. Rock arrived to the building to open Raw's second hour on February 7th, announcing that he will team up with Foley against DX and the Radicals later tonight, setting up the 10-man tag main event in one of the hottest matches in Raw history, jumping over 1.6 million viewers to a big 8.1 rating, with Raw after a week out of its regular time slot returning to 9 p.m. for a big Raw at the Georgia Dome, with Rock coming out to confront DX with a memorable impersonation mocking Triple H's promos to open the show with a 5.7 rating, leading to a 6-man tag in the main event with Rock, Foley and Kane against DX, gaining over 1.2 million viewers to a show-high 7 rating in the Overrun, with Rock involved in the 3 top segments the following week from Madison Square Garden, including working 2 matches on the night, first confronting Show and Hunter in the opening quarter doing a near-record 6.7 rating, before taking out Brooklyn Brawler to open the second hour with a 6.5. Closing the show with the Rock vs. Show and Hunter handicap main event jumping over 1.1 million viewers to another peak 7.2.
Culligan Water is celebrating healthy hydrating. Our drinking water systems reduce contaminants like PFAS, lead, arsenic, nitrates, and chlorine. Feel good about drinking healthier, cleaner water. Get Culligan confident. Contact your local dealer today.
Enemies in Rome are dangerous.
With the company struggling with injuries, disorganization and political battles that led to 4 creative regimes changing in the past year, there perhaps has never been a week that signaled the alarming decline of WCW than the week leading up to Nitro on March 6, 2000, as with the first estimates of the Super Brawl pay-per-view buys coming in at one of the lowest figures in company history for the pay-per-view return matches of both Hogan and Flair, which at last year's Super Brawl against each other drew one of the biggest pay-per-views in WCW history with around 500,000 buys. Perhaps an even bigger year-on-year decline could be seen leading up to Monday night in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, as while the days of Nitro automatically selling out any building on a weekly basis are gone for the foreseeable future, the ticket sales decline in this Monday's market was too drastic to ignore, with the company drawing a paid attendance of a little over 2,000 people for the Dean Dome in Chapel Hill after just 1 year ago on Monday, March 1, 1999. Nitro in the same venue sold out the building pretty much the minute tickets were put on sale, with over 18,000 people, causing major reasons for concern, with every aspect of business continuing to trend downwards. With Vince Russo still sitting at home with 18 months left on his contract, the revolving door that is WCW's creative team since Russo was demoted by Bill Bush in early January was changing again in the past week, with Terry Taylor and Nash reportedly both leaving the committee to leave Sullivan assisted by Ferrara as the main contributors on Nitro and Thunder, as besides the free fall of pay-per-views and ticket sales, Thunder on March 1 drew its lowest rating in history with a 2 rating. Peaking with a 2.2 rating for a Luger vs. Vampiro match with no major bumps and drops to signal that the show was down to its core audience. Nitro had Ric Flair vs. Kurt Hennig, a rematch from last week, placed to start near the crossover segment at the top of the hour, coming out at 8:55 p.m. going 8 minutes to open the head-to-head hour with a 2.5 rating, an increase over last week's near-record low number, ending up with Hennig going over and Luger breaking his arm in an injury angle post-match in the build to his uncensored match against Sting. With the WrestleMania main event still booked as Triple H vs. Big Show 4 weeks from the event, Shane McMahon and Big Show open draw coming after Show and Hunter turned on each other during a tag match on SmackDown, with Shane giving the promo explanation for coming back to turn on Rock, saying that it was just business as he had to squash Rock before he started to dominate the WWF like Vince should have done to Austin 2 years ago, saying that with Hunter it's personal and booking him in a match against Rikishi for tonight to bring him out, with Hunter hyping the Mania match against Show and Stephanie responding to Shane booking the Rikishi-Hunter match to put Show against Kane coming up next, opening Raw with a 5.7 rating. With Bill Goldberg's return originally set for the unopposed Nitro on February 14 before the longer-than-expected recovery from his arm surgery delayed it, the new date planned under the current regime is April around the Spring Stampede pay-per-view, with the initial rumor of Tank Abbott being built up as his return opponent seems to be off, with him tapping out clean to Seed in the Nitro main event last week. The new suggestion is Goldberg vs. Jarrett in April, with Goldberg going over to build up a match against Seed and eventually the rematch that never was against Hogan during the summer. Nitro's second quarter saw a Norman Smiley vs. Lenny match and Tank Abbott taking the show hostage to bring out Meng, while Raw had the Big Show vs. Kane match going 4 minutes before Rock ran into Rock Bottom Show to a massive reaction with the idea that he has nothing to lose now after being taken out of the Mania main event, opening a 5.8 to 2.3 rating margin.
Maurice's summer playlist. Sun-loving styles like our red, white, and cool spin on Americana. Key up day-to-night vibes with moody blues and trending textures. Take a beat in sporty, fresh airwear. Create your summer style playlist at Maurice's now.
Both shows picked up combined over 700,000 viewers between 9:30 to 45, with Nitro having a Hogan promo hyping the strap match against Flair at Uncensored along with a Booker and Kidman vs. Harlem Heat tag match, while Raw entered the 6 rating range for the first time on the night, having a major injury angle with Bubba powerbombing Mae Young through a table and a Too Cool vs. DX tag match. A week after Vince McMahon ordered all promotion for the Beyond the Mat movie to be pulled from the 4 hours of the Raw and SmackDown broadcasts on Monday and Thursday, the WWF took it one step further in the next few days, with both USA Network and UPN agreeing not to air any commercial for the film on any timeslot on both channels, with Vince McMahon aggressively going after it to minimize any exposure for the film after reportedly several attempts to buy or edit the final product, with producer Barry Blaustein claiming that when they didn't agree to sell the movie, Vince started seeing it as competition, with the updated advertising for the film trying to capitalize on the buzz created from the Vince dispute, promoting it as the movie McMahon didn't want you to see, with several commercials airing on WCW and ECW programs on TNT and TNN, including 2 ads tonight during Nitro, with each towards the end of the first and second hours. Nitro's final quarter saw a Dustin Rhodes-Terry Funk confrontation to set up a hardcore match between them for the pay-per-view, along with the entrances of the Seed and Vampiro vs. Jarrett and Wall main event, while Raw closed out the first hour having Kurt Angle vs. Chris Jericho for the IC title in the No Way Out rematch, going 4 minutes before a surprising finish, with Bob Backlund making his TV return alongside Angle, with the idea that both had similar characteristics in their careers. Nitro's tag main event went 4 minutes and the overrun, with the Seed and Vampiro vs. Jarrett and Wall match picking up over 400,000 viewers to a head-to-head high 2.8 rating, ending with Jarrett pinning Seed for the 3rd time in the build to their pay-per-view title match, with Nitro overall doing a 2.7 rating on the back of the opposed hour, drawing its highest rating in over a month with a 2.5. But perhaps the bigger story took place seconds after the show went off the air, as Raw opened its second hour with a promoted Triple H vs. Rikishi match, and after the last few weeks of barely seeing any difference between the hours, with almost no crossover between the two audiences, Raw with Rikishi vs. Hunter along with Rock running in for the finish saw Raw jump huge, with over 1.5 million viewers from a 5.9 to a 7.2 rating, gaining approximately 50% of the Nitro viewership watching the finish, in a strong sign for Rikishi, who has been getting over big with the live crowds and passed the test in recent weeks in translating it to numbers. After the major viewership bump at the top of the hour, Raw remained strong for the entire 10 to 11 p.m. hour, not falling below a 6.7 rating for any segment, with the overall hour drawing a 6.9 rating and over 8.1 million viewers, Raw's third strongest figures since the format change on January 3rd. With Rock pulling away as the biggest star in the industry since the summer of 1999, along with the WWF building the advertising of the company's return to network television on his name, along with the entire new line of media from video games to music, Rock's momentum was growing by the week in and out of the business, as after his book went to #1 on the top sellers charts in record time, with him drawing full arena crowds to the book signings. The first commercial started to air in the past week on Rock hosting SNL on March 18, becoming the first wrestler in history to do it in a major crossover appearance, in addition to signing for his first movie role in The Mummy, which will be filmed in May, with Rock scheduled to be all over the media in the weeks leading up to WrestleMania, including him being listed on Forbes magazine's Top Power Celebrities list, talking about his in-ring style in the past week, saying that he doesn't have to jump off cages or take hardcore bumps to get a reaction from the crowd, as he values timing, believability, athleticism and charisma, saying that Dwayne is different from Rock in some ways, but overall Rock is a magnified version of Dwayne with the volume turned up to the max. Rock and Benoit in their second singles match against each other after the first one did strong numbers at over 12 a.m. on the preempted Raw on February 14, went 11 minutes in the cage, with Rock and Benoit continuing to show instant chemistry, putting on another strong performance, jumping over 800,000 viewers to peak the night with a 7.3 rating and over 8.6 million viewers, ending up with Rock going over after escaping the cage and getting the upper hand again on Hunter Show and Shane 27 days from WrestleMania 16.
Teachers are dynamic leaders, shaping a new generation, innovating how they teach to prepare students for our fast-changing world.
After a week that saw ratings, pay-per-views and attendance dropping to some of their lowest levels since the current boom period started, and with the company finding itself closer to ECW than the WWF, with the recent ECW pay-per-view drawing in the same range of Super Brawl, Nitro 6 days from the uncensored pay-per-view was looking to focus on the star power of Hogan, Flair, Luger and Hennigan, all the main TV time slots throughout the show, opening with Flair calling out Arn Anderson to join him and Luger against Hogan, with Anderson refusing and leaving the building to start a Hogan-Flair-Luger brawl that ended with Hogan doing an injury angle. With the recent domestic business freefall of WCW causing major concern for its short and long-term future, the company finally got positive signs, with the international markets continuing to boom, as after a highly successful tour of Germany last month, WCW topped it in the past week with another 3-day tour in England on Friday to Sunday from March 10 to 12, drawing massive gates for 3 sold-out crowds of around 40,000 people. Headlined with combinations of Flair, Luger, Hennig, Vampiro and Booker in the top matches, along with Bret Hart and Nash making appearances, with Bret, who while out with injury had his pay cut in half on his contract, getting massive reactions for promos in London and Birmingham, with the crowd chanting for Owen throughout, saying that he waited 3 years to come back to the UK, with his last appearance in the country coming in a WWF title match against Undertaker at the one-night-only pay-per-view. saying to the London crowd that his match against Bulldog at Wembley was the best of his career, while bringing up his recent head injuries, thanking the crowd for their support over the years as it might be his final time in the country. With the crossover segment set to start with a Luger vs. Hennig match, Hogan drove the ambulance back into the building a minute after 9 p.m. to hook viewers during the quarter, with Hennig and Luger going 2 minutes before Flair, followed by Hogan ran in to set up a Hogan and Hennig vs. Flair and Luger tag match for the main event, opening the head-to-head hour with a 2.4 rating. With Rock about to become the first wrestler in history to host SNL in 5 days in a major promotional vehicle for WrestleMania and the WWF in general, some major storyline developments were expected to happen on the way to Saturday, either tonight or on the SmackDown tapings tomorrow, with Rock still out of the Mania main event, coming after the McMahons put Rock in 2 handicap matches against the Radicals and Dudleys last Thursday. Shane Cho and Hunter Mockdrack saying that they have another handicap match for him booked for WrestleMania while bringing out his opponents, opening Raw with a 6 rating, with Rock's response coming up next. Nitro's second quarter dropping to a 2.2 rating, going against the continuation of Raw's opening segment, saw Brian Knobbs' open challenge with Terry Funk accepting to start an hardcore match going 3 minutes to end with Dustin Rhodes attacking Funk in the build to their uncensored match, while at the same time Rock came out on Raw to bump up over 15,000 people at the Continental Airlines Arena with a challenge of his own, saying that they drove Mick Foley out of the WWF and tonight he's gonna give them the chance to do the same to him, as at 27 years old with his entire career in front of him he's willing to put his career on the line against Big Show tonight for the WrestleMania main event title shot, with them never seeing him again in the WWF if he loses, setting up Rock vs. Big Show one-on-one in the main event with no interferences and no one at ringside, closing out the 21-minute segment with Raw up to a 6.1 rating.
My name is Lucy, and I have to figure out who I am.
Sorry, do we know each other?
Don't think so. I think she's me. This is part of something bigger than you can understand.
I think I may have done something terrible. I'm going to get some answers. You gonna help me or what?
Nitro took 2 commercial breaks in a short span and fell below the 2 rating range to a show low 1.9 rating, one of the lowest quarters in Nitro history, despite having a Seed and Vampiro vs. Harris Brothers tag match going 4 minutes in between commercials, ending with Seed going over heading into his title match against Jarrett on Sunday, while going up against it Raw had one of the most talked about angles of the year, as a week after powerbombing Mae Young through a table to lead to an injury angle with her in a wheelchair with Mark Henry. Henry was set for a handicap match against the Dudleys, with Bubba going to the back to bring out Mae for the follow-up, taking out Henry with Devon hinting at throwing her off the stage before topping it with Bubba powerbombing her off it through 2 tables in a memorable spot, more than tripling Nitro with a 6 to 1.9 rating margin. Nitro rebounded slightly over the next 15 minutes, barely entering back into the 2 rating range, opening its final quarter with a Disco vs Stevie Ray match followed by a Hogan and Hennig promo hyping them teaming up again next after making references to their time in NWO Hollywood earlier tonight, with the Hogan and Hennig vs Flair and Luger tag entrances taking place 3 minutes from 10 p.m. Raw jumped over 400,000 viewers to a first-hour high 6.2 rating for the follow-up of the Mae Young Dudley's Angle, followed by a 3-way for the IC title with Kurt Angle, Chris Jericho and Taz going 3 minutes to end with interferences from Bob Backlund and Chyna, and Angle retaining the belt again to keep both titles, as after Raw jumped big at the top of the hour last week with a Triple H vs Rikishi match. Rikishi and Hunter were placed to open the second hour again in a 6-man DX vs Too Cool match. Nitro went longer than usual with the Hogan and Hennig vs Flair and Luger tag match crossing over 10 p.m. to a 9-minute overrun, ending up with the lights going out for the finish with Sting returning to take out Luger and Hogan and Flair brawling in the final build to the uncensored pay-per-view on Sunday, with WCW hoping to stop the fall of the last month with the 2 big star power matches on top, but with no encouraging signs yet heading into the show, as while the main event picked up over 700,000 viewers to a head-to-head high 2.5 rating, the show overall also drawing a 2.5 was the lowest rated Nitro since before the NWO boom period started in '96. At the same time, Raw, which opened with a DX vs Too Cool 6-man tag match going head-to-head with the Nitro main event along with a Kane vs Bossman match in the same quarter, continued the pattern of most weeks since the format change, with the top of the hour quarter, which included 6 minutes unopposed, only grew from a 6.2 to a 6.3 rating, showing again that while Nitro is at or close to its core audience, the viewership of the around 3 million plus viewers will only tune into a major attraction. With the WWF now established as one of the biggest powerhouses on television after reviving the UPN network with SmackDown and continuing to dominate cable with Raw, the company revealed in the past week during its quarterly business report that they provided notice of cancellation for their deal with the USA Network, which expires in September 2001. Giving the home network of Raw, Heat and Superstars the required 6-month notice, with the company now ready to test to market with their new status gained in the past 2 years, with Viacom, who also owns 50% of SmackDown's home network of UPN, the current lead candidate, opening the possibility of Raw and the rest of WWF programming to move to TNN, the current home of ECW, who Paul Heyman repeatedly publicly criticized for not promoting the show's Friday night timeslot after failing to match the initial rating expectation of around a 2, with the ECW show averaging around a 1.2 rating, as while USA and TNN are in similar number of homes, and Viacom are planning a massive money offer along with a major rebranding campaign to build the entire network around the WWF. TNN is a second-tier network who averages between 0.7 to 1.5 rating in prime time and comparable to the higher-profile USA Network, to the point that what currently would be a routine or even below-average Raw rating on a typical Monday, would be the highest-rated show in TNN history. After almost 2 hours of hype, Rock and Big Show came out at 10:54 p.m. crossing into the 6-minute overrun, with Shane coming out unannounced to reveal himself as the special referee as Rock and Show went 9 minutes in the main event, gaining over 900,000 viewers to a peak 7.3 rating, going back and forth until Rock eventually had the match won and Shane interfering with a flying chair shot as a limousine entered the parking lot, revealing Vince McMahon making his TV return for the first time since early December with him taking out Triple H on the way to the ring, as Vince came out to a huge reaction to take out Shane, followed by a rock bottom on Show with Vince counting the fall to put Rock back in the WrestleMania main event as the building exploded, closing out one of the most memorable endings to Raw and Show history as Rock and McMahon exchanged looks heading into the major crossover promotion for the WrestleMania pay-per-view on Saturday night.
Nothing works on this acne.
Hi. Who? I'm a licensed dermatology provider from Curology. Answer a few questions, I'll look at your skin and prescribe you a personalized cream.
Wow!
Curology. Skincare with a face.
With the WWF pulling away to levels never seen before, with the company again synonymous with the word wrestling after Saturday, which saw Rock hosting SNL in front of a record TV audience, WCW going in the opposite direction was looking to recover from the last month of its worst business in every aspect since before the Nitro NWO boom period started, made worse with last night's uncensored pay-per-view drawing one of the lowest buys in history to the point of being outdrawn by the ECW Living Dangerously pay-per-view a week earlier. Seed opened the show, followed by the TV return of Scott Steiner, making his first Nitro appearance since being suspended for the shoot promo on Ric Flair in early February, playing off it saying that the company tried but they can never censor him, setting up the main event tag match with Hogan coming out to team with Seed against Steiner and Jarrett. With most of the top headliners under big contracts signed when business was booming in the last 3 years, Brad Siegel and Bill Bush, who took over the financial side of the company from Eric Bischoff last September, were starting to implement new policies to cut costs and prevent wrestlers sitting out by prolonging time off for injuries, as after Bret Hart's pay was cut in half while he was out evaluating his head situation, another 2 contracts were cut in the past week with both Nash and Page out for over 2 months, while in the meantime planning to build everything around the biggest contract signed in the past 2 years in Bill Goldberg, who was accused of taking further time off due to management dispute with the company, with his comeback now pushed back every month from February all the way to May as the earliest date for his return, with him reportedly in constant contact with the WCW office after publicly criticizing the current product to build to his return program, with Goldberg responding to the rumors saying that it's not true and the reason for his delayed return is that he dropped almost 30 pounds when unable to train due to the arm surgery and needs a few more weeks to get back into Goldberg shape. Nitro opened the first head-to-head segment with a 2.3 rating, having a Lex Luger vs. Vampiro match going 5 minutes, with Vampiro after being pushed strong in the past few weeks, including getting big reactions at the recent UK tour, continuing to be placed near the main event scene while being paired with Sting, running in for the save post-match against Luger and Flair, with him set for his TV return match later tonight against Flair. 2 days after Vince McMahon's status in the TV industry continued to rise, with him opening the show Saturday with head producer Lorne Michaels saying that he promised him huge ratings, before the show built on his biggest star hosting led to the highest ratings of the season. Vince, who introduced the show Saturday, did the same for Raw in front of a hot crowd in Chicago, selling out in 18 minutes. With the WWF releasing a press release earlier in the day on the company selling out major venues at unprecedented time, with TV shows in Boston, Chicago, Milwaukee and LA selling out over 60,000 people combined in less than 50 minutes, with Raw starting with the DX vs. Hardys tag match going 4 minutes to open with a 5.7 rating. WCW had a show-long angle building up to a Seed vs. Hogan feud with them besides teaming up in the main event, being shown in a press conference after the uncensored pay-per-view with Hogan subtly taking the spotlight from Seed in the middle of his interview, with Nitro's second quarter taking a hit, dropping below the 2 rating range with 2 matches of Smiley vs. Morris and Hennig vs. Rhodes, while Raw tweaked its format for the week, having the usual opening promo segment coming in the second quarter, with Triple H coming out to hype the 3-way WrestleMania main event against Rock and Show before questioning McMahon's earlier announcement that he had a match that will rock the foundation of the WWF to be revealed tonight, bringing out Show and Shane, followed by Vince to announce that Hunter will defend the title tonight, announcing that they are gonna have the Mania main event tonight in Chicago with a Rock Hunter Show 3-way for the belt, with Hunter agreeing with the stipulation that if he retains the belt the 3-way match is off the WrestleMania pay-per-view, with Raw after not opening with the Big Star Power promo seeing a big spike in the second quarter, instead jumping over 900,000 viewers to a first-hour high 6.4 rating.
When you find yourself on one of the best beaches in the Caribbean, with its soft, white, cooling sand and healing blue water, you don't really have to do anything to feel everything.
With the recent Sullivan creative regime failing beyond all expectations with record lows across the board after replacing Russo in mid-January, rumors were continuing on returns of both Russo and Bischoff in different roles in the past week, with Brad Siegel under pressure to turn things around for the company, with the most talked about change being calling Bischoff back to replace Bill Bush as the WCW president, with Bush, who was put in the position while being from outside the wrestling bubble, routinely worked by the old WCW office politics, which led to Sullivan replacing Russo and a mass backlash from the locker room that followed, with the Radicals jumping ship, with Russo, if no solution is found, rumored to be in talks of getting his release from his contract, which runs to late 2001. Nitro dropped to all-time low levels in the last 2 quarters, being almost quadrupled by Raw for half an hour, dropping to a near-low record 1.7 rating against a 6 rating on Raw for a Too Cool vs. Radicals tag match in the continuation of a tag team elimination tournament booked by Vince throughout the night for a title shot at WrestleMania. After the last 30 minutes of near all-time low quarters, Nitro rebounded from its lowest to its highest quarter of the night for Sting vs. Ric Flair in Sting's first TV match in over 3 months, picking up over 800,000 viewers from a 1.7 to a 2.4 rating, going 5 minutes to open the show's final quarter, ending up with Luger and Vampiro interfering for the finish, while at the same time Raw had a Kane vs. Rikishi match against it, ending quickly with interferences from Road Dogg and X-Pac to set up a WrestleMania tag match between them, followed by a backstage promo from Rock hyping the main event, saying that he's not only ready tonight but was ready for the match since losing the title at last year's WrestleMania to hype his title win after a year of chasing the belt back. Nitro's main event of Hogan and Seed against Steiner and Jarrett saw the entrances taking place already past 10 p.m., going longer than usual with 11 minutes into the overrun, going 6 minutes with Steiner working his first match back since last May, ending up with the show-long build of Seed turning on Hogan in response to Hogan again trying to take the spotlight, with the match jumping over 600,000 viewers to the peak of the night 2.9 rating, but with the show overall still at record low levels doing a 2.5. Raw crossed over 10 p.m. with a Chris Benoit vs. Chris Jericho match going 6 minutes with Kurt Angle on commentary, going head-to-head with the Nitro main event, which stayed on the air until 10:11 p.m., picking up to a 6.2 rating with 4 minutes unopposed in the quarter, also featuring a Hollies vs. Snow and Blackman tag match, with Angle, Benoit and Jericho building to a three-way at WrestleMania with both titles on the line, ending up with Angle laying out both for the finish. With talks gaining momentum since the start of March of the WWF leaving Raw as home of USA Network after the company publicly announced that they sent the network a letter of cancellation on a new deal, things were looking more likely that Raw, the highest rated show on cable by big margins on a weekly basis, would move to TNN, coming after TNN's owner in Viacom bought the second 50% of SmackDown's home on UPN, with Viacom looking to add Raw and potentially cross-promote all WWF programming throughout the week under one company, including possible TV deals for the XFL starting February 2001. Meanwhile, McMahon responded to the Beyond the Mat movie controversy, which debuted in theaters in the past week after the film was promoted as the movie McMahon didn't want you to see, saying that producer Barry Blaustein lied about the movie not being released in theaters nationally as a way to not give the WWF a cut financially, while responding to the promotional slogan saying that he didn't care if people saw it or not, as the only thing he cared about is the movie, using WWF performers and trademarks to advertise the movie, including using the picture of Rock on the cover, which led to the company refusing to sell them ad time due to misleading promotion of Rock being a main part of the movie. Rock, Show and Hunter made their entrances 6 minutes from the top of the hour, with the match crossing over longer than usual into a 9-minute overrun for the promoted WrestleMania main event on free TV, with Rock making his first appearance after becoming the first wrestler in history to host SNL 2 days ago in a breakthrough career performance that opened the door to every level of show business, further cemented a day later when numbers came out with the show breaking season records, peaking with over 20 million viewers in a major promotion for the WrestleMania pay-per-view. Rock, Triple H and Big Show went 12 minutes, gaining over 1.3 million viewers to a peak 7.3 rating, ending up with Rock having the match won until Shane's interference to lead to Hunter going over, with the post-match after making an unadvertised appearance on Saturday, seeing Mick Foley making his return to a huge reaction to come out of retirement for one night to set up a 4-way elimination match in 13 days. With inevitable changes coming, with pressure to turn things around after the last 2 months which saw the company in freefall in almost every aspect of business, the official announcement was made to open Nitro on March 27 that Eric Bischoff has returned to WCW for the first time since being removed as the company president in September, coming back in a different role as mostly the head supervisor of the on-screen product as opposed to being in control of the company creatively and financially as he did in his original run from '93 to '99. While moments after announcing the return of Eric, the announcers made the second major announcement that Brad Siegel approached Vince Russo to return alongside Bischoff to revamp the company creatively and work together for the first time, hyping Russo's decision throughout the first hour before announcing that he agreed to return to start massive hype for the new regime. building it as 2 out of the 3 people alongside Vince McMahon who were most responsible for the industry's biggest ever boom period joining forces to turn the company around, with Bischoff taking WCW as the constantly struggling company in the red and turning it into the most successful company in business history just 3 years later, while Russo oversaw the biggest creative turnaround in WWF history that saw him revolutionizing wrestling television and increasing viewership over 170% in less than 2 years, setting the stage for their debut show on April 10th with both Nitro and Thunder set to be turned into highlight shows in preparation for one of the most hyped Nitro shows in history in 2 weeks. Nitro on its 4th spring break special, perhaps with curiosity of the Bischoff return announcement and Russo decision hype, saw its first hour peaking with a 3.6 rating, the highest rated quarter during the unopposed hour in 2 months, with the first hour seeing Dallas Page making his TV return to open the show to hype the debut of the Ready to Rumble movie, and Hulk Hogan coming out for a promo to respond to a $500,000 bounty put on him by Seed throughout the night after being notified by Vampiro when arriving, setting up Wall taking the challenge standing on a roof of a building to book Hogan vs. Wall for the main event, with the first head-to-head quarter seeing a Falls Count Anywhere tag match of Ric Flair and Lex Luger against Sting and Vampiro going 6 minutes, ending up in a wild Sting vs. Luger brawl all the way to the beach with Sting going over after a piledriver in the water, drawing what ended up the highest rated opposed segment of the night, 2.4 rating. The final Raw before what is targeted to be the biggest money event in wrestling history, with the company besides the first priority of breaking the biggest pay-per-view of all-time record set at last year's WrestleMania 15, setting up for a major weekend before the show in addition to massive additional pay-per-view revenue from the all-day-long special set to air throughout the day on Sunday, recapping the first 15 WrestleMania events, with Linda McMahon after getting slapped by Stephanie on SmackDown opening Raw to call her out, followed by Vince and the rest of the McMahons to open Raw with its highest quarter in a month, 6.1 rating. After holding steady with the first quarter's Flair-Luger-Sting Vampiro tag match, Nitro dropped below the 2 rating range to be almost quadrupled by Raw with the continuation of its opening segment, featuring a short Meng vs. La Parka match along with 2 commercial breaks and a video package for the Ready to Rumble movie, while Raw picked up big in the second quarter, jumping over 1 million viewers with Shane coming out to cut a promo on Stephanie after the Linda slap before agreeing with Hunter telling Vince that it's time for him to move on and let the new regime take over, attacking him from behind to bring out Foley and Show, followed by Rock running into a huge reaction, ending with Shane, Show and Hunter laying them out with the WrestleMania headliners brawl jumping to a 6.9 rating, Raw's highest rated opposed quarter in over 2 months. With one of the biggest draw audiences in history expected next week for the follow-up of WrestleMania, the decision was made by WCW to cancel the 2 scheduled Nitro and Thunder TV shows on April 3rd and 4th, with record lows for both almost guaranteed now with highlight programs, giving the new Bischoff and Russo regime a fresh start with 2 weeks of build-up to plan one of the most loaded Nitro broadcasts in history for the start of the new era, including big star power set to return on the night, with the announcers building up a potential Bischoff versus Russo feud, with the idea of both having different philosophies, with Eric in favor of building around the established stars and Russo pushing the younger wrestlers, along with the shoot backstory between them that Russo's contribution in turning the WWF around was one of the reasons for Eric being removed from his position, along with Russo routinely taking shots at Eric over the years when writing articles for the WWF and Draw magazines.
My biggest concern when I was thinking of getting Botox Cosmetic was
losing my expression. I wanted to stay Javi and stay me.
The doctor did great at explaining that the treatment plan for me was what I needed.
So I got treated on my forehead,
my crow's feet, and my frown lines. I'm so happy with the results.
My results are subtle.
I'm still myself.
Just with fewer lines.
Talk to your doctor about Botox Cosmetic and whether it's right for you. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Learn more at BotoxCosmetic.com.
Nitro rebounded over 400,000 viewers back into the 2 rating range, having Terry Funk vs. Hugh Morris and a Steiner and Jarrett vs. Hennigan Bagwell tag match going 4 minutes in the final quarter, with the company throughout the night having several wrestlers being questioned on their opinion of the upcoming Bischoff and Russo regime, while Raw closed its first hour with a 6.5 rating, having 2 matches in the quarter, with Rikishi vs. Road Dogg and Saturn and Malenko against the Hardys crossing over the top of the hour, while in the middle having a Rock backstage promo saying that he doesn't care about the McMahon family drama and the show is not over for him tonight, calling out anyone from Hunter Show Shane or any other McMahon in the main event. Nitro went 7 minutes in the overrun, with the Hogan vs. Wall main event entrances taking place already past 10 p.m., going 5 minutes to gain over 300,000 viewers to a 2.3 rating, ending up with Vampiro running in after Hogan put him over big as a future star throughout the night, closing the Sullivan era with another near-record low 2.6 rating, with everything done in the past 2 months on and off-screen set to end with the start of a new direction in 2 weeks, with Raw against the Hogan Wall match crossing over 10 p.m. with Shane and Show agreeing for a handicap match against Rock, with Vince later making it a tag match, while picking up to a 6.6 rating, including 8 minutes unopposed for a Kurt Angle vs. Kane match going 4 minutes. After further elevating his status last Saturday by delivering on the 2 key aspects with strong performance and a season record viewership, Rock was on a media tour throughout the week hyping the WrestleMania pay-per-view, ending on The Tonight Show on Friday promoting the 4-way match while talking about not getting complacent despite reaching a popularity peak, commenting about comparisons with Hogan, saying that his first priority is keeping his character creative and innovative and change when the time is right. Meanwhile, another part of the main event Sunday, and Mick Foley found himself in perhaps the most uncomfortable position of his career, as after taking several shots at all the wrestlers who, in his words, deceived the audience by faking retirement and coming back in weeks, Foley, who took pride in his word to the audience, was not only forced to go back on it, but in perhaps the highest profile retirement backtracking in history, saying that it may take time for people to forgive him, but not as long as it would take him to forgive himself if he didn't do it, with him set for the biggest payday of his career. Raw's WrestleMania Go Home segment saw Rock and McMahon teaming up for the first time in the main event against Show and Shane in a tag match going 11 minutes, with constant interferences from the two special referees in Foley and Hunter to end with Rock going over Shane for the finish, jumping over 1.1 million viewers to a peak 7.6 rating, the highest rated segment on Raw in almost 2 months, with strong momentum heading to Sunday in what is targeted to be a record-breaking night for the company, closing the show with the final sell, with JR hyping the moment the WrestleMania 2000 pay-per-view is built around, with Rock on a run as hot as anything ever seen in history, winning the WWF title for the first time as a babyface after a year-long title chase in 6 days.
I want you to take me to the future.
Let it rip.
Edge and Christian were building to their first tag titles at WrestleMania 16, having their biggest number of the month on March 6 in a match against Saturn and Malenko, doing a 6.9 rating, working 3 more matches on the way to the pay-per-view, with a tag match against the Acolytes doing a 6.4 the following week, and 2 matches on the night on March 20 with them facing the Acolytes, Hardys and Too Cool in tag team #1 contender matches, both doing 6.2 ratings. After the last few weeks of building it up, including powerbombing her through a table in the ring the previous week, perhaps the most memorable segment of the Dudleys' career to date took place on March 13, 2000, first with them facing Mark Henry in a handicap match, followed by Bubba bringing out Mae Young to end up with him powerbombing her off the stage in a segment doing a 6 rating, with the Dudleys outside of the build-up to the 3-way ladder match involved in a match against DX on March 27 with Devon against X-Pac doing a 6.6. Kane worked 4 singles matches on Raw on March 2000, all coming against different opponents, first with a match against Big Show doing a 5.8 rating in Raw's second quarter of the night, followed by a match against Bossman doing a 6.3, with Kane facing Rikishi in a quick brawl on March 20 to set up them teaming against DX at WrestleMania in 13 days, with Kane closing the month with his biggest number in a match against Angle doing a 6.6. With Billy Gunn now out of the picture for the next 6 months, Road Dogg and X-Pac teamed up as the main tag team of DX, starting the month in a tag match against Too Cool doing a 6 rating, with them kicking off Raw on March 20 in a match against the Hardys doing a 5.7 opening quarter, closing the build-up to their WrestleMania tag match against Kane and Rikishi the following week in 2 singles matches, with Road Dogg against Rikishi doing a 6.5 and X-Pac against Devon doing a 6.6. Kurt Angle and Chris Jericho were building to their first WrestleMania match, being involved in a series of matches for the first 3 weeks of the month, starting on March 6th with Angle and Jericho closing out Raw's first hour with a 5.9 rating in a match that saw the return of Bob Backlund, following it up in a 3-way with Taz jumping over 400,000 viewers to a 6.2 rating, with Angle on commentary during Jericho's match with Benoit on March 20th doing another 6.2. Closing the month working 2 separate matches on the night, with Jericho teaming with Chyna against Benoit and Eddie to a 6.9, while 30 minutes later Angle faced Kane to a 6.6. After getting over big with the live crowds in their buildings and doing a record number in a SmackDown main event against Rock in January, perhaps Rikishi's biggest sign to date of translating the crowd response to business came on March 6th with him facing Triple H to open Raw's second hour, and with Raw on most weeks in the past 2 months only gaining a small percentage of the WCW viewership when Nitro goes off the air. The Rikishi-Hunter match jumped huge with over 1.5 million viewers from a 5.9 to a 7.2 rating to gain approximately 50% of the Nitro viewership watching its final quarter, with Rikishi and Too Cool again being placed in the same time slot the following week in a 6-man tag against DX doing a 6.3.
Maurice's presents the Summer Playlist. All new sun-loving styles like our red, white, and cool spin on Americana. Key up day to night vibes with Moody Blues, crochet, and eyelet textures. Take a beat in fresh air wear with sporty inspired style. Create your summer style playlist at Maurice's now.
With Eddie still out with elbow injury and Saturn and Malenko mostly working in tag matches, Chris Benoit continued to be placed the highest on the card, with him headlining Raw on March 6th in a cage match against Rock drawing a peak 7.3 rating, with Benoit opening Raw's second hour 2 weeks later in a match against Chris Jericho to set up the WrestleMania 3-way match, with Angle jumping over 500,000 viewers to a 6.2 rating. Working 2 more tag matches teaming with both Eddie and Saturn combined, bumping Raw over 1 million viewers with numbers between 6.4 and 6.9. After months of being built to fill the top heel spot, Triple H was set for his first WrestleMania main event starting March, with perhaps his most impressive number of the month drawing a 7.2 rating for a match against Rikishi at the top of Raw's second hour, opening Raw the following week with a 6 rating to bring out Rock's new WrestleMania opponents, while working the same quarter again at 10 p.m. in a 6-man DX vs. Too Cool tag match doing a 6.3. With Hunter in what became a weekly lengthy promo segment in the past few months bumping Raw over 900,000 viewers to a 6.4 to set up the Mania main event on TV. with the match along with the post-match that saw Foley making his return to take him out to a huge reaction from the Chicago crowd, doing a peak 7.3 rating, opening the go-home show for the pay-per-view with an over 20-minute segment, with the entire McMahon family picking up over 1 million viewers to a 6.9 rating already in the second quarter. Big Show and Shane McMahon opened the first Raw of March 2000 with a 5.7 first-quarter rating, building up Show as the next WWF champion after taking Rock's place in the main event, setting up the rematch the following week with Show vs. Rock headlining Raw with a peak 7.3 rating in a match that saw Shane as the special referee to set up Vince's return, with Show in the main event again on March 20th in a match promoted as a WrestleMania main event on free TV in a three-way for the title against Rock and Hunter, doing another 7.3, ending the month with Show and Shane's biggest number, closing the pay-per-view build-up on Raw in a hyped tag match against Rock and Vince, doing a 7.6 rating. Rock's year-long title chase to regain the WWF title continued in March 2000 as the main selling point for WrestleMania 16, with Rock continuing his record run on top, peaking every Raw show during the month, starting it in a cage match against Chris Benoit, jumping over 800,000 viewers to peak the night with a 7.3 rating and over 8.6 million viewers, followed by him putting his career on the line against the WrestleMania title shot versus Big Show on March 13th that saw the return of Vince McMahon to TV after over 3 months to count the pinfall as the building exploded in one of the most memorable endings to Raw and Show history, gaining over 900,000 viewers to another peak 7.3 rating, with the string of big main events continuing on March 20th, with the planned Mania main event being given away on TV with Rock, Hunter and Show going 12 minutes to pick up over 1.3 million viewers to the third 7.3 rating, with Rock 2 days earlier translating his record-drawing power from wrestling television to a mainstream audience, becoming the first wrestler in history to host SNL in a breakthrough career performance that ended up breaking season records, peaking with over 20 million viewers in a major promotion for the WrestleMania pay-per-view, closing the build-up to the event on March 27th with the highest-rated segment on Raw in almost 2 months, which saw Rock and Vince McMahon teaming up for the first time in the main event against Show and Shane, jumping over 1.1 million viewers to a peak 7.6 rating. With the debut of the new Eric Bischoff-Vince Russo regime starting next week, in addition to going against one of the biggest Raw shows of the year, WCW put on an highlight show in preparation for the big event next Monday, showing some of Nitro's biggest moments over the last 5 years while adding backstory on the incredible rise and recent struggles of the company. While Russo and Ferrara's first regime in October '99 to January 2000 either held steady or increased numbers in most aspects, The last 3 months under Sullivan's creative group saw a noticeable drop in numbers with the previous angles dropped, key injuries and the core of WCW's mid-card roster either jumping to the WWF or in legal dispute with the company. With the reboot and 7 days scheduled to take the product and the performers in a different direction, this show was used to hype it as any feud or story going in will probably be dropped or revamped by the new creative. Raw, coming from LA with the Staples Center sold out in 11 minutes, was coming off a milestone event for the company last night. After building for the moment for almost a year, the company went with an unusual bait-and-switch finish in the WrestleMania main event, not delivering the Rock title win built for months, first planned against Steve Austin, and then against either Mick Foley or Triple H, ending the show in front of a record pay-per-view audience and one of the biggest gates in history with a different kind of heat and the ring filled with trash from the crowd. Seeing Vince McMahon turning heel on Rock, making Triple H the first heel in history to win the Mania main event. The show was built on Rock's reaction to the turn, with Vince, Shane and Hunter all challenging Rock for a match later tonight. Raw opened huge for the WrestleMania Fallout with a 6.8 rating. Outside of the May 24th Owen Hart tribute show, Raw's opening segment was the joint highest in show history. With WCW producing an hype show for next week, along with tough competition as both Raw and Nitro were going up against the NCAA Finals, a record low rating was expected in the company. The show hosted by lead announcer Tony Schiavone and commentator Mark Madden, with him hyping the new Bischoff Russo era as two of the three men alongside McMahon, most responsible for wrestling's biggest ever boom period, joining forces and building to the company's restart with a new era. The highlights went through the moments that made the company and in the process the entire industry experience its greatest and most successful time in business history. The show started with the two events that made it all possible, with the signing of Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff creating Monday Nitro to go head-to-head with Raw. Scott Hall's debut, followed by Nash's, and the formation of the NWO was next as the moment that took it to the next level and started the road to the peak period. Bischoff revealed in the NWO, Sting's change and feud with the group, Luger's title win, Goldberg's rise and match with Hogan, the worldwide cruiserweight division, the Flair and Bischoff's feud, sold-out crowds every week, etc., in addition to covering the recent decline with burnout and injuries. Ending the show with big anticipation with the stage set for next week. Edge and Christian opened Raw's second hour a day after a spectacular ladder match that would be the first in the all-time great career-making series of matches between the Dudleys, Hardys and Edge and Christian. All three teams were selling the injuries from the match, ending the segment with a brawl. With him main eventing a record WrestleMania day earlier, Big Show was going to a completely different direction, showing a more comedic side and telling Shane that he likes it here in Hollywood, ending their on-screen partnership. The character change was perhaps inspired in part by the SNL appearance a few weeks earlier, where Paul White had a standout performance on the show. WWF put on a special show on the day of the event called All Day Long, making it as part of a special pay-per-view package with over 8 hours of coverage and highlights from all the previous 15 WrestleManias with new commentary and interviews from the arena throughout the day, hyping WrestleMania 16. Some of the coverage was convenient to the company, with a lot of the names featured and signed in WCW. Especially noticeable with the questionable portrayal of the biggest driving force of the show's Brandon Hulk Hogan. The Access event on April 1st was a big success with every major name in the building, reportedly drawing over 15,000 people. Other matches on the night saw Eddie Guerrero winning the European title over Jericho after Chyna turned heel to join Eddie. In addition to Benoit against Taz, and Kurt Angle vs. Val Venis. With Rock selling the turn throughout the show, arriving at the arena and in a backstage promo, Shane was picked, coming out for the match with Vince. Rock sprinted to the ring after Vince and Shane before pinning Triple H in the ring, telling Earl Hebner to make the count to a big reaction. With them attempting to give some payoff after the backlash of not delivering the title win at WrestleMania. The Rock vs. Shane match gained over 1.3 million viewers, peaking tonight with a 7.6 rating to close the show. After weeks of hype since the official announcement, the Eric Bischoff-Vince Russo regime begins with every major name on the show in one of the most eventful programs of all time. The show marks Bischoff's first show back since October '99, and Russo's first since January 10, starting with almost the entire roster in the ring. Jarrett introduced Russo for his first TV appearance as the head writer. Russo cut a promo on his first regime and the new stars pushed during it, that were sabotaged by the established guard and politics behind the scenes, mentioning how as a result of it the Now Radicals group, all jumped ship to the WWF. Russo told the New Blood that this is in the past and now is their opportunity to shine, bringing out Bischoff, who in the build-up to the show was hyped as the one who is in favor of keeping the established names in charge, teasing a Russo-Bischoff confrontation before they hugged to reveal their working together. Bischoff said that he was done with all the top guys who screwed him out of the job, mentioning all the top names who had major influence throughout the years, saying how he was blinded by the biggest one in Hulk Hogan, turning on Hogan for the first time on television. Russo then cut a promo on Ric Flair, establishing the top programs of Eric and Russo each going after Hogan and Flair. Along with that, every title in the company will be vacated, and the new world champion crowned in 6 days at the Spring Stampede pay-per-view, with a tournament for the contenders set in a series of matches for tonight. Hogan arrived to Denver's Pepsi Arena hearing about Bischoff's promo from Sting, leading to him looking for him backstage throughout the first hour, ending with Billy Kidman calling Hogan out and Eric turning on him with a chair shot to the head. Moments later, Flair arrived in a limo calling out Russo, before being confronted by Scott Steiner, who repeated his shoot promo on Flair that got him suspended 2 months ago, leading to Flair being attacked by Shane Douglas. WCW's first hour drawing a 3.6 rating, making it the highest rated first hour since Russo's last show in charge in January 10th. Rock opened Raw in his hometown in front of a sold-out crowd at Fort Lauderdale, Florida, talking about his chair shot to Vince on Thursday in the rematch for the title. Vince came out saying all he wanted from Rock throughout the last year, from being the corporate champion to now, was a thank you, as a reason for turning on him at WrestleMania. Vince said that Rock will wrestle in a cage match tonight and will get his shot if he wins against a mystery opponent. The faction came out as Vince tried to hit Rock back with the chair, ending with Rock turning it and sending him out of the ring. Hogan, still covered in blood, was searching for Bischoff all over the building after the turn, in a show-long angle with a big payoff planned for a later segment. With the main feud of the New Blood versus the Established Millionaires Club playing off the real-life perception of the young performers being held down with backstage politics, several more storylines were playing off real-life feuds. Steiner was positioned against Flair after the heat between them over the unscripted promo, while Douglas, who was doing interviews on Flair for years, with Flair not wanting to work with him in the past, were booked in a brawl on the show, with Flair having the upper hand until Russo interfered, hitting Flair with a bat. Hogan, in previous interviews about the complaints of the younger performers in the company, said that the likes of Kidman can't draw flies in flea markets, leading to their angle. The two big talking points of the night happened in the same quarter between 9:45 to 10 p.m., drawing the show peak head-to-head with a 2.8 rating. Nash, who was still out with knee injury, walked to the ring on crutches, cutting a promo on both Bischoff and Russo, saying that Eric would not be near his position if it wasn't for him and Scott Hall, then referred to how they protected Russo in the WWF when Shawn Michaels wanted to kill him numerous times. Moments later, ECW World Champion Mike Awesome entered the ring, attacking Nash in a big surprise. Awesome, who no-showed several ECW house shows on the days prior to the show, was contacted by WCW with an offer for a bigger contract than his current deal, buying out his ECW contract in time to appear on the show. A few minutes later, Hogan was inside his limousine about to leave the building after not finding Bischoff, when a white Hummer crashed into the limo several times, giving payoff to the memorable segment in June '99 when Randy Savage lured Nash into a limo in the parking lot, with Eric Bischoff coming out of the Hummer revealing himself as the driver. Hogan was stretchered into an ambulance with Kidman spray painting on him a red New Blood sign. Triple H came to the ring for a title match against a mystery opponent minutes before the top of the hour, placed to go against the Nitro's Overrun for the final match of the tournament between Sting and Dallas Page. Hunter waited in the ring when Taco was showed walking backstage, bringing the APA along with him for protection. Hunter sold for Taco's moves to open the match and ended up accidentally hitting Farouk and Bradshaw, with both attacking him along with a double-team top rope moves from Funaki and Taka, leading to a lot of the crowd ready to pop big for a near fall of Taka nearly becoming WWF champion. Sting vs. Page ended with Jarrett missing Page and hitting Kimberly with a guitar, along with an interference from Vampiro attacking Sting with Page going over, setting up Page vs. Jarrett for Sunday. Jarrett returned to the ring moments later to end the show with a big brawl between the New Blood and Millionaires Club, with the New Blood getting the upper hand. Bischoff and Russo came out on stage, when a returning Bret Hart appeared behind them, closing the packed show with a cliffhanger. WCW drew its highest rating in 3 months since January 10 with a 3.1 rating. Raw's other matches on the night saw Edge and Christian retaining the tag belts against DX, TNA vs the Hardys, with the Dudleys interfering post-match after a backstage brawl, continuing the build for the Trish and Bubba table spot. Kurt Angle vs Godfather, Too Cool and Taz against the Radicals, Eddie vs Jericho in a rematch from last week, and Big Show continuing his new comedic character imitating Val Venis. The main event ended up with Rock against Big Bossman and Bull Buchanan in a handicap cage match, ending with Rock going over to book a rematch for the title at Backlash. After the match, the faction entered the cage with Hunter hitting Rock with brass knuckles, causing Rock massive blading, ending the show with Rock in a pool of blood. The cage match gained over 1 million viewers, peaking the night with a 7.4 rating.
Thanks to Dairyland Auto Insurance, you're moving on from past mistakes and turning your driving history into just that.
Uncle Mike?
History. Dairyland, come as you are auto insurance. Get your quote today.
The industry revenue at its peak depended on several factors: pay-per-views, ratings, house shows, arena gates and merchandise. We are looking at perhaps the standout month in the history of the business between April 1st to May 1st, 2000, where all of them peaked simultaneously. Throughout history there were some individual shows or string of events that did bigger in a specific department before and after that month, but almost nothing was at the same level in every aspect. The first category will be arena gates and house show crowds. In March 2000, the company's corporate website released a statement on WWF shows selling out major arenas in minutes, with ticket prices more expansive than ever before. It created a situation where ticket demand and revenue were peaking at the same time as the company were breaking local records in the city's major arenas on what seemed like a weekly basis. The streak continued as the 5 Raw shows and 4 SmackDown shows in April to May were all sold out well in advance. WrestleMania 16, despite being in a normal arena setting and not a stadium, drew the 4th highest gate in company history, in addition to around 30,000 people for the Axis event. WWF continued the month with the largest non-pay-per-view MSG gate in history, a record 10 consecutive sellout of Madison Square Garden headlined by Rock and the Acolytes against DX, in addition to around 80% sellout of the other house shows during the month. The 2 pay-per-views during the period were WrestleMania 16 and Backlash 2000. WrestleMania, built as the night Rock wins the belt for the first time since last year's Mania, drew the biggest pay-per-view in wrestling history with over 830,000 domestic buys, making it one of the top 5 biggest ever shows to this day. An added attraction that turned out to be a big additional revenue was a special pay-per-view package for $50 total called All Day Long, with over 8 hours of coverage all the way to the opening of the Mania 16 live broadcast from Anaheim. After going with a bait-and-switch finish and not delivering at WrestleMania, Backlash was built as the final payoff of Rock's year-long title chase, with the big addition of Steve Austin coming back from injury for the first time since November 1999. The show drew over 670,000 buys, making it the biggest B pay-per-view in history, with cable providers during the final build preparing ahead of time for the expected increased demand due to the hype surrounding the show. At this point, the company's pay-per-view distribution was almost exclusively domestic, which in later years, mainly from 2004 on, will change with the expansion to a worldwide pay-per-view system. Even with the around 1.5 million pay-per-view buys for both shows, almost all exclusively domestic orders, was a peak that wasn't reached again.
What about the t-shirts? Sell the t-shirts right now. Say it. Shut your mouth, you idiot. So The Rock says we got them all. We got tank tops, t-shirts, towels, everything else. Right now the phones are ringing off the hook.
Merchandise for the month would see the company's booming business continue at WrestleMania 16, drawing an all-time record of $20 per head. That means that every person in the sold-out Anaheim Pond spent an average of $20 on merchandise at the event. The month continued with the company and Rock in particular moving merchandise at an all-time rapid rate, drawing over $10 per head on all house shows and TV tapings in the following weeks. Rock's record-breaking merchandise sales included a show at San Antonio's Freeman Coliseum, drawing over $12.80 per head, among the biggest merchandise figures for a non-pay-per-view event in history. Between its Raw and SmackDown shows on USA and UPN, this run was the highest-rated and most-watched ratings month in WWF history, with both programs peaking in viewership on cable and national television. If we take out the May 10, 1999 Raw show that went unopposed all night, the April 24, 2000 Raw show drew the highest rating in Raw history with a 7.2 overall. A week later, coming off Backlash, Raw broke the record again, drawing an all-time show peak of 7.4 overall rating. SmackDown on April 27 drew its joint highest rating of all time with a 5.4 rating, which translated in viewership would be around a 7 rating on cable TV. Looking at the individual segments that drove the peak numbers, April 24 saw 2 near-record-level peaks. The first came from Vince McMahon returning to television after a week off to hype the Backlash main event, drawing an 8.1 rating. Around 40 minutes after that promo, the main event tag match of The Rock and Chris Jericho vs. Triple H and Chris Benoit saw a bump to an 8.6 rating.
With Chewy, it's never been easier to get their favorite toy delivered. Again.
Come on, let go.
And again. And again.
Good luck.
Get whatever they love delivered right on time. Save 35% on your first auto ship order with Chewy.
A show-long angle between Rock, Austin and the McMahon's faction on April 27, culminating in the TV return of Steve Austin for the first time since January 2000, saw national numbers jumping to peak SmackDown levels. The show opened with Rock coming out teasing the appearance of Austin for tonight, leaving the McMahons searching all over the building throughout the night as Rock was shown leaving the parking lot. Rock then returned 15 minutes to the end of the show hyping the upcoming main event and introduced Austin on screen, standing outside the Charlotte Coliseum, ending up with him blowing up the DX Express. The segment drew a 6.6 rating, translated to around an 8 rating on cable, making it among the most watched segments in SmackDown history. The month peaked on television on the May 1 Raw. During Rock's title win promo, The McMahons came out with Vince promising that Rock will have one of the shortest title reigns of all time, booking Rock vs. Shane in a cage match for the main event. The match, which did a 8.3 final quarter-hour rating and then a 9.1 overrun, became the most watched match in cable TV history with over 11 million viewers at the peak, making it on average around a 10 million viewer mark month for the top storyline and angles. In an overview of the time leading up to this period and its aftermath, the original plan going in would see Austin and Rock headlining their second consecutive WrestleMania in the main event rematch. The scenario, according to reports and company creative heads, would see Steve Austin win the title from Triple H around or at the Royal Rumble pay-per-view, with Rock winning the Rumble match on the same night, with Austin then turning heel on Rock, setting up the match with Rock getting the win back. Mick Foley in his 2001 book noted that the original plan was for him to turn on Rock, leading to a Rock vs. heel Cactus Jack program which would occupy Rock until Mania. With Austin's surgery delaying the match to next year, the likely option was Rock against either Hunter or Foley in the main event. Triple H was a full-time promoted performer and Foley was on his way out, so Hunter was the more likely option, especially with his growing political pull resulting in him being probably the most protected heel of all time. But the biggest one-day money match was clearly Rock vs. heel Cactus Jack. That resulted in a four-way built entirely on Rock's chase, with the added attraction of it being Foley's last match, to be counted on to build on last year's milestone event. With Rock's transcending popularity expanding the product to different audiences, including 20 million viewers on a season peak at SNL 2 weeks before the show, that was enough to draw an all-time industry pay-per-view. The company got a massive boost to its middle and upper card as the turmoil in WCW led to the Radicals signing to the roster. The tag team division was at its peak, with the three-team TLC group fully motivated to do whatever spectacularly needed to get to the next level, along with Rikishi and the Too Cool stable on fire getting some of the biggest crowd reactions of all time. With the absence of Steve Austin, Mick Foley and Undertaker, along with increased popularity which in hindsight was perhaps the most over period of his career, Chris Jericho was arguably the second biggest babyface in the company by April and was starting to get opportunities near the top of the card, working with Rock, Benoit, and Hunter. Perhaps the standout to join the permanent main event crew was Kurt Angle, who since his debut in November '99 has shown rapid improvement on a weekly basis, with the company's trust in him to pull off any booking scenario by March and April, as he was working the line between the Olympic gold wrestler to a comedic preaching character. The company was firing on all cylinders heading into the summer of 2000, while looking ahead to major players returning from injury in the next weeks and months. But the business deals going on behind the scenes at the time would impact the company in different ways long-term, with the WWF negotiating with Viacom about moving all its programming to their network, along with probably the biggest game changer in the preparation of going public in October.
USPS Ground Advantage. Here you go. Un advantage para tu negocio.
"24 hours after winning their first tag titles in a career highlight ladder match at WrestleMania 16, Edge and Christian opened Raw's second hour for the follow-up promo in a segment with their two opponents gaining over 500,000 viewers to a 6.2 rating, with Edge and Christian working 3 tag matches for the rest of the month against 3 different teams, ranging from a 5.9 rating against DX to a 7.3 against the Dudleys. Big Show's on-screen direction took a different turn a day after headlining WrestleMania, playing off his SNL performance a few weeks back in a more comedic character, working a match against Rikishi followed by him doing the dance routine and a segment doing a 6.3 rating, with Show building to a match against Angle at Backlash working against Val Venis the following week to a 6.7. while having his biggest number of the month on April 17th in an IC title match against Benoit doing a 7.1. X-Pac and Road Dogg's biggest number of the month saw them in the main event of Raw on April 17th, teaming with Triple H in a 6-man tag match against Jericho and the Acolytes doing a 7.6 overrun, opening April with a 6.5 rating against Test and Albert, followed by a 5.9 for a tag titles match against Edge and Christian. Bossman and Buchanan's biggest number of the month was also their biggest ever as a team, with them headlining Raw on April 10th in a handicap cage match against Rock drawing a 7.4 rating, while having another major number the following week in a tag titles match against Edge and Christian doing a 7.1, closing the month in a handicap match against Big Show doing a 6.4 to close out Raw's first hour. The Dudleys laid out Edge and Christian a day after the Triple Team ladder match on April 3rd in a segment doing a 6.2 rating, setting up a tag match between them on April 24th doing a 7.3 rating in one of the highest rated hours of Raw in history, with the Dudleys' biggest number that ended up as a result boosting their entire monthly average coming in different circumstances with a 7.7 rating on April 17th. With their match against Snow and Blackman taking place in the second half of the quarter that spiked big for Rock's promo reacting to Linda announcing Austin's return minutes early. A day after winning the IC title at WrestleMania, Chris Benoit defended the belt for the first time to close out Raw's first hour in a match against Taz doing a 5.9 rating, followed by him being part of a Radicals vs. Too Cool 6-man tag match jumping over 500,000 viewers to a 5.7, with Benoit facing Big Show in another IC title match on April 17th during Raw's second hour doing a 7.1 rating, before closing the month working 2 matches on the night, first defending the title again against Road Dogg to a 6.6 while over an hour later being revealed as Hunter's mystery partner in the main event against Rock and Jericho doing an 8.6.
For a limited time, save $10 on Powerball.
In a match originally promoted as a non-title match before Raw went on the air, Jericho challenged Triple H to put the belt on the line to open the show on April 17th in a match which saw Jericho winning the title to a massive reaction, doing a 5.9 first quarter before jumping over 1.1 million viewers to a 6.7 rating, with Jericho opening the month in another title match against Eddie Guerrero for the European title doing a 6.5 rating, with him main eventing Raw on April 17th and 24th first in a 6-man tag with the Acolytes against DX doing a 7.6 rating, followed by him teaming with Rock against Hunter and Benoit doing a big 8.6. With Jericho in the follow-up of his title win also confronting Hunter to lay him out on the same night in a segment jumping over 1.6 million viewers to a 6.8 rating during Raw's first hour. after being off television in the past week, Vince McMahon arrived to the building to open Raw's second hour on April 24 for his first response promo on Rock and Austin teaming up at Backlash in 6 days, recapping the last week talking about Austin and Rock's history trying to turn them on each other, with this segment picking up huge with the vast majority of the WCW audience tuning into Raw when Nitro went off the air, bumping Raw to a near-record 8.1 rating with over 10.2 million viewers, with Vince opening Raw in the first 2 weeks of the month first with a 6.8 rating for the follow-up promo day after turning heel on Rock in the WrestleMania main event to open the show with its most-watched opening quarter in history, while a week later confronting Rock with a promo explanation for the turn doing a 5.9. With Triple H continuing to be heavily featured all over the main storyline between Rock and McMahon with WWF viewership at record levels on both Raw and SmackDown, Hunter had a massive viewership gain of around 10 million viewers being involved in most of the big promo segments alongside the McMahons to massive spikes over the month, with Triple H having perhaps one of the most memorable shows of his career on April 17 opening Raw in a title match against Chris Jericho followed by him calling out Earl Hebner to reverse the decision in a matching segment jumping over 1 million viewers to a 6.7 rating, with Hunter over an hour later also main eventing the show in a 6-man tag match with DX picking up another 1 million viewers to a 7.6 overrun, with Hunter a week earlier working an unusual WWF title match against Taka to open Raw's second hour in a match gaining over 900,000 viewers to a 6 rating, closing the month in a record Raw broadcast peaking at record levels in the main event tag match that saw him and Benoit teaming against Rock and Jericho to a huge 8.6 rating in the overrun. With the company not delivering the expected Rock title win everything was building towards at WrestleMania 16, the follow-up of Vince's turn on Rock saw Raw a day after a record WrestleMania pay-per-view opening with the most watched opening segment in Raw history kicking off with over 8.5 million viewers, with Rock almost 2 hours later taking out the McMahons in a promoted match against Shane McMahon jumping over 1.7 million viewers to a peak 7.6 rating and over 9.8 million viewers, with Rock continuing the month at record levels opening Raw the following week in front of an hometown crowd in a confrontation with Vince to set up the main event handicap cage match against Bossman and Buchanan picking up over 1.2 million viewers to another peak 7.4 rating, with Rock coming out at the top of the hour on April 17 minutes after Linda McMahon announced Austin's return in his corner to lead to a rare situation of Raw peaking already at 10 p.m. as Rock's promo reacting to the announcement saw Raw spiking over 1.8 million viewers to a show-high 7.7 rating, setting up the final Raw to the Backlash pay-per-view targeted to be one of the biggest shows in company history, cutting the final selling promo followed by the main event tag match of Rock and Jericho against Hunter and Benoit going 7 minutes, with the match along with Rock's pre-match promo jumping over 1.6 million viewers to peak the night at an 8.6 rating and over 10.7 million viewers, one of the top 3 highest viewerships ever recorded in show history, as Raw overall drew an all-time record opposed rating with a 7.2 rating with the second hour on the back of the McMahon-Rock promos and main event tag match, becoming the most watched hour of Raw in history with the first ever hour of weekly WWF television to reach the 10 million viewers mark for the full hour.
Take control of your health by boosting your force field, the immune system. Aura tells you when your temperature is higher than normal. Live smarter, stronger, healthier with the Aura Ring.
Let me introduce you to Plus 500, the intuitive and easy-to-use trading app. No matter what kind of trader you are, Plus 500 has you covered. Download the app and start trading futures today. Trading in futures and options involves the risk of loss and is not suitable for every investor.
With the show going off the air last week in a cliffhanger of Bret Hart swinging a chair before fading to black, WCW showed the footage happening moments later with Bret giving Hogan a stiff chair shot to the head with his promo explanation set for Thunder. Sting and Vampiro started the broadcast brawling at the back, with a match between them set for later in the show. Bischoff, Kimberly and Jarrett walked to the ring for a promo. Jarrett hyped the first ever triple cage match at Slamboree, which was the structure originally used for the big scenes in the Ready to Rumble movie, currently running in theaters in its 3rd weekend, with the lead actor in it David Arquette sitting in the front row. Paige came out with Kimberly giving him the papers after filing for divorce, taking the papers and attacking Bischoff before Jarrett smashed a guitar from behind, ending up with David Arquette jumping to the ring attacking Eric, with Ready to Rumble trainer Chris Kanyon making the save on Jarrett. When Eric realized who attacked him, he challenged Mr. Courtney Cox to a match tonight. Arquette agreed with the stipulation of Paige getting a title match with Jarrett tonight if he wins. The crossover Bischoff-Arquette match was promoted by the announcers to start at 9 p.m. and the lead-in segment to Raw. Sting challenged Vampiro to a First Blood match set for the 2nd hour. Hulk Hogan came out for the final quarter of the 1st hour, with Kidman challenging him earlier and Eric making it a handicap match with Mike Awesome, with the match set to cross over 9 p.m., Hogan in a more aggressive demeanor since coming back on April 10th, along with him taking multiple chair shots and big bumps, went 10 minutes ending up with Awesome and Kidman going over after 2 table spots, bringing out Nash for the post-match, attacking both before selling the knee injury. Bischoff vs. Arquette was next. Eric dominated early before Arquette popped up with a spear, then used Scotty's worm to one of the biggest pops of the night. Jarrett came out but accidentally hit Eric, causing Arquette to go over. WCW's first hour with a 3.7 rating, was the highest rated first hour since January 10. Furthermore, the show's loaded first quarter with the end of Hogan's match and Bischoff-Arquette, going against Raw's Kurt Angle vs. Rikishi and faction promo, held up the audience significantly better than usual, as the opening head-to-head segment with 2.9 to 5.4 was the closest quarter since January. Kurt Angle Open Draw targeted to be one of the biggest Raw shows of all time, with business booming across the board going into Backlash in 6 days. Angle and Rikishi ended with Big Show coming out attacking Kurt in the build to their pay-per-view match. The DX Express arrived at the arena with Triple H, Shane and Stephanie coming out for a promo. The McMahons went over the last week, including turning on each other and Hunter attempting to attack Linda, with Hunter hyping the Backlash main event before Jericho came out. Jericho told Hunter to cut his whiny, tedious interviews and challenged him for a rematch, with Shane booking instead a Rock and Jericho vs. Shane and Hunter tag match for the main event. After a closer than usual first quarter, things went back to the regular pattern with Raw jumping big to a 6.8 rating for the second part of the McMahon's Jericho promo, with WCW having a Scott Steiner segment with Booker T after costing him the match last week. With the tag match set, Jericho took the belt from Stephanie and laid out Hunter. Moments later during a commercial break at the back, Chris Benoit attacked Jericho with them scheduled for a match Sunday.
Think you don't have time for an accounting degree? Think WGU. Built for working adults, our fully online programs let you earn a degree on your time. Learn more at wgu.edu.
When you find a deal on your favorite thing in the McDonald's app and order it, does that technically count as online shopping? Save money with the app. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
At participating McDonald's, prices may vary.
With Chronic promised a tag titles match from Russo in the last 2 weeks, Russo stopped Buff Bagwell and Shane Douglas moments before leaving the building, booking them in the match next. Russo came out for commentary on the match still wearing the Ric Flair Rolex watch he took 2 weeks ago, ending up with Russo helping the New Blood members hitting Adams with the bat, with Douglas saving Russo before getting the pin. Tank Abbott continued with his weekly attacks calling out Goldberg. The angle would see Abbott promising to attack someone every week until Goldberg shows up to fight him, building up anticipation for Goldberg's return, who is still out with the limousine window arm injury, to take out Abbott. Raw had Benoit vs. Road Dogg with Edge and Christian on commentary making sarcastic shoot references, telling Lawler that in a few minutes they are gonna do a run-in, with Lawler calling JR a bit of a mark, and Edge responding telling him that he should be a mark for them. Ending up as promised with them doing a run-in to cost Road Dogg the match. Jeff Jarrett and Dallas Page went 5 minutes in a cage. After interferences from Awesome and Canyon, Page hit the Diamond Cutter to win the WCW title heading into the Triple Cage match. Sting and Vampiro were set to close the show in the First Blood. While they were coming out for the match, Vince McMahon arrived in the building for his hyped Rock Austin response promo after being off television in the last week. Sting and Vampiro went 2 minutes past the top of the hour and grew the audience, even going against the monstrous viewership on the USA Network for the Vince promo, with the Page-Jarrett match along with Sting and Vampiro's segment gaining over 700,000 viewers to close the show in a unique visual of Sting pulled up to the ceiling covered in red liquid. Vince recapped the last week from the Austin announcement to the faction fight, telling Hunter to never touch his wife again before turning to Backlash. Vince talked about Austin and Rock's history while showing footage of their eulogy monster truck segment from April of last year, then bringing up Survivor Series 99, reminding that it was Rock's car that ran over Austin and took him out, with both of them fighting for the top spot in the company, trying to stir things up between them with the idea that they can't trust each other and Austin might come after Rock as opposed to being in his corner. The segment picked up huge, with around 70% of the WCW audience tuning into Raw when Nitro went off the air, bumping Raw to a near-record 8.1 rating. Outside of the May 10, 1999 show, the 8.1 rating is the second highest rated quarter in Raw history, trailing only The Rock and Mankind This Is Your Life segment. Raw had 2 show-long angles in a series of skits, with Eddie Guerrero and Chyna going to prom, and Trish sending messages to Bubba Dudley in the continues build to the planned table spot, coming out on a table again to distract Bubba and cost him the match against Edge and Christian. Rock responded to Vince in a backstage promo saying that maybe him and Austin should not fully trust each other, but both know that they should never trust McMahon, knowing that if Austin has something to say he will say it to Rock's face, while responding to Vince insinuating that he took out Austin, saying that he will be in his position either way. Closing the promo in the final hype to the year-long chase with Backlash set to be one of the biggest non-WrestleMania events in industry history. Raw's overall second hour, drawing a 7.9 rating, became the second highest rated hour in show history, only behind the second hour on May 10th. WCW, going against the record-setting Raw, still drew its joint highest rating in over 3 months with a 3.1, as the combined audience jumped big. Raw's main event ended up with Rock and Jericho against Triple H and Benoit, with Shane out as refereeing Vince at ringside, going 7 intense fast-paced minutes with Hunter and Benoit going over after Vince's interference. The match, along with Rock's pre-match promo, picked up over 1.5 million viewers to peak the night at a huge 8.6 rating, one of the top 3 peak numbers ever recorded, with Raw overall drawing its second highest rating in history and the highest in Monday Night Wars history with a 7.2. After encouraging signs of positive momentum for the first time in months since the start of the Bischoff Russo regime, with Nitro drawing 3-month highs back into the 3 rating range, while Thunder, coming off the big April 10th Nitro, showed massive increase to its highest rating in almost a year, 3.1, in addition to the first pay-per-view of the regime, and Spring Stampede getting a significant boost with the most buys for the company since Starrcade '99. The Russo-Bischoff regime was set to take a different turn on April 26 with a controversial publicity stunt in an attempt to stir things up in the wrestling industry while getting more eyes on the product from the outside mainstream media, setting it up in the first segment of the show with Jarrett and Bischoff kidnapping David Arquette and dragging him to the ring, forcing Page to put the belt on the line to set up the main event of the show with Page and Arquette against Jarrett and Bischoff, with the first one to get the pinfall wins the WCW title, opening Thunder way above the normal range of the last 3 months with a 2.5 rating. With the word that the April 24th Nitro rating jumped back up big to the joint highest rating in 3 months coming Tuesday afternoon, even going against a record-breaking audience on Raw, which broke every record in Monday Night Wars history, including the first ever full hour to average over 10 million viewers in the go-home show for Backlash 2000. WCW, which had a Thunder show already written and set to be taped Tuesday night. An idea in the final production meeting before the taping was reportedly suggested by lead announcer Tony Schiavone to put the belt on David Arquette to create some media noise that might attract some additional audience and lead to outside interest while Arquette is in the currently running Ready to Rumble movie. The idea was then booked into reality by Russo, Bischoff and the rest of the creative crew, with the change to the original script taking place hours before the show, with WCW trying to capitalize on the possible publicity coming out of it, announcing that Arquette won the WCW title on the company website and in a press release during the day before Thunder went on the air in an attempt to boost the audience for the show tonight, coming back to Wednesday after the huge increase for Thunder on April 12th, with the show preempted due to the NBA playoffs last week. Thunder saw its audience gradually climb throughout the first hour, jumping over 400,000 viewers to a Kidman promo on Hogan to hype their upcoming pay-per-view match after pinning him on Monday for the second time, in addition to a match against Horace Hogan right after, while then picking up around another 500,000 viewers into the 3 rating range for Tank Abbott continuing to call out Bill Goldberg while being confronted by the returning Mark Marrow sitting in the front row, and crossing over the top of the hour with a Sting vs. Wall Tables match. Outside of the already promoted in advance title change, Thunder's actual big segment of the night was next, with Vince Russo, Bagwell and Douglas coming out for a promo, starting with Russo taking a shot at the crowd in Rochester, saying that they're not really part of New York, while Bagwell and Douglas hyped their pay-per-view matches against Luger and Flair to bring them out. Flair started telling Russo that he made a mistake letting him talk tonight, going on to put over the status of the Millionaires Club, saying that they're the names that carried the company and the industry in general since the 80s, calling Russo a mark for the business who used to be a mark watching Flair on TV, telling Douglas that the only franchise in the company is Sting, while saying that he threw away more money on bar tabs than all 3 in the ring will ever make, challenging Douglas and Russo to set up a 5-minute Flair vs. Russo match at Slamboree if he beats Douglas, with Russo shooting back saying that this is the part where he's supposed to be the heel and back down, but it's not gonna happen, agreeing to Flair's stipulation, saying that he will take him out in 5 minutes. Luger was next, responding to Bagwell reminding him that he wanted to ride in the back seat with Luger and Sting and sleep in their hotel rooms to save money, while telling Russo to show a legend like Flair more respect or he will come to the ring and take him out along with his security, followed by Russo responding saying that he's happy to see Luger survived the fatal car crash known as the Lex Express, while starting an angle with Liz saying that her contract belongs to WCW, which means that she's his property, to end with a brawl in the ring, with the 14-minute segment ending up the highest rated and most watched quarter of the night with a 3 rating and over 3.3 million viewers. After the big promo segment, Thunder remained strong with a 3 rating, following for a Booker vs. Mike Awesome match with Scott Steiner coming out for commentary, going 5 minutes with Steiner hitting Booker with the US belt for the finish, with Awesome going over to build to a Steiner vs. Booker US title match at the Slamboree pay-per-view. Thunder's final quarter started with a Bret Hart sit-down interview with Scott Hudson at his home in Calgary, done half in character while talking about many legit issues he had during his time with the company, in the follow-up of him hitting Hogan with a chair shot to the head to close Nitro on April 17th, most notably his legit heat with Hogan after not putting him over on the way out of the WWF in '93. As well as coming to WCW to deliver the Hart vs. Hogan match, which was promised to him by Bischoff when signing with the company in '97, with Hogan ducking him and sabotaging any attempt to make the match happen for the last 3 years, closing the interview talking about the concussion issues he's living with since Starrcade, while saying that his final quest in wrestling would be to take out Hogan even if not in an official match. The Page, Arquette, Jarrett and Bischoff entrances took place at 10:56 p.m. with the match set to cross over past 11 p.m. being placed to take place during the 5-minute overrun, starting with Eric going after Arquette to take him out backstage, while Page and Jarrett worked the majority of the match in the ring, going 4 minutes with Arquette returning seconds from the finish to spear Bischoff while Jarrett hit Page with the belt, counting the double pinfall, with Arquette covering Eric first to win the belt in one of the most controversial and talked about title changes in wrestling history, with the promoted match, despite being advertised in advance, not translating to any additional audience, as while Thunder remained strong since the start of the Bischoff Russo era, drawing its second highest rating in over 9 months with a 2.7 rating overall, The tag title match, which took place between 10:59 to 11:04 p.m., dropped to the lowest rated segment of the night with a 2.3 rating, with the company hoping that the publicity coming out of the show will lead to a significant viewership boost by Monday night.
As a UFC announcer with a front row seat, I've been known to get pretty excited. And with this latest DraftKings offer, you can too. New customers take down $150 instantly in bonus bets when you bet just $5.
You can't force people to just work together and think it's going to work. From day one, bro, Eric Bischoff and myself are two completely different animals. The first time I sat down with him, it was at a restaurant in Atlanta that's no longer there called Hops. You got to understand something, bro. He's sitting across the guy that ultimately was partially responsible for him losing his job at WCW, because I was writing for the WWE when we turned the tide, and then he got fired. And then on top of that, creatively, I was the guy hired to replace him. So Eric, off the bat, has every reason in the world not to like me. Every reason in the world, bro. Plus, he wants his old job back, without a shadow of a doubt. Me, on the other hand, bro, the guy came across to me as arrogant, cocky, conceited, things that were important to Eric, money, power, they were not important to me. The thing that was always important to me, bro, was writing and producing the best show I possibly could. I didn't care about money. I didn't care about being the boss. I didn't care about people being afraid of me. I get in the trenches and I work. So from day one, bro, you had two personalities here that were never going to get along.
It did seem like an odd pairing.
Yeah. It's just we're oil and water, bro. We're just two different people.
Sometimes even sports, like they put guys together that, oh, they were good here, they're good there, let's put them together. It doesn't work. And then all of a sudden they play like a team, a cohesive team, like let's say WWE was, where they had all the pieces in place. There's no way to beat them because they're an actual team against guys that are just playing on their own, basically.
That's it, bro. Absolutely. Yep.
So with that, it almost kind of had your idea of the Millionaires Club, where all the old guys are together, all the quote-unquote rich guys, they're together against the new blood, the young guys, some of them not so young, but the younger guys, maybe the mid-card guys, maybe the guys that thought they deserved the push, Scott Steiner, Booker T, Jeff Jarrett, like those kind of guys. Is that the structure that he wanted to, or is that kind of your storyline?
No, that was both of us, bro. We met beforehand, him and I, and we basically came up with that storyline and all that stuff together.
April 10th, 2000 is pretty memorable Nitro. I mean, everybody hands over the title. Bischoff makes the funny remark to Sid, hand it over, make sure you don't have scissors, making little jokes, little shoot comments, I guess you would say in wrestling. But did you think that was going to be something? Because everybody was interested in it. Everything was hot, but that was almost like, okay, let's see if Bischoff and Russo can get along and for how long they can get along together. Bro,
listen, there were, bro, he wanted his job back. And I was in the way of that. It wasn't going to work, bro. It just wasn't going to work. And the thing that really set me off, bro, here's what really set me off. I was doing all the work. And Eric was sitting in the high office. Eric would be like the Tuesday morning quarterback, whereas going into the show, he would like everything. And then all of a sudden Tuesday, I don't know if it was based on internet or what, but all of a sudden on Tuesday, he didn't like this, he didn't like that, and he didn't like the other thing. Okay. So my whole thing is, bro, either get in the trenches and freaking work, because you're not, to me, you're not mightier than thou. Okay, bro, I was the one that physically wrote the show. See, that's the thing. You know, bro, a lot of people, this clown's one of them too. they think creative is coming to a meeting for an hour and throwing ideas out there. That's what they think creative. They have no idea, bro, what goes into writing a television show. This guy, Bischoff, they never wrote a television show, bro. I'm talking about from 1 minute to 3 hours. They never did that. They have no idea what it takes, bro. That is a lot of work. You've got to write out every promo with bullet points, every commercial break, every hook, every music entry. You got it, bro. It's literally like a movie script every week. That's what I did. I did all that work, bro. So now, you know, I got this guy sitting up here. Oh, I didn't like this. I didn't like that. And I'm like, F this, bro. F this. And bro, that's why this doesn't get talked a lot about, but I called Brad Siegel because I was so sick of working with Eric. And in this structure, I said, Brad, let Eric do creative. I'm done, bro. I'm done. Bro, I even was talking to my lawyer at that point. Bro, you need to get me out of this deal no matter what it cost me. No matter what it cost me, I don't want to be in this deal. That's the position I was in. So I said, Brad, put Eric in charge of creative. I'm done. I'm done, bro. I can't work like this. Brad held an emergency meeting, bro. He had me and Eric fly out to LA, and it was the three of us in like some kind of a bus or a camper or something. And I basically said what I'm telling you now. I basically said that in front of Eric. These are some of the reasons why Eric really hates me, because I basically laid out to Brad, bro, let him write the creative, bro. If he thinks he could do it, let him do it. But bro, Brad was like, no, like that's not what I want. I want you to write the show. So it was kind of left like, okay, Vince, you're going to write the show on your own and Eric's going to stay out of it. That's how it was kind of left. Well, bro, that Sunday was Bash at the Beach. And from that point on, it was over.
And we have a whole show, so I'm not going to get into it, but we have a whole show, me and you, on your YouTube, which is great. I think it's like 45,000 views. It's a really good amount of views, but anybody who hasn't seen it, definitely check that out. We go break that thing down into detail on Hogan's creative control and what was supposed to happen, all that.
Bro, there were 2 times. Eric despises me, bro, because that time with Siegel, and there was one time with Dixie Carter where I called him out in front of Dixie. Bro, Eric does not like to be called out. Nobody calls out Eric, bro. Nobody. I guarantee you I was the only guy that did it, not once, but twice. That's why he has this hatred towards me. But bro, the reason why I did that is I'm not going to play politics. Let's get this all out in the open, man to man. I'll say what I want to say. You say what you want to say. Brad Siegel sitting right there. Dixie Carter sitting right there. So it's not behind anybody's back. It's all in the open. That's how I do business, bro. And like I said, man, I did it once with Siegel at WCW. Then I did it with Dixie, and that does not work well with him.
I saw recently, which was very big of you. I saw recently Khan was kind of bad-mouthing Bischoff, who knows, work or shoot or whatever's going on there. But you said to think anything less of Bischoff or to discredit him in the business and think his opinion doesn't matter is silly. So I thought that was pretty big of you.
Oh, yeah, no, see, bro, that's the thing. I don't have any animosity towards him. Like, bro, Eric has said over and over again he would never be on the same show as me. He would never lower himself. Bro, I've never talked that crap. What I've always said is, bro, we were two people with 2 totally different personalities that were never going to get along. That's what I've said. I never blamed anybody. Like, he was a certain way, I was a certain way. We were never going to get along. So, bro, I have zero zero animosity towards that guy today. None. Zero.
5 days after winning the WCW title, David Arquette was set for his first show with the belt with anticipation in the business to see if the publicity stunt translated to the wide audience to either justify it or to further criticize the decision booked hours before the Thunder taping, with Vince Russo responding to the backlash of the title change, saying that the pro wrestling industry is now show business and the belt is a prop and the media attention coming out of it is justifying the decision. With the company in the days following getting what they were looking for with a lot of mainstream exposure with the footage of Arquette with the belt being covered on USA Today, Access Hollywood Extra, the New York Post among other entertainment media outlets covering the news. Arquette himself, who was a big wrestling fan playing a lead role in the WCW produced Ready to Rumble movie and was training in the ring with Kanyon and Page during the filming, was against the move when notified of the decision on Tuesday afternoon out of respect for the business, while also donating his WCW salary to the families of Owen Hart, Brian Pillman, Droz among others, feeling that he doesn't belong in the position even though the title win was booked as a fluke of him pinning Bischoff and he was never presented as a legitimate opponent against the wrestlers, with Arquette along with Page and Kanyon coming out for the title win follow-up promo saying that he doesn't deserve it and he's gonna relinquish the belt before being confronted by Bischoff and Jarrett, with Eric forcing him to defend the belt in the ring to add him to the triple cage match at Slamboree in 6 days, while booking him in a tune-up match against Tank Abbott for tonight with Page taking it for him instead. With one of the most hyped draw shows in history about to go on the air at 9 p.m. a day after one of the biggest pay-per-views in company history last night, with Rock winning the WWF title for the first time in over a year along with Austin's return, everybody knew Raw is going to do monster numbers coming off Backlash no matter what Nitro presented on the night, with the big test of the Arquette publicity coming in the unopposed hour when Nitro had the entire audience to draw from before Raw went on the air. With the first hour not only not showing any growth or additional interest, but drawing a near-record low 2.6 rating, showing that while Arquette did decent numbers in most of his individual segments, he doesn't have the mass appeal to attract either the wrestling audience or the casual mainstream audience to watch based on him being heavily featured on the show, with Nitro peaking with a 2.8 rating in the first hour for a Steiner-Jarrett Morris three-way match. Russo coming out to challenge Luger and a Sting vs Vampiro skit in the graveyard, crossing over the top of the hour with a Page vs Abbott match going 2 minutes with Abbott going over after Jarrett's interference, setting up Abbott vs Arquette for later in the show, followed by a Kidman promo which brought out Nash, opening the first opposed quarter with a 2.5 rating, which meant that Nitro, due to being down to almost its core audience, maintained almost the entire opposed viewership in the first quarter. The culmination of Rock's year-long title chase on May 1, 2000 was the payoff of perhaps the biggest single month the industry has ever seen, as the WWF peaked in almost every aspect of business between April 1 to May 1, with Raw and SmackDown viewership, pay-per-views, gates and merchandise all setting records to conclude on the night, coming off the Backlash pay-per-view ending with one of the biggest spectacles of all time for the conclusion of the main event, as Steve Austin made his first appearance since November '99 to take out the McMahon's faction, with Rock beating Triple H with the People's Elbow to win the belt for the first time since March '99, leading to a series of some of the biggest crowd reactions ever seen in the industry, also signaling the start of the build to the inevitable Rock-Austin WrestleMania main event rematch that was originally supposed to take place a few weeks earlier on April 2 at WrestleMania 16. but with Austin out with neck surgery was now targeted for WrestleMania 17 on April 1, 2001. While the faction came out on Raw for the follow-up promo on last night, Nitro dropped significantly to a show low 1.9 rating while Raw spiked big into the 7 rating range, featuring mainly the Russo-Luger confrontation to end with Chronic coming out and Russo getting all 3 arrested, while at the same time Triple H responded to losing the title to Rock saying that it took Rock, Austin and 3 other people to beat him, telling JR that he heard his commentary from last night and the game is just beginning. With Vince taking the microphone next, cutting a promo warning Austin and Linda and guaranteeing that history will be made tonight in a cage when Rock shows up here in Baltimore, with the quarter jumping big with over 1.6 million viewers to one of the highest opposed segments in history, 7.1 rating. With Rock about to get to the building in 30 minutes, 2 days before winning the belt at Backlash in a rare situation of the top WWF star on an exclusive contract working for another promotion, Rock made his Puerto Rico debut on Friday, headlining an IWA show in a tag match with Kane against the Dudleys. Arquette, who was shown outside on a movie set to start the show with wife Courtney Cox trying to convince him that he's not a wrestler and get him out of it before he gets hurt, was next against Tank Abbott, going 2 minutes before Dallas Page drove an ambulance back into the building to take out Abbott with a cutter from behind, ending up with Abbott, who is still scheduled to be Goldberg's return opponent, with him calling him out every week, getting pinned by Arquette for the finish, with the Abbott-Arquette match along with a Sting Vampiro segment also in the same quarter, bumping Nitro back over 700,000 viewers to a 2.5 rating, with Raw against it having the Hardys against the returning Too Cool with Brian Christopher returning after knee surgery going 5 minutes, with tag champions Edge and Christian in the opening segment on commentary, with King and JR spoofing all the work shoot comments going on in the business, saying that they are going to shoot with them while stopping their crowd entrance to transition to their new heel characters, followed by Vince McMahon threatening Earl Hebner to stay out of his business in a show-long angle building to the payoff in the main event, setting up a 2.5 to 6.7 rating margin. After building it throughout the show with them brawling all over the building, Nitro's main event saw Hulk Hogan vs. Mike Awesome going 7 minutes in the final quarter, bringing out Kidman to hit Hogan with a chair for the finish, with Awesome going over, and Hogan bleeding again in the final build-up to the Hogan vs. Kidman pay-per-view match on Sunday, with Hogan making a comeback before the red liquid fell on him to end with a new blood beatdown to close the show, gaining to a head-to-head peak 2.6 rating, with Nitro not crossing past the top of the hour, ending exactly at 10 p.m., continuing the inconsistent performance of the last month, with the show again dropping to a 2.5 rating overall, and with Raw picking up huge in the second hour. The 2.5 to 7.4 gap was the largest in history. Raw, which was without Kurt Angle on the night with him off the show attending the premiere of the movie Gladiator in LA, closed out the first hour having X-Pac vs. Chris Jericho going 4 minutes, with Vince booking the match for Waltman to get revenge for Stephanie after Jericho's recent promos, with Earl Hebner refereeing his first match back after being reinstated by Linda last night to continue the show-long angle of him going against DX and the McMahons, closing the first hour with a 6.8 rating. Seconds after 10 p.m. Rock was shown arriving to the building going straight to the ring with the Baltimore arena exploding with a massive ovation for Rock's first babyface promo as WWF champion, bumping Raw big with the show gaining almost 50% of the WCW viewership watching the Nitro finish to a near-record 7.9 rating. Rock put over Austin for his return last night with Rock and JR telling viewers that Austin is not going to appear tonight as to not falsely advertise him, with Rock mentioning him watching the show from Texas, before cutting a promo on the McMahons calling them out for any challenge they have for him for tonight, bringing out the faction with Vince guaranteeing that history will be made tonight, promising that Rock would lose the title in one of the shortest title reigns of all time, booking a Rock vs. Shane title cage match for the main event. Raw remained strong, hovering around the 8 rating range for the rest of the hour, which averaged over 9.6 million viewers between 10 to 11:06 p.m. having 3 matches of Edge and Christian defending the tag titles against Big Show and Rikishi, including Edge and Christian debuting their 5-second flash photography pose, along with Eddie Guerrero vs. Cesar Rios for the European title and Chris Benoit vs. Taz. After last Monday's Raw broke almost every record in show history, SmackDown 3 days later followed with its highest-rated and most-watched episode in show history, drawing a 5.4 rating with over 8.7 million viewers, building throughout in a show-long angle with Rock announcing that Austin will make an appearance, peaking in the final quarter for the Rock-Austin faction payoff segment, jumping huge to a record 6.6 rating on network television with over 10.6 million viewers on the go-home segment for the pay-per-view, as all indications pointed to Backlash drawing one of the biggest pay-per-views in WWF history, with the company notifying the cable providers during the final build-up, preparing ahead of time for the expected increased demand due to the hype surrounding the show, which ended up being the biggest pay-per-view of all time with over 670,000 buys. As with business booming across the board, the WWF would face a challenge to build on the record numbers in the next week, as Rock will be off filming his first movie role in The Mummy, missing either a Raw or SmackDown TV show for the first time in years, with him scheduled to return in Cleveland on the May 15th Raw. Rock and Shane came out at 10:50 p.m. with the match ending up closing a record-breaking month for the company with an all-time peak, breaking all viewership records, starting with the entrances and start of the match gaining to an 8.3 final quarter rating, the second highest quarter hour in Raw history on an opposed night, only behind the Rock Mankind This Is Your Life segment on September 27, 1999. With the majority of the match crossing over 11 p.m. to jump over 1.5 million viewers to a huge 9.1 rating and over 10.8 million viewers, making it the most watched match in Raw and Wrestling on cable television in history, including an unprecedented situation of the audience watching the Rock vs. Shane cage match by itself, outdrawing the Raw and Nitro combined viewership in the first hour, with the show also shattering overall rating records, with Raw's second hour drawing an 8.1 rating to make it the second highest rated hour in show history, as outside of the May 10, 1999 show, which went unopposed all night. Raw drew its highest rating in history with a 7.4 rating, culminating with Rock and Shane going 9 minutes with interferences from the faction and referees Hebner, Patterson and Briscoe, ending up with Rock retaining the title, escaping over the top of the cage to end an all-time memorable broadcast for the company. A day after making his return for the first time since September '99, Undertaker made his first TV appearance back on May 22 with the show already in the overrun in the middle of a heated Rock vs. Faction brawl peaking at record levels with over 10.5 million viewers, with Taker opening Raw the following week in his first promo since returning, kicking off the show with a 5.4 rating to set up a Taker vs. Rock angle in the main event, peaking with a 7.7. Big Show worked the first 3 weeks of May 2000 before being written off TV with an injury angle in a feud with Shane McMahon, having his last Raw appearance on May 15 in a segment of him chasing Shane to the ring along with a handicap match against Test and Albert, gaining over 1.3 million viewers to a 6.7 rating, with show's biggest number coming with him working the second hour on the record Raw on May 1, teaming with Rikishi in a tag titles match against Edge and Christian, doing a 7.9. Test and Albert got a more high-profile focus during the month, with them being partnered in segments and matches with the top heels in the McMahon's faction, teaming with Briscoe on May 8 in a handicap tables match against the Dudleys, doing a 5.9 rating, while the following week being brought in by Shane to take on Big Show in a segment jumping over a million viewers to a 6.7, with them working against the Hardys on May 22 and 29, drawing between 6.5 to 7 ratings. Eddie opened the month being involved in a massive quarter, doing a 7.8 rating for a match against Essa Rios due to being placed in Raw's huge second hour on May 1, teaming with China against Two Radicals members on May 15, doing a 6.5 rating, followed by him back in the 7 rating range for a European title match against D'Lo Brown, picking up over 900,000 viewers to a 7 rating on May 22. Ending the month in another European title match against Kurt Angle, jumping over 500,000 viewers to a 6 rating. The Hardys faced Saturn and Malenko during Raw's second hour on May 8 in a match, picking up over 500,000 viewers to a 6.7 rating, following it up in the final 2 weeks of the month in 2 tag matches against Test and Albert combined, bumping Raw over 1.6 million viewers to draw 6.5 and 7 rating. Chris Jericho was placed in perhaps the biggest drawing test of his career to date on May 8, with him positioned as the top babyface in a show-long angle on a rare night with Rock off the show, coming with massive pressure to follow up last week's all-time record rating, with Jericho working 3 matches throughout the 2 hours, first setting it up in a confrontation with the McMahons, jumping big to the highest quarter of the night, 6.8 rating, but with numbers showing mixed results for the rest of the night, as Jericho's matches with Angle and Show in the next 30 minutes both saw an over 1.2 million viewers drop, doing 5.8 quarters, before ending the night on a more positive note with his main event against Benoit rebounding 400,000 viewers to peak at a 6.9. With Jericho's other 2 notable matches coming at the start and end of the month, first with a 6.8 rating against X-Pac on May 1 picking up over 300,000 viewers, followed by a 6-man tag with the Hardys on May 29 doing a 6.5. Rikishi opened the month teaming with Big Show in a tag titles match against Edge and Christian, being able to maintain Raw at record levels with a 7.9 rating, working a match in an angle against Pat Patterson the following week, jumping over 500,000 viewers to a 6.7, with Rikishi vs. Kurt Angle taking place on May 15th to set up a 6-man tag the following week, with Too Cool against Angle, Edge and Christian doing a 7 rating. Chris Benoit headline draw in back-to-back weeks between May 8th to 15, with both drawing the peak rating of the night. First with an IC title match against Jericho, jumping over 400,000 viewers to a 6.9 rating, followed by the main event against Rock in his return after a week out, with the Benoit vs. Rock submission match picking up over a million viewers to a 7 rating, with Benoit staying in the 7 rating range for the final 2 weeks of the month with a 7.2 rating against Val Venis, followed by him closing the month in an IC title match against Hardcore Holly, jumping over 700,000 viewers to another 7 rating. Triple H challenged Rock for the WWF title rematch between them in a 60-minute Iron Man match in a segment, jumping over 1.7 million viewers to a quarter-high 6.8 rating already 30 minutes into Raw on May 8th, building up Rock's response the following week to officially set it up, closing out Raw's first hour on May 15th with a 6.5. With Triple H a day after winning back the title coming out to confront Rock in a show-closing segment, spiking huge with around 2 million viewers to a near-record 8.6 rating, before being involved in 3 segments on all the main time slots on May 29th, cutting a promo against Taker, interfering in Shane's match against Rikishi at the top of the hour, and being part of the Lumberjack match in the Rock-Taker main event, all ranging from a 5.4 to 7.7 rating. The McMahon's follow-up promo a day after Backlash on May 1st saw the massive interest on the night, spiking already 15 minutes into Raw, with the segment jumping over 1.6 million viewers to one of the highest opposed quarters in history with a 7.1 rating, building to the main event with Shane McMahon challenging Rock for the title in a cage match, jumping huge to end up the most watched match in wrestling cable television history and massive bragging rights for the McMahons, with Shane after the record number continuing as almost a full-time wrestler for the rest of the month, including a match against Rikishi on May 29th jumping over 700,000 viewers to a 6.5, with Shane also opening Raw's second hour on May 15th and 22nd first in a segment with Big Show bumping Raw over 1.3 million viewers to a 6.7 rating on the same night that Vince opened the show in a segment with the returning Shawn Michaels doing a 5.6. Followed by him cutting a promo on May 22nd before being confronted by Rock in a quarter jumping to a 7.2, with him between the massive spikes for the promo segments and regular matches ending the month with a huge viewership total of around 10 million viewers. closing out an all-time record month of business for the company, culminating in the payoff of Rock's year-long title chase last night at the Backlash pay-per-view, peaking on May 1, 2000 in a milestone broadcast for the WWF, with Rock arriving in Baltimore to open Raw's second hour at 10 p.m., gaining over half of the WCW audience, picking up Raw to a near-record 7.9 rating for his first ever babyface promo as WWF champion, with Raw already at over 9.3 million viewers, setting up the main event of Rock vs. Shane in a cage 30 minutes later, bumping the show to a near-record 8.3 rating for the entrances and first few minutes of the match, the second highest quarter hour on an opposed night in Raw history, only behind the This Is Your Life segment on September 27, 1999, as the Rock vs. Shane title match crossed over into the overrun, gaining over 1.5 million viewers to a 9.1 rating and over 10.8 million viewers, the most watched match in Raw and cable TV history, closing out the record night with Raw drawing the biggest rating in Monday Night Wars history with a 7.4 overall, with Rock off television in the next week for the first time in years, with him set to make his movie debut filming a cameo role in The Mummy, returning on May 15 first with a promo hyping the 60-minute Iron Man match in a segment jumping over 900,000 viewers to a first-hour high 6.5 rating, followed by the main event on the night with Rock vs. Benoit gaining over 1.2 million viewers to peak the night with a 7 rating in the overrun, setting up an all-time memorable show-long angle the day after the pay-per-view on May 22, with him taking out the entire McMahon-Helmsley faction throughout the night, building to the main event segment, as the final quarter, which started at a 7.1 rating, then jumped over 1.9 million viewers to a huge 8.6 rating, peaking with over 10.5 million viewers, which put the final segment and Raw overall at near-record levels, with the segment ending up the fourth most watched in Raw history, closing the month with him confronting the McMahons with the returning Undertaker to set up a promoted Rock vs. Taker lumberjack match, turning into a brawl that jumped another 1.2 million viewers to a peak 7.7 rating, as Rock closed out a record month for the industry, with him having the highest average rating ever recorded on primetime weekly wrestling television. Coming off the Slamboree pay-per-view, which saw David Arquette turning heel on Page with Jarrett winning back the title, Eric Bischoff revealed the plan of him letting Arquette pin him to get the belt off Page in response to the backlash of the title change since last Wednesday, with Arquette cutting a heel promo before being laid out by Page coming back from the hospital to write him off TV with a cutter. With the company now looking to have some direction after months of uncertainty, Turner Network supervisor Brad Siegel, who was in large part responsible for the constant changes without having any background in the business, gave a lengthy interview talking about the state of WCW in the past few months and going forward, including responding to the growing rumors of Raw moving from the USA Network to the lower-rated TNN, saying that he doesn't think the move would benefit WCW but instead benefit TNN more than anything, while thinking that Raw won't be able to sustain and eventually, due to the cyclical nature of television, would slide from its current peak numbers to give them opportunity to close the gap, and that WCW won't be able to go to the extremes of the WWF product on the Turner Network, saying that while Nitro is down 30% from last year, it's still one of the top 10 rated shows on cable on a weekly basis. And while Eric Bischoff was burned out overseeing all the departments of the company in the past, he brought him back now to only focus on the creative side with Vince Russo and combine their two philosophies for the business, as Siegel responded to the rumors that the company might be up for sale, saying that there's no consideration to doing that, and the WCW website is one of the most visited sites on the internet, while saying that Nitro will remain on Monday nights in its current 8 to 10 p.m. time slot despite rumors of it being moved due to a new TNT scheduling in the fall. With Vince Russo bringing back David Flair to turn on Rick last night, Flair came out with the two NWA and WCW title belts, talking about his history in St. Louis before calling out David coming out with Russo, with Russo saying that he spit in the face of tradition and David is now standing next to the father he never had, as Rick told David that he said to him when getting into the business that people like Russo would try to manipulate and brainwash him, with Russo suggesting a Rick vs. David match for the next pay-per-view, before Rick in one of the most talked about lines of the week saying to David that unlike Russo who burned the bridge, he can call Vince McMahon right now and get him on Raw next Monday night, ending up with David siding with Russo to attack Rick from behind in a segment jumping over 700,000 viewers to a 3.2 rating. Exactly at 9 p.m. the Wolfpack music hit with Nash coming to the ring, calling out Russo after he hit him with a bat at the end of the Flair Douglas match last night, asking what happened to the quiet Vince he knew in the WWF and saying that he was one of the people who got him his job back in WCW, interrupted by the Filthy Animals instead, with Kidman saying that Russo is too busy with the real stars of the New Blood to come out to confront him, starting a brawl to eventually bring out Hogan for the save to set up a Nash and Hogan against Filthy Animals tag match, with the opening quarter drawing a 2.9 rating, the joint highest in over 4 months. After drawing record numbers in the 7 rating range going into and coming off the Backlash pay-per-view, the company was facing a major challenge in keeping the peaking momentum going tonight, with Raw without new champion Rock for the first time in years, with him set to make his movie debut filming a cameo role in The Mummy, with Raw starting with an Edge and Christian vs. Acolytes tag titles match going 4 minutes, along with the McMahon-Helmsley regime coming out for a promo, opening Raw with a 5.2 rating against Nitro's 2.9, the closest margin between the shows in months. Nitro's second quarter saw the majority of the Page vs. Awesome stretcher match after last night's show closing bump that saw Awesome throwing Canyon off the top of the cage into the entrance ramp, going 7 minutes with Awesome going over, followed by Russo asking Scott Steiner to help him with Nash, with Steiner telling him that he's gonna do only what he wants to do to set up the next angle, with Russo sending Tank Abbott to take him out, as while Nitro started higher than usual and Raw lower. The second quarter saw Raw spiking big, with the McMahon's faction coming out for a promo while Nitro dropped to a shallow 2.3 rating, starting with footage of DX taking out Earl Hebner on SmackDown and Triple H challenging Rock to up the ante and put the title on the line in a 60-minute Iron Man match at the Judgment Day pay-per-view, setting up Rock's response in his return next week, followed by Chris Jericho coming out cutting a promo running down both Vince and Hunter before Big Show and the Dudleys came out to back him up, with Vince booking the card for tonight, with the main angle being him guaranteeing that Jericho will lose the IC title, building the show around Jericho for the first time, with Rock out as the main opposition to the faction in a series of matches, in a major test for Jericho win being the focal point of the show, with the challenge to maintain the huge numbers of the past month, with the quarter jumping big with over 1.6 million viewers to a 6.7 rating, by far the highest rated opposed segment of the night. With the hype for Goldberg's return going to the next level, with his return now weeks away, WCW on the company website teased the idea that Goldberg might show up at the TWA Dome in St. Louis tonight, with the website article saying that Goldberg's music is ready to go in the stadium in case he shows up, as moments after being attacked Scott Steiner returned to the ring taking the show hostage, calling out Tank Abbott, Russo and Bischoff to come out, setting up Goldberg's music being played to hype up the crowd, with it being Tank Abbott instead doing the entrance to continue the build to the Goldberg-Abbott confrontation, with Steiner taking him out before the returning Rick Steiner turned on Scott, as the quarter with the Steiner-Abbott segment and Goldberg tease along with a four-way tag match, saw Nitro jumping back over 700,000 viewers into a quarter-high 2.9 rating, while at the same time Raw came back down from the huge spike of the big promo segment, dropping a full rating point from a 6.7 to a 5.7 for Jericho's first match of the night against Kurt Angle. With Thunder's ratings significantly up since the start of the Russo-Bischoff regime, including last week drawing a 2.7 to peak at a 3 rating for a big star power battle royal that saw the return of Randy Savage on a one-night deal along with Bret Hart. Nitro Tonight gave more positive news for the company, as the second hour, drawing a 2.7 overall rating, was the highest rated opposed hour for Nitro against Raw in 4 months, closing it with the entrances and start of the Hogan and Nash against Filthy Animals street fight crossing over the top of the hour, while Raw had 2 matches in the quarter with Eddie Guerrero vs Godfather and the start of Briscoe against the Dudleys with a 2.7 to 5.9 rating margin. Nitro crossed over 10 p.m. with the finish of the Hogan and Nash vs Filthy Animals tag match, ending with a wild brawl to the parking lot with Hogan being attacked by the group and put in the trunk of a car, about to take off until being stopped by a monster truck, as after giving the hint earlier that his return is near with Abbott coming out with his entrance, a Goldberg truck stopped the car with the tease of it being Goldberg himself driving, with Nitro continuing longer than usual, going 16 minutes into the overrun, with the Sting vs Jarrett title match going 6 minutes to end with Vampiro interfering for the finish, bringing Hogan and Nash back out for the show-closing brawl while the Goldberg truck ran over Abbott's car outside the building, with the title match jumping to a 2.8 along with the tease of a Goldberg appearance closing the show into the 3 rating range, with anticipation of a boost for his official return coming in the next few weeks, rebounding to a 2.8 rating overall, while Raw came back down from its record levels, starting its second hour with the continuation of Briscoe, Test and Albert against the Dudleys in a tables match, along with the second Jericho match against Big Show, as the 10 to 10:15 p.m. quarter, which usually partly goes unopposed, had full head-to-head competition this week, with Nitro going long to start with a 5.8 rating. With Nitro going off the air at 10:16 p.m. Raw picked back up almost 1 million viewers into the 6 rating range for a Too Cool vs Bossman and Buchanan tag match going 4 minutes, before jumping further to a quarter-high 6.7 rating in the second hour for a Radicals vs Hardys tag match, along with the Patterson vs Rikishi match ending with Vince adding DX alongside Patterson, with the company unable to follow up on the all-time peak of the last few weeks, with Rock filming his first movie role in The Mummy, set to miss both the Raw and SmackDown TV shows this week for the first time in years, with him in Morocco for the shooting of the movie, his last appearance before coming back in Cleveland for next week's Raw, coming 2 days ago on Saturday, headlining the UK pay-per-view, with him going over Hunter and Shane in the 3-way main event. With the show built around Chris Jericho against the regime and a major test for Jericho being positioned as the top babyface on the night in place of Rock, with him potentially elevating himself to the top tier, His first two matches of the night gave mixed results, drawing 5.7 and 5.8 ratings with a drop of approximately 1.4 million viewers from the previous segments, with an opportunity to rectify it in the third match being placed in the usually show-high main event overrun time slot, going 7 minutes against Chris Benoit in the third IC title match on the night, starting with a 6.3 rating for the first half of the match before jumping over 800,000 viewers to a 6.9 rating in the 6-minute overrun, featuring the finish which saw Benoit winning the belt after Triple H's interference along with the post-match beatdown with Raw overall without Rock to build on the massive momentum, seeing a major drop from the last few weeks of record numbers back into the more normal range, doing a 6.2 rating. After hyping it in commercials and on the company website as the feud's violent blow-off match heading into Monday night, Nitro opened with a different format than usual, starting the show with a Sting vs Vampiro House of Pain cage match, going 6 minutes with Sting going over to open Nitro above the range of the last 2 weeks, doing a 2.8 rating. Nitro climbed throughout the first hour with the Goldberg monster truck again shown in the background while Kronik arrived to the building, continuing to tease the possibility of Goldberg appearing at any moment, with the first hour after the Sting Vampiro match also seeing a Kronik vs Wall and Douglas tag match in a Terry Funk vs Filthy Animals hardcore title match, each going 4 minutes. With Ric Flair still one of the consistent TV draws in the business when put in the right position, with him still heavily featured including the show Tonight built around him, the news came out on Flair extending his WCW contract for another year with the new incentive-based deal now expiring in early 2002, coming after rumors earlier in the year of Flair asking for his release, with a rumored meeting with Vince McMahon confirming to him that he will have a top spot in the WWF, including talks of a potential Rock vs Flair feud. With the Flair vs Russo feud doing strong numbers in their personal promo segments on both Nitro and Thunder over the last month, Russo and David took the program to the next level during the week with them shooting a video at Flair's home, with Rick, after hinting at getting out of the business last week, arriving to the building searching for Russo before going to the ring to call him out before the tape airs, just as Russo instructed the production crew to get the footage ready. Seeing David and Russo playing the reporter going all over Rick's house, with David giving examples of how Rick never cared about him in different comedic scenarios, ending up with them meeting the rest of the Flair family before leaving the house, with this segment taking place in the final unopposed quarter, seeing Nitro jump over 800,000 viewers to a 4.1 rating, Nitro's highest rated segment in 4 months. David entered the ring just as Nitro crossed over 9 p.m. for the follow-up Rick-David confrontation after the video, saying that he had to leave in Rick's shadow for over 20 years, with Rick, who had a title shot after winning the Battle Royal at Thunder the previous week, asking to get his shot tonight and instead face David at the next pay-per-view to set up the first match between them, telling David that the people at the back just want to manipulate him to create reality-based television with their family issues in front of the camera, saying that at the Great American Bash he's not gonna wrestle his dad but the wrestler Ric Flair, and after he embarrassed the family if David beats him he's gonna retire from the business, setting up a retirement match with Rick dealing with shoulder issues that might require surgery, closing the segment with Jarrett laying him out in the build to the main event, with the quarter which featured the Rick-David promo along with the Russo-Liz Luger cage angle opening big with a 3.1 rating. Nitro's highest-rated opening segment of the year so far and the highest since the follow-up of Starrcade in December '99. After a week out in Morocco filming his first movie role, Rock was shown entering the building a minute into Raw to signal to viewers that he's back tonight, coming in front of over 18,000 at the Gund Arena in Cleveland, opening hot with Shawn Michaels following to make his TV return for the first time since last August, with him at the time taken off TV for the foreseeable future in part because of rumored heat with both Rock and Austin, introducing himself to the audience who might not have watched him in his prime, with the wrestling viewership exploding since then, saying that he was once the greatest wrestler in the business but is currently the commissioner, saying that his focus shifted in the last few months to his family and wrestling academy and he's gonna resign from his commissioner role, showing footage of his last appearance to cost Rock the title on the first SmackDown show in August '99 to build to the announcement of him again refereeing the Rock vs. Triple H title match on Sunday, referring to his WrestleMania 12 match with Bret Hart, saying that he's the only man who has gone 60 minutes in the WWF, bringing out Vince for the response to taunt Shawn, asking if he still has it to open Raw with a 5.6 rating against the higher rated than usual Nitro quarter. Despite the month's high opening audience, Nitro was able to maintain almost its entire viewership in the second segment, loading up the opposed hour with big star power in every quarter, featuring the continuation of the Luger-Liz Russo angle with Nash coming out for the save before being attacked by Mike Awesome to set up a Nash Awesome ambulance match coming up next, followed by Scott Steiner ripping up Russo's format, telling him that he's not working within the wrestling rules to call out Rick and Tank Abbott for a fight outside the building, leading to the Goldberg monster truck showing up running over every car in the parking lot, with the announcers continuing to hype that Goldberg might be the driver and can show up at any moment to hold up viewers, while at the same time Raw picked up to a 5.8 rating with DX arriving and a Dudleys vs. Snow and Blackman tag match going 3 minutes. Nitro picked up to a 2.9 rating for Nash vs. Awesome going 5 minutes in the ambulance match to end with Page's interference with Nash powerbombing him off the stage through a table, followed by Hogan arriving to the building before Bischoff came out cutting a promo challenging Page to a match with Ernest Miller as protection, bringing out Page to take out both to set up Seed making his TV return for the first time since April 10th. Ending up with him turning on Page to join Eric before Hogan ran in for the save, setting up the angle of Bischoff turning Horace against Hulk, with the idea that both Russo and Bischoff are turning the Flair and Hogan families against each other, while Raw Against It had 2 matches in the quarter, first with Kurt Angle vs. Rikishi in a quick match to set up a 6-man tag for the pay-per-view with Edge, Christian and Too Cool coming out, along with the Godfather vs. Crash Hardcore title match, while Big Show was waiting for Shane to arrive in the parking lot throughout the hour, holding a 5.9 to 2.9 rating margin. With Nitro holding stronger than usual since the start of the hour, hovering around the 3 rating range to draw its highest opposed hour in months with a 2.9 rating overall. The only significant drop of the night came in the final quarter between 9:45 to 10 p.m. in large part because of what was happening on Raw, with Rock's return segment taking place at the same time, featuring a Hogan 3-way match against Kidman and Horace going 5 minutes in between 2 commercial breaks to end with Horace turning heel on Hogan doing a 2.5 rating. Vince was back out along with Triple H and Stephanie, saying that it's good that Michaels has left the building before he got to him, while turning to Rock saying that tonight, after a week off, to make sure that he doesn't have any ring rust heading into Sunday, he will face another champion in the main event with a Rock vs. Chris Benoit submission match set for later tonight, followed by Triple H hyping the Iron Man match, saying that they're going into the one match nobody in the business wants to touch, while warning Michaels to call the match properly or despite their past he will have no future, bringing out Rock to a massive reaction for the response hyped in the past week, saying that Hunter has been running his mouth for a week questioning if Rock would agree to go an hour, officially accepting the challenge and telling Hunter that there's something that eats him alive and that as good as he is, Rock was always better, while also warning Michaels, bringing up the last time he cost him the title, saying that he better call the match straight down the middle or he will take him out, closing the promo hyping both the 60-minute match and the Benoit main event tonight, with the segment jumping over 900,000 viewers to a first-hour high 6.5 rating. Russo and David came out for commentary in the main event with the show already past 10 p.m., followed by Flair and Jarrett making their entrances and going 6 minutes for the title to end in a surprise finish, with Flair winning the world title for the 15th time to a big reaction, as after the Flair-Russo segments already did months-high numbers in the first hour, the Flair vs. Jarrett match saw Nitro jump over 1 million viewers to a 3-month high, opposed segment 3.3 rating in the 11-minute overrun, as Nitro heavily built on the Flair-Russo program along with the boost of the show-long tease of Goldberg making his return with the constant monster truck appearances, also drew a 4-month high 3.1 overall rating, with even more viewers than the debut show on April 10th to make it the most watched show of the Russo-Bischoff era to date. With the big spike this week coming in the fourth quarter and going head-to-head with the Flair title match, Raw's top-of-the-hour quarter featuring a Chris Jericho vs. Bob Holly hardcore match going 5 minutes and not helped by including 2 commercial breaks, saw a big turnover of viewers from Raw to Nitro, with Raw dropping from a 6.5 to 5.6 while Nitro picked up from a 2.5 to 3.3, despite Raw also having 3 minutes unopposed, with Nitro going off the air at 10:12 p.m. After Nitro went off the air, Raw picked up big from 10:15 with Shane McMahon arriving for the Big Show confrontation, booking him in a handicap match against Test and Albert, with them set for a match on Sunday, bumping Raw over 1.3 million viewers from a 5.6 to a 6.7 rating, with a third of the Nitro audience watching the Flair-Jarrett finish switching to Raw. While next week WCW won't be able to take advantage of the momentum coming out of the stronger numbers this week, as Nitro would start an hour earlier from 7 to 9, while in the opposite direction Raw, coming off the Judgment Day pay-per-view, would have a full 2-hour broadcast unopposed to draw a huge audience from 9 to 11. Rock vs. Chris Benoit went 7 minutes in the main event submission match, with the story of the match being that Vince booked it in Benoit's favor, as Rock is usually not using any submissions, leading to a series of exchanges with Rock pulling out different holds, including an armbar and a figure 4 to have the match won, before the McMahons interfered with Vince signaling for the bell the moment Benoit got the crossface for the first time in a Montreal remake for him to go over, setting up the post-match brawl, with Jericho running in and Rock taking out Hunter with a rock bottom through a table to close the show, with the Rock-Benoit main event jumping over 1.2 million viewers to peak the night into the 7 rating range for the first time in 2 weeks, heading into the 60-minute Iron Man match in 6 days. 6 days after the news came out on Ric Flair legitimately collapsing at the end of the Thunder tapings last Tuesday, Vince Russo, playing off that while in the middle of a program with Flair, turned it into part of the angle, saying that he told Flair to get out of the business into a retirement home as he knew it was only a matter of time before he broke down, announcing on the company website that he will strip Flair off the WCW title at the top of Nitro and hold a funeral for his career, with Flair in the meantime while off the show tonight due to him being unable to fly with a neck brace after a treatment to fix his ear equilibrium balance issues which caused the problem, receiving medical clearance to return next Monday to continue the current highest drawing program in the company against Russo and David Flair in the build to the first Rick vs. David match, as like Nitro overall after starting an hour earlier tonight at 7 p.m. due to the NBA playoffs on TNT. Unable to build on the strong momentum coming out of the last week with the Flair-Russo-David segments drawing the highest numbers in months to lead to the show overall being the most watched Nitro of the Russo-Bischoff regime to date, with Flair, who many in the company suspected collapsed as part of the storyline after a talked about heart attack angle in a feud with Bischoff in December '98. Saying that he felt similar symptoms 8 years ago in a match against Ultimate Warrior in the WWF, which caused him to fall twice mid-match and forced him to take 5 weeks off. Nitro saw its first hour taking a major hit due to the time slot change but gaining viewers throughout, climbing from a 1.3 to a 1.7 rating at 7:45 p.m., with the reason for the change being TNT having Game 2 of a Lakers vs. Portland Western Conference Finals series starting at 9 p.m., drawing a 4.3 rating for the duration of the game, which was almost doubled by Raw head-to-head. Closing the first hour with a Terry Funk announcement teasing retirement before revealing that he signed a 1-year contract extension, followed by a Mike Awesome vs. Wall Ambulance match just before 8 p.m. WCW crossed over to its original Nitro start time at 8 p.m. with the hyped Russo funeral to Flair, arriving to the building with the belt and mocking Flair throughout the first hour, saying that they're here to celebrate the end of Flair's career, while again airing the footage of Flair falling on Thunder as part of the angle, saying that anyone who supports Flair is responsible for what happened as he tried to warn them, handing the belt back to Jeff Jarrett before going to the casket to mock Flair with the Rolex he took from him just as Nash came out of it to lay out David and Jarrett and set up the main event Nash vs. Jarrett title match, as the 8 p.m. quarter, which also included a Scott Steiner promo coming out to a big reaction in front of an hometown crowd in Michigan, saw a massive spike of over 1.4 million viewers to a 2.9 rating, which under the normal time slot would make it the highest rated opener in a month. Nitro entered the 3 rating range with Scott challenging Rick and Tank Abbott to a new Asylum cage match, bringing out Rick with them going 4 minutes before Abbott again made his Goldberg entrance to interfere with Bill Goldberg, now rumored to make his TV return at the first Nitro in June, coming from his hometown in Atlanta, along with Nash cutting a promo on Russo and Jarrett to hype the main event for the belt. With Rick off the show and expected to return next week, his 2 sons kept the feud rolling, with Reed Flair calling out David to the ring, telling him to come back to the family before David turned on him to set up Reed, taking him down, playing off his legit amateur wrestling background in a similar angle to the one against Bischoff 2 years back in the build to the Flair vs. Bischoff Starrcade match, ending up with David putting him in the figure 4. With the second half of the quarter featuring an almost impromptu Hulk Hogan vs. Vampiro match. with Hogan in the last few weeks perhaps for the first time since becoming a headliner in the industry over 20 years ago worked on advertised TV matches with almost no hype or promotion in a completely different role than he usually had where the entire show was built on and towards his segments and matches, going 5 minutes with Vampiro going over after Kidman's interference to bring out Sting for the save, with the quarter jumping another 600,000 viewers to a 3.4 rating just before the main event. Nash and Jarrett went 5 minutes with Russo coming out unannounced to be the special referee, refusing to count the falls with Nash having the match won several times before Steiner ran in going after Russo, ending up with Russo macing Nash and Steiner with Jarrett going over to take back the title, with Bischoff coming out to close the show promising the end of the careers of Hogan and Flair at the Great American Bash pay-per-view while continuing to hype a major surprise one phone call away, as Nitro, which gained viewers in every quarter of the show, peaked for the main event with a 3.6 rating in hopes of gaining back the momentum of last week next Monday. 24 hours after a 1-hour Ironman match at Judgment Day, which also featured the return of Undertaker after over 8 months, Vince opened Raw for the follow-up promo after the finish of the match saw Michaels disqualifying Rock due to Taker's interference just as the clock ran out to make it 6-5 to Hunter, with Vince bragging about last night's results, which included Shane going over Big Show and DX over the Dudleys, saying that last night was Rock's Judgment Day, warning Undertaker that he will be arrested if he shows up tonight after walking out on his contract last September, while telling the crowd that Rock might not show up tonight in Indianapolis, but if he does he's booking him against all members of DX and Shane in a 4-on-1 handicap match, as moments later Rock was walking behind McMahon on the way to his limousine, taking him out and sending him away as the first target for the night to start one of the memorable show-long angles in history, with Rock targeting the entire faction throughout the show, with Raw starting unopposed from the start. Opened with a 6.3 first quarter rating, the highest since the night after WrestleMania 16. With the WWF continuing its biggest ever boom period, as besides dominating on television and selling out major arenas in minutes, along with the last 2 pay-per-views in WrestleMania and Backlash combined drawing huge numbers of over 1.6 million domestic buys to make headlines in the entertainment licensing and cable worlds, the company was featured during the week in a cover story on Business Week publication as one of the top 3 hottest growing companies in America, noting its unprecedented boom over the past 2 years, with the company on track to shatter every revenue record in history for the current year. After the first quarter Raw, which featured 3 matches of the Hardys vs. Test and Albert, Eddie Guerrero vs. D'Lo Brown, and a 6-man tag of Too Cool vs. Kurt Angle, Edge and Christian, along with Rock taking out Road Dogg and X-Pac when arriving to the building, saw Raw jumping over a million viewers to a 7 rating, entering the 7 rating and over 8 million viewers range and staying there for the rest of the night. Raw jumped to a first-hour high at 9:45 p.m. with Shane ignoring Briscoe's warning and going to the ring bragging about his victory on Big Show last night before the building erupted, with Rock coming out to make his first appearance in front of the crowd, taking out Shane with them brawling outside the building, bumping Raw to a 7.2 rating in a quarter, which also featured the first half of a Chris Benoit vs. Val Venis IC title match going 7 minutes. Raw, which came in front of another routine 14,000 sellout crowd at the Conseco Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, crossed over the top of the hour with the Benoit vs. Venis match ending with Hardcore Holly coming to the ring to lay out both with chair shots to the head, bringing out Chris Jericho from behind to get him back, with the second half of the quarter seeing a Dudley's vs. Bossman and Buchanan tag match going 5 minutes, while in the middle Briscoe was trying to contact Triple H on the phone with Pat Patterson off the show on vacation in Montreal. After a Bradshaw vs. Crash Holly hardcore match, Triple H was the last one to arrive to the building over 90 minutes into Raw, with Briscoe giving him the details on Rock taking out the rest of the faction, with Hunter saying that he's going to find Rock first to set up the main event confrontation, followed by a hyped Shawn Michaels interview immediately following the pay-per-view main event last night on his decision to DQ Rock after the final bell, with the idea that he cost him the title for the second time, responding that he did the best job he possibly could and he's tired of people blaming him for something every time he's around, despite him being in the company longer than anybody, continuing to plant the seeds for a potential Rock vs. Michaels match, despite Rock publicly saying in interviews just a few months back that he has no interest in working with Shawn, with the quarter picking up over 500,000 viewers to a 7.1 rating just before the main event. After taking out almost the entire faction, Rock finally came out for the response promo on last night's finish, with 15 minutes to go in the broadcast, telling Triple H that they made history last night in an all-time great match, but he never beat him despite the help of the McMahons and DX, and walking out with the belt, guaranteeing to soon win back the title, before turning to Undertaker saying that he did the right thing but at the wrong time, which cost him the match, calling out Triple H to the ring, saying that after eliminating the rest it's now 1-on-1 instead of 4, bringing out Hunter putting over the Iron Man match, saying that the two top guys in the business went an hour and lit the industry on fire, but he was the one standing tonight with the title, as Rock ended the talking, challenging him to bring it to start the brawl, with the entire faction returning, setting up Undertaker arriving moments later to another huge reaction, making his TV return for the first time since September '99, as Rock and Taker took out the faction, with Rock laying out Hunter to close one of the hottest angles in Raw history, with the final quarter, which started at a 7.1 rating, then jumped over 1.8 million viewers to a huge 8.6 rating, peaking with over 10.5 million viewers, which put the final segment and Raw overall at near record levels, with the segment ending up the 4th most watched in Raw history, while the show overall with a 7.1 rating and over 8.7 million viewers for the entire 2 hours, ending up the 4th most watched episode of all time. The industry revenue at its peak depended on several factors: pay-per-views, ratings, house shows, arena gates and merchandise. We are looking at perhaps the standout month in the history of the business between April 1st to May 1st, 2000, where all of them peaked simultaneously. Throughout history there were some individual shows or string of events that did bigger in a specific department before and after that month, but almost nothing was at the same level in every aspect. The first category will be arena gates and house show crowds. In March 2000, the company's corporate website released a statement on WWF shows selling out major arenas in minutes. With ticket prices more expansive than ever before, it created a situation where ticket demand and revenue were peaking at the same time as the company were breaking local records in the city's major arenas on what seemed like a weekly basis. The streak continued as the 5 Raw shows and 4 SmackDown shows in April to May were all sold out well in advance. WrestleMania 16, despite being in a normal arena setting and not a stadium, drew the fourth highest gate in company history in addition to around 30,000 people for the Axis event. WWF continued the month with the largest non-pay-per-view MSG gate in history, a record 10 consecutive sellout of Madison Square Garden headlined by Rock and the Acolytes against DX, in addition to around 80% sellout of the other house shows during the month. The two pay-per-views during the period were WrestleMania 16 and Backlash 2000. WrestleMania, built as the night Rock wins the belt for the first time since last year's Mania, drew the biggest pay-per-view in wrestling history with over 830,000 domestic buys, making it one of the top 5 biggest ever shows to this day. An added attraction that turned out to be a big additional revenue was a special pay-per-view package for $50 total called All Day Long, with over 8 hours of coverage all the way to the opening of the Mania 16 live broadcast from Anaheim. After going with a bait-and-switch finish and not delivering at WrestleMania, Backlash was built as the final payoff of Rock's year-long title chase, with the big addition of Steve Austin coming back from injury for the first time since November 1999. The show drew over 670,000 buys, making it the biggest B pay-per-view in history, with cable providers during the final build preparing ahead of time for the expected increased demand due to the hype surrounding the show. At this point, the company's pay-per-view distribution was almost exclusively domestic, which in later years, mainly from 2004 on, will change with the expansion to a worldwide pay-per-view system. Even with the around 1.5 million pay-per-view buys for both shows, almost all exclusively domestic orders, was a peak that wasn't reached again.
What about the t-shirts? Sell the t-shirts right now. Say it. Shut your mouth, you idiot. So The Rock says we got them all. We got tank tops, t-shirts, towels, everything else. Right now the phones are ringing off the hook.
Merchandise for the month would see the company's booming business continue at WrestleMania 16, drawing an all-time record of $20 per head. That means that every person in the sold-out Anaheim Pond spent an average of $20 on merchandise at the event. The month continued with the company and Rock in particular moving merchandise at an all-time rapid rate, drawing over $10 per head on all house shows and TV tapings in the following weeks. Rock's record-breaking merchandise sales included a show at San Antonio's Freeman Coliseum, drawing over $12.80 per head, among the biggest merchandise figures for a non-pay-per-view event in history. Between its Raw and SmackDown shows on USA and UPN, this run was the highest-rated and most-watched ratings month in WWF history, with both programs peaking in viewership on cable and national television. If we take out the May 10, 1999 Raw show that went unopposed all night, the April 24, 2000 Raw show drew the highest rating in Raw history with a 7.2 overall. A week later, coming off Backlash, Raw broke the record again, drawing an all-time show peak of 7.4 overall rating. SmackDown on April 27 drew its joint highest rating of all time with a 5.4 rating, which translated in viewership would be around a 7 rating on cable TV. Looking at the individual segments that drove the peak numbers, April 24 saw 2 near-record level peaks. The first came from Vince McMahon returning to television after a week off to hype the Backlash main event, drawing an 8.1 rating. Around 40 minutes after that promo, the main event tag match of The Rock and Chris Jericho vs Triple H and Chris Benoit saw a bump to an 8.6 rating. A show-long angle between Rock, Austin and the McMahon's faction on April 27, culminating in the TV return of Steve Austin for the first time since January 2000, saw national numbers jumping to peak SmackDown levels. The show opened with Rock coming out teasing the appearance of Austin for tonight, leaving the McMahons searching all over the building throughout the night as Rock was shown leaving the parking lot. Rock then returned 15 minutes to the end of the show hyping the upcoming main event and introduced Austin on screen, standing outside the Charlotte Coliseum, ending up with him blowing up the DX Express. The segment drew a 6.6 rating, translated to around an 8 rating on cable, making it among the most watched segments in SmackDown history. The month peaked on television on the May 1st Raw. During Rock's title win promo, the McMahons came out with Vince promising that Rock will have one of the shortest title reigns of all time, booking Rock vs. Shane in a cage match for the main event. The match, which did a 8.3 final quarter-hour rating and then a 9.1 overrun, became the most-watched match in cable TV history with over 11 million viewers at the peak, making it on average around a 10 million viewer mark month for the top storyline and angles. In an overview of the time leading up to this period and its aftermath, the original plan going in would see Austin and Rock headlining their second consecutive WrestleMania in the main event rematch. The scenario, according to reports and company creative heads, would see Steve Austin win the title from Triple H around or at the Royal Rumble pay-per-view, with Rock winning the Rumble match on the same night, with Austin then turning heel on Rock, setting up the match with Rock getting the win back. Mick Foley in his 2001 book noted that the original plan was for him to turn on Rock, leading to a Rock vs. heel Cactus Jack program which would occupy Rock until Mania. With Austin's surgery delaying the match to next year, the likely option was Rock against either Hunter or Foley in the main event. Triple H was a full-time promoted performer and Foley was on his way out, so Hunter was the more likely option, especially with his growing political pull resulting in him being probably the most protected heel of all time. But the biggest one-day money match was clearly Rock vs. heel Cactus Jack. That resulted in a four-way built entirely on Rock's chase, with the added attraction of it being Foley's last match, to be counted on to build on last year's milestone event. With Rock's transcending popularity expanding the product to different audiences, including 20 million viewers on a season peak at SNL 2 weeks before the show, that was enough to draw an all-time industry pay-per-view. The company got a massive boost to its middle and upper card as the turmoil in WCW led to the Radicals signing to the roster. The tag team division was at its peak, with the three-team TLC group fully motivated to do whatever spectacularly needed to get to the next level, along with Rikishi and the Too Cool stable on fire getting some of the biggest crowd reactions of all time. With the absence of Steve Austin, Mick Foley and Undertaker, along with increased popularity which in hindsight was perhaps the most over period of his career, Chris Jericho was arguably the second biggest babyface in the company by April and was starting to get opportunities near the top of the card, working with Rock, Benoit, and Hunter. Perhaps the standout to join the permanent main event crew was Kurt Angle, who since his debut in November '99 has shown rapid improvement on a weekly basis, with the company's trust in him to pull off any booking scenario by March and April, as he was working the line between the Olympic gold wrestler to a comedic preaching character. The company was firing on all cylinders heading into the summer of 2000, while looking ahead to major players returning from injury in the next weeks and months. But the business deals going on behind the scenes at the time would impact the company in different ways long-term, with the WWF negotiating with Viacom about moving all its programming to their network, along with probably the biggest game-changer in the preparation of going public in October. In one of the most hyped Nitros of the year, coming in front of one of its biggest crowds of the year with over 13,000 at the Phillips Arena from its home base in Atlanta, WCW set up for one of its most loaded shows in months, with a pay-per-view caliber card headlined by Bill Goldberg's first match back since December '99 against Tank Abbott, promoted to start at the top of the hour, along with the first match of the highest drawing program in the company, with Ric Flair vs. Vince Russo in a cage set for later tonight, with Bischoff and Russo after mega hype for something that will change the game coming in 6 days at the Great American Bash pay-per-view, opening the show with Eric introducing himself back to the crowd in Atlanta as the empire that he built when turning WCW around since taking over 7 years ago. while announcing the rest of the loaded card including Steiner vs Vampiro Nash in a new blood gauntlet and Sting vs Jarrett, and after not being able to take out Terry Funk booking himself against Funk for the hardcore title before Russo took the microphone running down Atlanta saying that unfortunately he had to leave New York and come here when jumping to WCW in October, with Bischoff turning to Goldberg saying that they never had issues and asking him not to interfere with their plans, before Russo stirred things up saying that unlike Eric he doesn't know Goldberg while calling him out, bringing him to the ring to a big reaction from the hometown crowd with Russo and Eric bailing out to close this segment setting the stage for the night. Russo was on the WCW audio show Thursday night for a lengthy interview on the state of the company since taking over and going forward, saying that the first stage of the plan since April 10th was to stop the bleeding caused by the previous regime and then get Nitro ratings back into the 3 rating range, which they did, with now after increasing Nitro and Thunder viewerships is the time to start throwing out the trump cards with the most hyped one set for Sunday, talking about him starting to work in the ring with his first ever singles match set for later tonight, saying that he will do whatever it takes to get the product over including wrestling and taking bumps, while describing Eric's current role as a consultant who's involved in a little bit of everything but not as much as before. Russo compared the current WCW and WWF products, saying that they have the fresher, more creative show and they just have to get viewers to sample the product, similarly to his first few months in WWF creative in late '97 to early '98. Responding to the recent pay-per-view business of the company, saying that the only way to increase it is first to get Nitro into the 3.5 to 4 rating range, saying that the WWF is currently at a peak riding the wave but are making a mistake as they're coasting on their success instead of trying to stay ahead of the curve. With big hype all week including advertising his return on USA Today and throughout the first hour, Goldberg's return was promoted to start at the top of the hour with Nitro crossing over 9 p.m. with the end of the Steiner vs Vampiro match followed by a commercial break while Raw was already minutes on the air, as Abbott and Goldberg made their entrances at 9:07 p.m. with Goldberg after months of hype for the match taking out Abbott to a big reaction after interferences from Rick Steiner and Nash, ending the segment at 9:13 p.m. followed by another commercial break, with the quarter due to having over 5 minutes of ad breaks and Goldberg only appearing for 6 minutes of the 15, doing a 2.9 rating in one of the highest opening segments in months, as while on the surface the 2.9 wasn't the huge number predicted, Raw's opening segment against it drew a 4.7 rating, with the 2.9 to 4.7 rating gap of 1.8 rating points the closest margin between the shows since December '99. Indicating a massive spike in back and forth turnover of viewers during the Goldberg-Abbott match to Nitro and before and after Back to Raw, with Triple H opening the show on the USA Network cutting a promo on the 3 #1 contenders coming after his title and his recent problems with Vince McMahon, as the Hunter promo with Vince coming out to confront him at the end, which went full head-to-head with the Goldberg match at 9:07 to 9:13 opened Raw with a 4.7 rating. Not only its lowest opening segment of the year, but the lowest quarter on a Raw broadcast in 6 months, indicating that the Goldberg-Abbott match peaked huge and more than likely led to Nitro outdrawing Raw's segment during the 6-minute period. With Goldberg's return out of the way, WCW continued the loaded card with Sting vs Jeff Jarrett following it in the second quarter, going 3 minutes with Sting going over to win the WCW title, before Bischoff came out to announce that it was a non-title match and Sting taking out Jarrett with a guitar shot post-match. As while that was going on, Raw's opening segment continued and led to a more normal viewing pattern, first with Shane running in to separate Vince and Hunter before the building erupted with Rock coming out to a huge reaction, bumping Raw big with over 1.5 million viewers from a 6-month low 4.7 rating to a first hour high 6, while Nitro dropped to a show low 2.1. saying that he wants his title shot tonight, bringing out Kane and Taker to set up a Rock-Taker-Kane three-way match with the winner getting the shot in the main event to close the over 25-minute segment. As Goldberg is expected to come back full-time to give the company a star power boost despite saying in an interview during the week that he's still not 100% ready physically and is mostly running on adrenaline. Another big name on a big contract in Lex Luger went in the opposite direction with him written off storylines after refusing to go with the planned angle on the Thunder taping last Tuesday, with Russo openly acknowledging Luger being sent home, saying that Luger wanted to just go through the motions and took shots at him every chance he got, telling anyone who doesn't want to be a team player to go somewhere else, saying that he had a similar situation in the WWF when he had some creative issues with Steve Austin which he felt was only hurting himself, with Luger reportedly not liking his recent angle with the debuting Chuck Palumbo and was against Liz working in the ring. Next on Nitro was a Dallas Page vs Mike Awesome tag match along with new hardcore champion Eric Bischoff introducing the Hogan vs Horace match with the NWO music starting with Hogan bringing back Hollywood, while Raw had two matches in the quarter with a Too Cool vs Valtest and Albert six-man tag followed by Chris Benoit vs Road Dogg in a King of the Ring qualifier match. After dropping against the Big Star Power segment earlier on Raw, Nitro gained it back in the last 30 minutes in a direct turnover of around 1 million viewers, jumping to a 2.8 rating against Raw's 5.3 for a loaded quarter featuring Hollywood Hogan's return against Horace going 3 minutes, followed by the second most hyped match of the night with Ric Flair vs Vince Russo in a cage, surpassing expectations in Russo's first ever match to go 10 minutes in the main event quarter, with Flair dominating until David ran in to lead to a big spectacle with Russo trying to escape climbing to the top of the cage with Ric following, teasing throwing Russo off before Russo took a big bump hanging from the roof back into the ring, ending up with Flair having the match won with a figure 4 before the red liquid fell on Flair with Russo going over. Raw going against the Hogan-Flair-Russo matches closed out its first hour with a Briscoe vs Crash Holly hardcore title match, as at almost the exact same time Hogan came out to his old NWO song on TNT, Briscoe and Patterson came out to another old Hogan song with Real American playing on Raw, ending with Briscoe and Patterson pinning Crash to retain, followed by the entrances of the three-way match set to cross over 10 p.m. In an unusual timing, WCW took its final commercial break with the show already minutes past the top of the hour, going 12 minutes into the overrun with the Nash vs New Blood Gauntlet match, ending up with Nash running through them in seconds before Goldberg ran in for the save to bring out Eric Bischoff, saying that he warned him not to interfere in their business and he will now suspend Goldberg on Thunder on Wednesday, with Goldberg responding that he's next if he does to close the show, building to the hyped surprise coming on the Bash pay-per-view, with Nitro despite the loaded show drawing the 2.9 rating overall in the same line of the previous month, with hopes to come out with big momentum following the major angle planned on Sunday. Raw countered the Nitro overrun with the Big Star Power 3-way #1 contenders match with Rock vs. Undertaker vs. Kane going 4 minutes to open the second hour with Hunter on commentary, ending up with him interfering for the finish, attacking Taker with Rock pinning Kane to advance and set up Rock vs. Hunter for the belt coming in 50 minutes, with the top of the hour quarter with the 3-way followed by a Eddie and Chyna vs. Godfather and Malenko tag match seeing Raw jump over 1 million viewers to a 6.1 rating. Due to having the big 3-way match at the top of the hour, Raw, which went unopposed from 10:12 p.m., gained practically no viewers from the over 3.5 million watching the Nitro finish for its first full unopposed quarter between 10:15 to 10:30, before rebounding over the next 30 minutes, starting to pick up to a 6.4 rating for a Kurt Angle Legend Christian vs. Chris Jericho and Dudley's 6-man tag match going 4 minutes. Followed by another tag match of the Hardys vs. Bossman and Buchanan, with both turning on each other just before the Rock vs. Triple H main event. With his mainstream stock rising significantly since the record-breaking performance on SNL in March, followed by impressing in his first movie cameo in The Mummy a few weeks back, Variety ran a story during the week on Rock getting 2 major offers for lead roles in the $5 million range, which will make him the highest-paid actor in history for a debut lead role, with negotiations for the deal being done by a talent agency called Endeavor, with both Rock and Vince McMahon recently signing with the agency to handle contract negotiations and marketing for Rock's upcoming Hollywood career, with Rock commenting on the rumors saying that it has always been a goal to also transition into acting, and he felt very comfortable during the shooting of The Mummy due to him naturally playing the Rock character on a weekly basis, which is Dwayne Johnson, with the volume turned up to the highest degree. Rock vs. Triple H, which at one point was set to be the WrestleMania main event followed by a series of pay-per-view matches, went 10 minutes in the TV main event for the WWF title, jumping over 1.4 million viewers to peak the night with a 7.6 rating during the 7-minute overrun, with the building ready to explode for the title change following a people's elbow before interferences by the faction Kane and Taker to cost Rock the match, setting up an intrigue for a Rock vs. Taker confrontation heading into SmackDown and next Monday. Bill Goldberg turning heel for the first time in his career to join Russo and Bischoff in the New Blood was the major surprise coming out of the Great American Bash pay-per-view, with Goldberg taking out Nash to cost him the title against Jarrett with the company after Russo talked about how now, after stabilizing both Thunder and Nitro viewerships back into the 3 rating range, being the time to throw out the major trump cards, hoping that perhaps the biggest one in the top, babyface turning for the first time, would lead to similar game-changing business boosts as the Hogan NWO and Rock Corporation turns did in the past 4 years, with Bischoff and Russo coming out for the follow-up promo with Eric saying that all the established names always tried to bury Goldberg behind his back, as they knew from the moment he entered the company that he's the future and is going to take their spot. Introducing Goldberg for his follow-up heel-turn promo explanation, saying that everyone in the Millionaires Club tried to hold him down since the start, with the crowd cheering them while he was out with injury, saying that he signed a deal with Russo and Eric and is going to take out every one of them now, bringing out Nash for the response, saying that Goldberg got everything on a silver platter since his debut and the people who made him are the established names who built the company, trying to get to him through security, with Russo saying that he's looking for big ratings tonight to set up a big Goldberg vs. Nash main event. Goldberg did several media interviews promoting the Great American Bash pay-per-view during the week, with him in part criticizing the more edgy content of the company, as Goldberg, who was critical of the WWF product over the past 2 years regarding promoting to the younger demographics, said that he can't see the difference between the two company products now, with WCW pushing the envelope more during the two Russo regimes since October '99. Saying that while the majority of the audience is over 18 years old, there should be a time for segments on the show where kids can watch with their parents, which they currently don't have, including for the first time opening the door for a jump to the WWF, saying that he will consider it when his contract ends in 3 years after a several-month contract dispute with the company last year saw him sign a huge deal that made him the highest-paid performer on the roster. After originally promoting the match for the next pay-per-view, Jarrett asked Ernest Miller to book his title match against Hogan for tonight, setting it up for the top of the hour, with Jarrett laying out Hogan in the parking lot seconds after arriving to the building, with Russo and David Flair coming out minutes before 9 p.m. for the response promo on last night's Flair vs. Flair match, with this segment crossing over the top of the hour, saying that he's proud of David's performance last night, but he's tired of being everybody's punching bag lately and is not gonna take it anymore starting tonight after constantly being attacked by Flair, Nash and Steiner over the past month, saying that he's going to retire Flair personally to bring him out, as Rick mocked Russo before challenging him to put his job on the line along with his hair, setting up a Rick vs. Russo and David career vs. career hair match, with Nitro's first opposed quarter opening with a 2.8 rating, having a commercial break followed by the entrances and start of the Hogan vs. Jarrett title match. Coming from the same building where he won his first WWF title at Survivor Series 98 with the corporate champ heel turn, Rock opened draw to a huge ovation from the sold-out 18,000 crowd at the Kiel Center in St. Louis after laying out both Taker and Kane with chair shots last Thursday, calling them out along with the McMahon-Helmsley faction, with Kane the first one to respond in the build-up to the Rock vs. Kane main event for later tonight, followed by Undertaker and Linda McMahon returning to set up the main event for the King of the Ring pay-per-view, with Rock, Taker and Kane in a 6-man tag against Hunter, Vince and Shane, opening Raw with a 5.6 rating. Unlike most weeks, Nitro maintained its entire audience with a 2.8 rating in the second quarter for the majority of the Hogan vs. Jarrett title match, going 6 minutes, ending up with special referee Kidman turning babyface to help Hogan before Goldberg and Russo came out, with Goldberg spearing both and jackhammering Hogan through a table to continue to build the heat on him after the turn, with the second half of the quarter seeing Page coming out for a promo after Kanyon turned heel on him the night before to join Bischoff, saying that the business has cost him his health and family, and if he has to work with people like Eric it's not worth it anymore, walking out through the crowd hinting at retirement. Raw's opening segment continued past the 15-minute mark, gaining over 700,000 viewers to a 6.1 rating, with Vince confronting Linda after booking him in the pay-per-view main event to see her setting up the top matches for later tonight, booking Stephanie to defend the women's title against Lita and Triple H to defend the WWF title against a mystery opponent, along with Vince and Shane teaming up against the Dudleys in a tables match, with the WWF now looking more likely than ever to move out of USA to Viacom after Vince turned down 2 improved contract offers from USA Network, The WWF vs. USA court case started earlier in the day, including Vince making a reference to it on the air, saying that Linda spent most of the day in Wilmington, Delaware, where the trial took place in the morning, with USA, who had the right to retain the programming if matching any counter-offer and did match Viacom in terms of weekly fees, couldn't match the entire TV and promotion package that Viacom offered on TNN and NTV, along with several other TV specials for the duration of the contract, thus giving the WWF a way out of the clause in the contract, with USA trying to retain the WWF programs, which established them as the highest-rated primetime cable network in the past few years, with Raw, which is the highest-rated and most-watched show of the week on cable television by big margins on most weeks, looking to move to the far lower-rated TNN, which is ranked 14 in primetime viewership, with the WWF, which is looking to move to Viacom in part because of potential co-promotion for the upcoming XFL, along with the financial boost, sending out a press release distancing itself from the USA Network, saying that USA had no contribution to the WWF's success and was merely a window through which the world saw the creative endeavors of Vince McMahon and WWF talent. Nitro's final quarter started with a Scott Steiner vs. Kanyon match, followed by the hyped Flair vs. Russo career vs. career hair match, going 4 minutes to end with Russo hitting Flair with a bat to lead to his family throwing the towel, followed by a major heat angle with Russo and David shaving Flair's hair to write him off TV for shoulder surgery, with Russo, who praised Flair on the company website, saying that working with Rick on their program is one of the greatest experiences of his career, said that the idea to shave Flair's head was Rick's suggestion to put more heat on David and Russo while building up anticipation for his eventual return, with the match doing Nitro's highest quarter of the night 3 rating. While the Flair vs. Russo match was going on, Raw countered with the McMahons vs. Dudley's Tables match to close its first hour, with McMahon and Russo going head-to-head with both in the ring for the first time against each other, seeing the Russo-Flair match jumping over 700,000 viewers even against the heavy competition on Raw, while the McMahons-Dudley's match jumped to a first-hour high 6.7 rating, Raw's highest-rated opposed quarter in over a month, ending up with DX interfering for the finish to put Devon through a table after Vince and Bubba took a big bump from the top rope to the floor. Nitro crossed over 10 p.m. for a loaded overrun segment, first with the Flair head-shaving angle and Rick's final appearance for the foreseeable future, followed by a commercial break before again going longer than usual with 12 minutes past the top of the hour for the Goldberg vs. Nash main event, with Goldberg working the first match of his career as a heel in a similar aggressive style to his previous work, going 5 minutes to take out Nash, with the match peaking the night with a 3.2 rating to close the show, with Goldberg and Russo in the ring, with Nitro overall following the major hype for the Goldberg turn jumping back into the 3 rating reign. Following the McMahons-Dudley's match, Raw had an unusual top-of-the-hour quarter, with the first half of it taking place in the parking lot, first with Triple H getting Bull Buchanan to steal Undertaker's motorcycle to lead to a car chase outside in St. Louis, followed by Crash Holly attacking Briscoe and Patterson to set up a hardcore title match in the ring, going 3 minutes, with Crash going over to win back the belt, to a massive reaction to open Raw's second hour with a 6.5 rating. Unlike the usual format where Raw had a hyped segment or match placed at the top of the hour to counter the Nitro overrun, this week the Triple H vs. Mystery opponent, which turned out to be Chris Jericho WWF title match, was positioned in the first full unopposed quarter from 10:15 to 10:30, and after rarely able to attract a significant percentage of the viewership watching the Nitro finish, including last week actually dropping during the minutes following with no additional boost to Raw, the Hunter vs. Jericho title match saw a massive spike of around 40% of the Nitro audience watching the Goldberg-Nash finish tuning into Raw to bump the show from a 6.5 to a 7.7 rating, going 8 minutes with Hunter going over to retain, with Raw overall not dropping below the 7 rating range for the rest of the broadcast, staying at a 7.2 rating for the next 2 matches, first with Chris Benoit vs. Matt Hardy going 6 minutes for the IC title to draw one of Raw's most watched hours in history with over 9.2 million viewers overall, continuing the momentum from last Thursday, which saw SmackDown built around Drew Taker and Kane turning against each other throughout the show, along with a main event 6-man tag against the Faction jumping huge with around 8.7 million viewers, the second most watched episode in show history. The McMahons and DX were out just before the main event, with Vince recapping the results of the night with 3 wins for the Faction in all the matches Linda booked, hyping the King of the Ring 6-man tag pay-per-view main event before making the Rock vs. Kane match a no-holds-barred lumberjack match, with Rock making his entrance seconds from 11 p.m. to start the match already in the 8-minute overrun, as Rock and Kane went 4 minutes before the reveal that Briscoe and Patterson lost the Kane pictures to lead to Rock, Kane and Taker taking out the Faction to close the show, with the Rock vs. Kane match jumping over 1 million viewers to a massive 8 rating with over 10.1 million viewers, one of the most watched segments of Raw in history, with the show overall spiking to near record levels with a 6.8 rating and over 8.6 million viewers, making it the 5th most watched episode of Raw, which following the SmackDown viewership closed out one of the most watched weeks of WWF television in history. A day after writing and being on screen throughout the Thunder TV taping last Tuesday, Vince Russo went home Thursday after a confrontation with Turner's WCW supervisor Brad Siegel to put his status in the company in question. Russo, who was suffering from concussion symptoms coming out of his Ric Flair cage match on June 5 in Atlanta, was having vision issues and headaches in the past 2 weeks while continuing to take bumps in the ring, was again having constant issues with standards and practices, who were going over his TV scripts on a weekly basis and edited several references from the movie Deliverance during Nash's promo just last Wednesday, while clashing with company executives over wanting to bring back Lex Luger after publicly criticizing him for not going along with his planned angle, feeling that giving the talent the power to overrule him to management will undermine his authority as the head of creative, with Nitro Tonight as a result being written by an impromptu creative crew of Terry Taylor and Dead Ferrara, formed on Thursday with the instruction to write the show with no major changes to current storylines and characters, with the idea that Russo is coming back next week, with a meeting with Bischoff and Siegel in LA to determine his future in the company set for Wednesday. With no major angles expected to be shot until Russo is back on the road, the spontaneous booking committee went with a more traditional show on the night with more in-ring wrestling while continuing the Russo storylines without giving any payoff to the programs, booking the top 3 matches of the night in the first segment with Nash against Cat for Scott Hall's contract, Scott Steiner vs. Jeff Jarrett for the WCW title, and Goldberg against Horace Hogan looking for revenge for Hulk coming up next, with perhaps the biggest storyline development on the night coming with Booker taking out Kanyon doing a Paige impersonation to drop the G.I. Bro gimmick and return as Booker T to start his road to a planned main event push set for the next month. With the new creative looking to maximize numbers on the night, WCW went with a similar strategy to last September and October when trying to pop a big unopposed number before Raw goes on the air by putting a Goldberg match in the 8:45 to 9 p.m. quarter. With Goldberg 8 days after the heel turn coming out to perhaps the biggest babyface reaction of the night, already putting his heel run in question with Goldberg himself not fully committed to the role due to his out-of-the-ring charity work and the only way to get him constantly booed by the crowd and Vince Russo now off television for the foreseeable future, with the Goldberg-Horace match closing the first hour with a 3.2 rating, followed by the Nash-Cat match crossing over 9 p.m. with Hall's contract on the line, continuing to tease Hall's return for the Bash at the Beach pay-per-view after being off TV since February, with Nash going over Miller in 3 minutes before finding out that Hall's contract was with Goldberg, challenging Nash to take it at Bash at the Beach before eating it to set up the match, with the first quarter maintaining the vast majority of the unopposed audience to open Nitro with a 2.8 rating in a quarter that featured the Nash vs. Cat match, the Goldberg challenge, and the first half of a three-way cruiserweight title match. Facing strong competition on the night head-to-head with the potentially deciding game of the NBA Finals, Raw announced the full round of 16 for the King of the Ring tournament with 6 matches set to take place tonight heading into the pay-per-view Sunday, with the first one opening the show with Kurt Angle vs. Bubba Dudley going 5 minutes with Angle going over to advance, followed by the faction coming out for a promo, as while Nitro maintained its audience better than usual. Raw's opening quarter took a major hit drawing a 4.3 rating, perhaps with the combination of the Nash-Cat Goldberg match along with the heavier sports competition and no big star power promo segment that viewers were conditioned to see at the start of Raw, as the 4.3 quarter was the lowest rated quarter for a Raw broadcast on its regular time slot in over 18 months since December '98. One of the big talking points of the week took place on Wednesday in an unexpected out-of-the-ring confrontation, as with major names from both companies at a licensing trade show in New York. Goldberg publicly confronted Triple H on comments he made in an interview a few months back on Goldberg being a complainer that takes time off anytime he doesn't get his way and that he doubts Vince would sign him if he was a free agent. With Goldberg, who saw Hunter for the first time face-to-face since then, cut a promo on him in front of a big crowd in the room and challenged him on the spot before the situation was calmed down, with Triple H and the faction coming out next on Raw cutting a promo on the 3 #1 contenders saying that after Sunday he will move on to defend the belt against the winner of King of the Ring in July, with Vince, who got a fax from Linda moments before coming out reading it in the ring to change the pay-per-view main event on Sunday to a 6-man WWF title match, with the stipulation that the match takes place only if Rock, Taker and Kane win their 3 handicap matches tonight, with Raw after the year-and-a-half low to open the show rebounding over 1.2 million viewers for the faction promo to a 5.3 rating. Nitro had a Vampiro segment calling out Demon, followed by the start of a 6-man Bagwell and Chronic vs. Douglas Bigelow and Candido tag match with 2 commercial breaks in the middle to drop to a show low 2.2 rating, while Raw jumped over 400,000 viewers to a 5.5 rating for Chris Benoit vs. X-Pac going 5 minutes in the second match of the King of the Ring round of 16, with Benoit going over, followed by the third match with Eddie Guerrero vs. Chyna in the same quarter, with Eddie advancing to continue the series of matches that will also see 2 Cool members Rikishi and Scotty against each other for the first time later in the show. programs on the night due to different circumstances, with Nitro due to having a makeshift creative team and Raw due to building the show on the King of the Ring round of 16 tournament and 3 handicap matches, saw the shows having one of the most in-ring wrestling-focused nights since the start of the boom period, with both shows also indirectly advertising the same thing, with Ernest Miller on Nitro announcing that there will be no interferences tonight, while an hour later, in a coincidence or not, Vince McMahon announced no interferences in the 3 number 1 contenders handicap matches, which are all saved for the second hour, with the bell-to-bell time on both shows unusually high compared to the fast-paced storyline-driven formula of the past 4 years that exploded wrestling viewership, with the combined rating of 7.7 rating in the head-to-head hour, one of the lowest since entering the simultaneous peak of the Monday Night Wars boom period in mid-98, with both shows picking up viewers in the 9:45 to 10 p.m. quarter, with Nitro jumping over 400,000 viewers for the start of the Steiner vs. Jarrett title match, while Raw picked up to a first-hour high 5.6 rating for Chris Jericho vs. Edge, going 6 minutes in the continuation of the tournament, which saw Jericho advance to the pay-per-view. The Steiner vs. Jarrett main event, with Mike Awesome as special referee, crossed over 10 p.m. to go 9 minutes, with Steiner looking to have the match won until Awesome's interference for Jarrett to retain the belt, with the match jumping big with over 1.2 million viewers to peak the night with a 3.2 rating in the 7-minute overrun, closing the show with Goldberg laying out Steiner to bring out Nash, while Raw countered the Steiner-Jarrett title match with Undertaker working his first official Raw match since September '99 in the first of 3 handicap matches against Bossman and Buchanan, going 3 minutes, with Taker going over, with the Raw top of the hour quarter despite having 8 minutes unopposed, with Nitro going off the air at 10:07 p.m., not picking up any additional viewers, staying at a 5.5 rating. A unique impromptu angle took place 2 days ago during a WWF house show at the Target Center in Minneapolis, as in front of a 15,000 sellout crowd headlined by Rock and Dudley's vs. DX 6-man tag match. Governor Jesse Ventura was in attendance and decided to rile up the crowd, playing the heel on the spot in several exchanges with Rock throughout the match to major heat, with the usual post-match routine of Rock singing the SmackDown Hotel song, seeing him responding to Ventura telling him to bring it, to a huge reaction from the crowd, with the show also seeing another name introduced to the crowd alongside Ventura, with Brock Lesnar, who just signed a developmental deal with the WWF in his hometown, watching the show from the crowd and seeing next to Ventura during his promo exchange with Rock. The 4-day WWF vs. USA Network trial ended last Thursday with Vince McMahon testifying for 45 minutes against the network, noting that USA did nothing for the WWF's success in terms of promotion while being massively underpaid, considering Raw's cemented status as the top program on cable television over the past 2 years, putting some of the blame on USA for Nitro outdrawing Raw due to USA not matching the promotion and advertising Nitro routinely got on TNT, while saying that USA hindered Raw's viewership by preempting it for the dog show in the US Open despite the Raw audience obliterating either show by big margins, with the judge advising both companies to settle out of court, and closed the trial saying that he hopes they can smell what he's cooking, with the deal to move the WWF programming to Viacom expected to be closed in the next few weeks due to USA not being able to match the overall package offered for the existing and new TV programs. After Taker and Kane won their handicap matches, Rock was the final one headlining Raw in the third handicap match against Test and Albert, going 6 minutes, with Rock going over to book the 6-man title match for the pay-per-view Sunday, with the match picking up over 800,000 viewers to a peak 7 rating, the only segment to enter the 7 rating range on the night. as Raw going against Game 6 of the NBA Finals, which saw the Lakers winning their first NBA title in a decade, dropped from the near-record levels of last week to a 5.8 overall rating. After a meeting in LA with Brad Siegel and Eric Bischoff to determine his future in the company, Vince Russo has yet to return to the road after going home last week with concussion symptoms combined with a management dispute, with rumors of the first sign of problems between Eric and Russo starting on the way to the inevitable turn, with Russo confronting Siegel and Eric in the LA meeting, offering to let Eric write the show himself, as all he does is criticize the product in hindsight. While in the meantime, with the company still expecting Russo to return to his role in the near future, the impromptu creative team of Terry Taylor and Ed Ferrara continued to write both Nitro and Thunder again for the week, with the instruction to continue Russo's angles without major changes until he returns full-time, with Russo contributing ideas and going over the TV scripts while at home. With the second show of the new regime opening with Commissioner Ernest Miller booking the main event for tonight with a Goldberg-Nash, Steiner and Jarrett four-way title match, confronted by the returning Jim Duggan to go against Goldberg, Russo and Bischoff, and set up a Goldberg vs. Duggan match for the top of the hour. Nitro's second quarter of the first hour saw the debut of two rookies targeted to be potential future stars, with Sean O'Haire and Mark Jindrak going over the Filthy Animals in 5 minutes, with the match placed in the safer unopposed hour showing positive signs to jump over 600,000 viewers to a 3.3 rating, with the rest of the first hour also seeing a hardcore and tag title matches, with Jeff Jarrett set to defend the belt in the main event tonight and in 13 days against Hogan at Bash at the Beach, as Hogan, who was doing radio interviews in the meantime, was kept off television for the entire build-up to the match, with his next appearance set to be on the pay-per-view, with the only hype to the match being in short sporadic Jarrett and Miller interviews over the past few weeks. After almost an hour of hype by strongly building up Duggan as a sympathetic figure based on his legit health issues over the past 2 years to put as much heat on Goldberg as possible, Duggan and Goldberg made their entrances 3 minutes from the top of the hour, with the match kicking off exactly at 9 p.m., starting with Duggan attacking Goldberg until he made a comeback to dominate the match by attacking Duggan's one kidney, with the announcers selling it big, explaining Duggan's medical condition, and the crowd, at least for this week, fully turning on Goldberg to cement him as a heel for the first time in a major heat angle, with the match going 3 minutes, opening Nitro with its highest rated opposed quarter of the night, 2.6 rating, followed by the reaction of the locker room to Duggan's injury, with the second half of the quarter featuring Nash vs. Mike Awesome going 4 minutes, with Nash going over to advance to the main event, now set up with Goldberg, Nash and Jarrett. A day after the King of the Ring pay-per-view, ending with Rock pinning Vince McMahon to win back the title and close the Rock vs. McMahon-Helmsley faction feud, the WWF was set to start building the different directions to all the top players involved in the angle over the past 6 months, with Rock opening Raw to a huge ovation, with last night's win putting him as a record 5-time WWF champion, equaling Hulk Hogan and Bret Hart with the most title wins in history. calling out Vince for his final response, saying that the McMahon-Helmsley faction is officially over while Rock's era is just beginning, set up for his first lengthy title run since March '99, with Vince coming out to congratulate Rock before questioning Linda's actions over the past few months, saying that she went against him to get his attention, with Vince telling her that he's coming home, writing Vince off storylines for the foreseeable future, with the top programs going in a different direction and Vince focusing in addition to the company's creative on the WWF's TV network change and upcoming XFL preparations, as Rock and Vince shook hands, with Rock sending him home with a rock bottom to end one of the highest drawing programs the industry has ever seen, opening Raw with a 5.2 rating, followed by an unadvertised Shawn Michaels arriving to the building for another big promo segment set for later tonight. Both companies had high-profile matches head-to-head next, with Nitro having Scott Steiner vs. Buff Bagwell for the final spot in the main event four-way title match, ending with Steiner going over, while Raw had Chris Benoit vs. Rikishi in a rematch for the IC title after Benoit dropped the belt, with him set to be elevated to a main event program, opening a 5.3 to 2.4 rating margin. After ending the trial against the USA Network last week, the WWF got the expected news on Tuesday, with the judge ruling in the company's favor when declaring that USA lost the rights to WWF programming as it failed to match the entire financial and promotional package offered by Viacom, making the WWF product move to TNN and MTV official, with the almost unprecedented situation of Raw as the undisputed highest-rated show on cable television said to switch channels at the peak of its run, set to debut on TNN in September and lead a massive multi-million-dollar rebranding campaign to build the entire network around Raw in the WWF, similarly to how UPN built all promotion around SmackDown, which was a massive success and revived the entire struggling network, with Raw's move to the current home of ECW on TNN also bring up questions on the future of the company, with rumors going around on USA potentially looking to try to keep some of its wrestling audience on Monday nights by replacing Raw with ECW, which will give the company the biggest break in its history financially and exposure on the highest-rated platform, creating a scenario where all three companies are going head-to-head on Monday nights, in addition to building intrigue to the more realistic situation of how both WWF and WCW will prepare for the big night of the Switch in September, with both expected to put on two of the biggest and most hyped shows of the year, with the WWF looking to start strong and bring over its entire viewership, while WCW will look to capitalize on the network change on the night. After interfering in matches over the last week, Lance Storm made his in-ring Nitro debut after being called out by Disco and the Filthy Animals in a match going 3 minutes, while at the same time Raw jumped over 700,000 viewers to a 5.8 rating for a two-match quarter, first with Chris Jericho against X-Pac and then Eddie Guerrero vs. Val Venis combined going 6 minutes, along with two post-match angles of Stephanie and Chyna against Jericho and Trish. A Vampiro vs. Dale Tor Borg backstage brawl ending with a tease for the return of Sting opened Nitro's final quarter, followed by a commercial break, with the four-way main event unlike the usual format of the past 2 months of starting just before 10 p.m. and going longer in the overrun, seeing the entrances taking place at 9:52 p.m. along with the first half of the match, which saw Goldberg attacking Nash backstage to start it as mostly Steiner vs. Jarrett until Goldberg ran in. With Kurt Angle's coronation set to be next, Shawn Michaels came out instead in his new role as the WWF spokesperson, saying that he has a major announcement to make involving the WWF title to bring out Triple H to the ring, telling Shawn that he was screwed last night by losing the belt without getting pinned in the match. asking Michaels to book the rematch with him against Rock, with Michaels responding that he can't do it as he resigned as commissioner last month, before introducing the new commissioner, with Mick Foley making his TV return with a new look to take over the on-screen role full-time, telling Hunter that after a meeting with Linda and with Vince now gone, he has all the power to make all matches and decisions, while as Rock did in February, mocking Hunter's routine promos, saying that he will also make sure nobody ever has to listen to a boring 20-minute Triple H promo again, with this segment jumping big throughout, first gaining over 800,000 viewers to close the first hour with a 6.4 rating. The Goldberg-Steiner-Nash-Jarrett four-way title match went a little over 2 minutes past the top of the hour, picking up viewers throughout the 6-minute match to peak at a 2.9 rating for the finish, seeing Nash ran in before being laid out by Goldberg for Jarrett to retain, closing the show with Goldberg showing Nash what's left of Scott Hall's contract in the build to their Bash at the Beach match with Nitro in the second week, without Russo on the road maintaining a 2.8 rating overall, while going against the finish of the Nitro main event. Raw's Mick Foley Triple H confrontation continued, followed by new King of the Ring Kurt Angle coming out for what was originally hyped as his coronation segment, saying that along with him beating 3 people last night to win King of the Ring, he also held every title in the company, which should make him the #1 contender, ending up with Foley mocking Angle wearing the crown while booking his first main event in a 3-way #1 contender match with Rock vs Hunter vs Angle, with the quarter, which included a Lawler vs Malenko match and went unopposed from 10:02 p.m., picked up over 1 million viewers into the 7 rating range. Hours before the official announcement on the WWF moving from USA to Viacom, the company released its business report for the fiscal year between April 30, 1999 to April 30, 2000, as well as the first quarter of this year between February 1 to April 30, reporting record revenue with massive increases across the board, with 51% increase over the already record numbers of 98 to 99. Driven by the addition of ad revenue from SmackDown along with increased pay-per-view buys and higher ticket prices, in addition to a big spike in online merchandise sales, with the company reporting record revenue for the recent quarter mainly driven by huge pay-per-view buys from February to April, including an unprecedented figure of over 1.5 million buys in back-to-back shows for the record WrestleMania and Backlash pay-per-views, with the booming business continuing on Saturday with a 14th consecutive sellout of Madison Square Garden, drawing over 19,000 people, headlined by a Rock and Dudley's vs. DX 6-man tag match, as after having an exchange with Governor Jesse Ventura last week in Minnesota, another major local figure attended the show, this time in New York, with Donald Trump sitting in the crowd, turning the initial mixed reaction to a big babyface pop when saying that Rock was his favorite wrestler. Raw's viewership saw a massive increase for the overall second hour, averaging over 9.4 million viewers in one of the most watched hours in show history, opening the final quarter with a short Taker and Kane vs Edge and Christian tag match just before the 3-way main event, with Rock, Angle and Hunter going 9 minutes, crossing over the 6-minute overrun, jumping big with over 1.5 million viewers to peak the night with an 8 rating and a huge near-record figure of over 10.7 million viewers for the majority of the match, one of the 3 most watched matches in Raw history, ending up with Jericho running in, and after building up the idea of him losing the belt without getting pinned, Rock laid out Hunter with a rock bottom to pin him for the finish to close the show, with Raw rebounding big after the drop from last week, jumping back to a 6.4 overall rating.
Dance! with the future. How about a rematch, just you and me at the Great American Bash? I will beat you again. If I kick your, I get a shot in July at the WCW heavyweight title. When you're as good as me, you stand alone at the top.
Find out if it's Hogan's stepping stone to the world title or the last match of his career.
Hulk Hogan is going to retire.
You can only see it at WCW's Great American Bash, brought to you by Castro GTX.
You and me got a date, brother.
Within this cylindrical cell, the only way out is to say, I quit.
Big Papa Pump is your hookup.
Loose cannon Scott Steiner
I do what I want to do when I want to do it.
plays Warden in the Asylum.
Well, I've been to the cells. I've always survived.
Pit fighter Tank Abbott marches into the cage, just one punch away from the U.S. heavyweight title at WCW's Great American Bash, brought to you by Castro GTX. Behind the paint, a troubled man exists. Vampiro.
I told you I was going to take you to hell. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. You're psycho. Yes, I am psycho.
Flames will be ignited in the most bizarre match imaginable. The only way to win is to set your opponent on fire. Witness the Human Torch match, only at WCW's Great American Bash, brought to you by Castro GTX.
My son made the mistake of a lifetime. You were never there for me. Your son is standing next to the father he never had. The Great American Bash. Father versus son.
Ric Flair will battle his son, David Flair, in the most important match of his lifetime.
If I lose to you, I will retire from this business for the rest of my life.
WCW's Great American Bash, brought to you by Castro GTX. On June 11th, WCW's Great American Bash will make history. Ric Flair will face his son, David Flair, in the most important match of his lifetime. Billy Kidman gets a shot to end the career of Hulk Hogan. Sting battles Vampiro in a Human Torch match. Someone will be set on fire live. Order WCW's Great American Bash, Sunday, June 11th at 8 Eastern, live and only on pay-per-view. Brought to you by Castro GTX.
6 days to Bash at the Beach. Hulk Hogan remained off TV for the final build-up to his title match with Jarrett, while Vince Russo remained working from home with his first show back in person after 3 weeks out, scheduled to be the pay-per-view on Sunday. Also set to be the first face-to-face meeting of Russo and Bischoff since the meeting with Brad Siegel in LA that saw Russo confronting Siegel and offering to resign, with talks on creative dispute between Hogan, Russo and Bischoff going on during the week, with Hogan reportedly refusing Russo's planned finish of having Jarrett retain the belt, with the majority of the pay-per-view hype on television centered around the Goldberg vs. Nash match for Scott Hall's contract in what is said to be Goldberg's first pay-per-view match since December '99 and Hall's first TV appearance since February, with Goldberg coming out midway through the first hour for the final hype promo to the match, cutting off an Outsiders video package from the production truck, saying that ever since Hall and Nash got to WCW, all they did was try to undermine and destroy the company while the fans in every building cheered them, saying that he carried the company on his back for the last 2 years and he's gonna take both of them out on Sunday to bring out Nash for a brawl, with Scott Hall's status for the show still in question despite the entire pay-per-view hype built around his appearance, with Goldberg having legit heat with Hall going back to the night in December where Goldberg smashed the limousine window an hour after legitimately confronting Hall backstage at the Thunder taping due to him going off script on Goldberg during his promo on the night. With different issues going on with Goldberg and Hogan having disputes with management, Another major one came on the Thunder taping last Tuesday with Scott Steiner after being booked to lose to Mike Awesome in the main event of the show, confronting current head writer Terry Taylor and reportedly aggressively threatening him in combination of the match finish and a production timing issue during his entrance, leading to Steiner, who has already been suspended this year in February after going off script to cut a shoot promo on Ric Flair, being suspended again for this week's TV with his return set for Sunday. Nitro's lead-in segment to the top of the hour saw Jeff Jarrett coming out to hype his title match with Hogan, saying that Hogan was once the man but he's gonna retire him on Sunday, saying that he's gonna give him the send-off he deserves by bringing out 3 opera singers to sing for the end of his career, with Jarrett playing off the Fat Lady Sing saying constantly calling the singers fat to bring out the head of standards and practices to end the segment, with Jarrett continuing to call them fat before laying out the TNT representative with a guitar shot to the head, playing off an infamous legit issue happening back in December '99 where Russo got a call from standards and practices to change the original TV script on the night due to him having a Roddy Piper skit calling a woman fat when arriving to the building, with the effect of the show coming a day before the 4th of July, seeing Nitro dropping significantly to start the first opposed quarter, also featuring a Booker vs. Shane Douglas match with a 1.9 rating. With Raw's television future now known and further cemented during the week, with TNN announcing the cancellation of ECW's show on the network with the final broadcast set for September 22, the WWF started a fresh product direction on July 3 with the addition of Mick Foley back full-time in a series of comedic segments and 3 new top programs all set to start on the night, opening Raw with Triple H seeing Foley backstage to set up a Rikishi vs. Hunter IC title match, followed by a European title match kicking off the first quarter with Eddie Guerrero defending the belt against Chris Benoit, going 4 minutes with Benoit laying out Eddie with a belt shot for the DQ finish before also taking out Chyna with a crossface in a segment building up the heat for Benoit for later tonight, with Mick Foley out next for a promo. As the holiday week due to less people watching television on the night led to Raw and Nitro taking a hit, starting with one of the lowest combined viewerships in years with a combined 5.9 rating. Foley said that major changes already took place with him just 1 week in the job, including a new WWF champion, the faction splitting up and the company stock going through the roof, going over to the #1 contender to bump up the building and bring out Rock to the ring, with Rock after recapping their history welcoming him back, as Foley congratulated Rock for now being a joint record 5-time WWF champion, asking him how he feels to set up one of the memorable Raw moments of the year, with Foley getting Rock with the "It doesn't matter" catchphrase to a huge reaction from the crowd, with Foley later revealing that the idea for the segment came from Rock's suggestion, with him coming up to him after his return last Monday, saying that he recently watched back some of their Rock and Sock segments from last year and had the idea for Foley finally getting him back with his own catchphrase, followed by Shane making his return after selling an injury from the Taker King of the Ring bump through the table in the past week, saying that he watched his family embarrassing themselves in public and it's time for him to take over, ending up with Foley getting the idea to make him the #1 contender and set up a Rock vs. Shane title match in the main event, with this segment jumping over 1.4 million viewers to the highest rated opposed quarter of the night, 5.1 rating. Minutes after Nitro fell to one of its lowest quarters in history, 1.6 rating, going against the Rock Foley segment on Raw, Nitro, despite going against another big star power match with Triple H vs Rikishi going on at the same time, rebounded over 800,000 viewers from a show low 1.6 to a head-to-head quarter-high 2.2 rating for a David Flair segment with Daphne Hancock and Crowbar, followed by a Filthy Animals vs Lance Storm and Kidman tag match going 4 minutes. Raw continued to load up the first hour with Rikishi vs Triple H for the IC title set up by Foley during the first minute of the show coming next, with the match immediately following the first hour high 5.1 rating for the Foley Rock Shane segment minutes earlier, dropping to a 4.6 rating, going 5 minutes with Jericho again attacking Hunter to lead to a double count-out finish, with Hunter confronting Foley moments later, with Foley in response booking Jericho in a handicap match with X-Pac and Road Dogg for later tonight. With Scott Steiner suspended for the week, Mike Awesome, after taking out 4 people in separate ambulances, came out to open Nitro's final quarter, calling out Steiner to the ring knowing that he's not in the building before ordering the ref to count him out for a second victory on him before their match on Sunday, bringing out Rick Steiner instead, telling him to make sure there are not any Steiners in the building, with Nash coming out at 9:58 p.m. for the main event, with Hogan advertised for the main event title match on Sunday without making a TV appearance throughout the build-up. The WWF had some cable providers advertising the fully loaded pay-per-view with a poster of Steve Austin, including a written preview by mistake or not promoting Austin for the event, with him not set to return for at least 2 more months. Nitro went 3 minutes past the top of the hour and gained over 1 million viewers to peak at a 2.6 overrun, featuring the finish of the Nash-Goldberg Battle Royal, with Nash going through the heel group until Goldberg ran in to take him out, ending up with Booker leading the babyface group and Nash eliminating Goldberg to go over and end the show in a pull-apart brawl for the go-home segment to the pay-per-view. While Raw crossed over 10 p.m. with Mick Foley saying that the Jericho vs DX match will be a handicap match but 3-on-2 instead of 2-on-1 to bring out the Dudleys, with the quarter which went 12 minutes unopposed and saw the 3-on-2 match in the first half and a Taker and Kane vs Edge and Christian tag titles match in the second half picked up around 1 million viewers to a 5.7 rating. With Hunter and Jericho officially starting their feud, Angle attacking Taker to set up their match and Rock about to get a new contender for the title, the company, after closing the Rock vs McMahon-Helmsley regime program that dominated television in the past 6 months, starting a new fresh direction with Foley replacing Vince as the on-screen authority figure and Rock, Taker and Hunter all starting potential star-elevating programs against new opponents, with Vince while off television preparing for the now official move from the USA Network to Viacom in September, with TNN announcing on Thursday the official cancellation of ECW from the network, sending a press release saying that ECW has failed to meet rating performance targets while thanking the company and Paul Heyman for their efforts, with Raw's upcoming move to TNN getting big media coverage due to its status as the top show on cable, predicting TNN, which ranked number 19 in June compared to the Raw-driven USA at number 1 in primetime, to now become one of the most important networks in cable television, noting that Raw held 26 out of the top 27 most watched hours on cable in the second quarter of 2000, with Viacom's multi-million-dollar marketing campaign around Raw's switch to TNN about to start in the coming weeks to create massive hype for the move in less than 3 months. The Rock vs. Shane McMahon in the rematch of the most-watched match in Raw history on May 1st was again set to headline Raw, with their unusual combination gaining reputation as one of the most proven in the business, with Rock vs. Shane always doing huge numbers, looking to continue on the night with the entrances starting a minute from the top of the hour, with Rock coming out already past 11 p.m. as Shane took the microphone before the bell saying that he's still carrying ribs and knee injuries, while offering Rock to join him in taking over the company, ending up with Rock laying him out for what looked like a quick match before Chris Benoit attacked Rock, with him aggressively putting the crossface on him for several minutes to build the heat and set up Benoit as the #1 contender for the title. As on the night both shows took a hit due to the holidays, Raw's TV share remained at normal levels, with the Rock Shane Benoit main event angle jumping over 1 million viewers to a peak 6.4 rating and over 8.2 million viewers, by far the highest rated and most watched segment on the night. "24 hours after perhaps the most talked about worked shoot angle in wrestling history that saw Vince Russo making his TV return minutes before the scheduled Hogan vs. Jarrett title match, ending with Jarrett laying down and Russo coming back out to cut a wild shoot promo on Hogan and the state of WCW in an angle that created huge buzz in the inside audience and led to Booker T going over Jarrett to end the night, winning his first world title. Booker opened Nitro for his title win follow-up promo, thanking the crowd for their support throughout his 8 years in the company working towards this moment, while sending a message to the locker room specifically to Bill Goldberg saying that he became a mark for himself and forgot who made him who he is, bringing out Stevie Ray to congratulate his brother before being attacked by Scott Steiner coming after the belt. With Russo, Hogan and Bischoff fall off the show tonight to continue to sell the angle, with Hogan's only public comments coming on a radio show after the event. The announcers didn't explain what happened last night but hyped the pay-per-view replay as the only way for the audience to watch it due to legal reasons, which again blurred the lines, with work weeks later turning to shoot, as in the industry that saw everything in the last 4 years of the most competitive product the business has ever seen, with both companies going all out trying every type of angle and storyline. The Hogan-Russo-Bischoff bash at the beach swerve was done to perfection, to the point that even the most hardcore fan base was speculating on what was real, and more importantly was so well done that the actual participants worked themselves into a shoot, with Hogan in what ended up his final WCW appearance leaving the building and suing Russo and the company shortly after for the content of the promo in a defamation of character lawsuit, and Russo, who was scheduled to call Hogan on Monday to set up his return in a Hogan vs. Booker title feud, getting the word from WCW Turner supervisor Brad Siegel not to contact Hogan back as the company could no longer afford his contract signed during the peak of its business in mid-98, with Hogan having 2 more pay-per-view events, which includes big guarantees and bonus fees on his current deal, which expires in mid-2002. Booker was set to defend the title for the first time to close the first hour in a match against Mike Awesome, with the majority of it placed in the final quarter of the unopposed hour to cross into 9 p.m., with Booker and Awesome going 8 minutes, with Booker going over to retain, as Booker, who was the creative committee unanimous choice to be the new champion, getting more positive signs on the show, with the match drawing a 3.6 rating. the highest-rated quarter on the Nitro broadcast in 2 months since the peak of the Flair vs. Russo feud in May, with Nitro's first opposed quarter after the finish of the Booker Awesome match going to a commercial break before returning with Kat in the ring to set up the main event, calling out and confronting Scott Steiner before setting up a four-way #1 contender match for Booker's title with Steiner, Kanyon, Jarrett and Goldberg in less than an hour. With Shane McMahon returning last week alongside Chris Benoit heading into his first pay-per-view main event in the WWF against Rock, Shane and Benoit opened Raw with Shane in his new role as Benoit's mouthpiece, putting him over big to establish him as a headliner, with Benoit taking the microphone next, calling out Rock for tonight, saying that if he beats him in a non-title match he gets the shot on the pay-per-view, bringing out Rock to accept the challenge and set up Rock vs. Benoit for the TV main event 13 days from Fully Loaded, with both Raw and Nitro after taking a hit last Monday due to the holidays coming a day before the 4th of July, rebounding to open closer to normal levels with a 4.6 to 2.4 rating margin. With Scott Hall's future in the company looks to be over after not making an appearance last night at Bash at the Beach despite being heavily pushed during the entire build-up to the headline match of Nash vs. Goldberg, talks escalated during the week on Nash, who has 17 months left on his current WCW contract, to potentially jump to the WWF after already having talks with Vince McMahon earlier in the year, reportedly targeting top programs against Rock and Triple H either as his current character or a last run as Diesel under McMahon. With Nash's contract, who is in the top 5 highest paid performers in the company, is not the only deal looking to enter its final year, with new WCW champion Booker's deal also set to expire in the second quarter of 2001, while the biggest contract in the company in Goldberg having over 2 years on his deal. With Russo and Bischoff not appearing on TV or commenting publicly on the situation, Hogan and Jarrett both did interviews in the past 24 hours, with Jarrett up until today still being worked by Russo into thinking that it was a shoot due to Hogan not wanting to put him over until Russo revealed the plan to him on Monday, saying that there might be more to the situation but if there's he doesn't know about it, while Hogan did a radio interview Monday morning saying that he originally agreed to Russo's plan until being told that there's no follow-up angles for him going forward, telling WCW that he would like to be released with legal letters already sent to the company and he would have been on Raw tonight if he contractually could, putting over Vince McMahon in response to claims that he's too old, saying that Vince is 55 and still one of the top performers in their business, bringing up again the possibility of a Hogan vs. McMahon match at WrestleMania talked about in the past 2 years, with Mick Foley off the show on a legitimate WWF promotional tour in Southeast Asia. The idea on the night was that Foley booked the matches in advance, including a Chris Jericho vs. Road Dogg match coming next, as Raw continued to climb throughout the first hour, with the Jericho Road Dogg match going 5 minutes to a 5.2 rating. Nitro had a commercial-heavy quarter to close its second hour just before the main event and dropped to a show low 1.8 rating, first having a Vampiro promo calling out Demon to lead to another tease for the return of Sting with someone under a mask taking out both, with the idea that Sting is back without having him on the show in person in a similar angle to the Goldberg monster truck, followed by the four-way entrances a few minutes from the top of the hour, while at the same time Raw had its biggest viewership jump of the first hour, picking up over 900,000 viewers for Undertaker's promo calling out Kurt Angle to the ring, bringing him out to set up their pay-per-view match at Fully Loaded, before also starting the build-up to the match with Angle gifting him a scooter to set up a chase with Taker throwing it off the stage, with the Taker-Angle segment in a quarter that also saw the first half of a three-way IC title match bumped Raw to a first-hour high 5.8 rating. Nitro's Goldberg-Steiner-Jarrett Canyon four-way main event crossed over into a 4-minute overrun, gaining over 900,000 viewers to a head-to-head peak 2.5 rating, ending up with Goldberg having the match won until the newly turned heel Steiner interfered to set up a Goldberg vs. Steiner pull-apart brawl in a program which was delayed by injuries and was targeted to happen for over a year, as Nitro rebounded from the record low levels of last week to a 2.6 rating overall, with Raw against the WCW four-way match having the finish of a Kane Rikishi Vini's three-way IC title match, going 6 minutes in the first half of the top of the hour quarter while going unopposed from 10:05 p.m. to follow, with Stephanie trying to call out Jericho into a DX trap to pick up to a 6.1 rating. With Raw's move to TNN now set for the end of September, with ECW's show officially cancelled on the network, Paul Heyman's hopes of trying to negotiate a deal to replace Raw in its Monday night time slot on the USA Network, including bringing up the possibility of USA buying and financing the company, took a hit in the past week, with USA announcing that Raw will be replaced by weekly airing of movies at 9 to 11 p.m. on Monday nights, leaving the company again without the exposure of a national TV show, with the final broadcast set for September 22, 3 days before the hyped debut of Raw, with all eyes from both WWF and WCW on the first night trading on the day of the switch, with WCW looking to put on a major show to potentially attract regular Raw viewers, while Raw, which will be backed by a huge marketing campaign of over $8 million all building and advertising the debut of Raw on TNN, will look to put on a loaded Raw show in one of its biggest events of the year. After averaging a 5.2 rating during the first opposed hour, Raw jumped big after 10 p.m. with the second hour drawing over 8.8 million viewers on the back of two big quarters entering the 7 rating range. First, midway through the hour between 10:30 to 10:45 in a quarter featuring a Trish vs. Lita street fight, followed by the impromptu Triple H vs. X-Pac match created in the last 20 minutes after problems in DX throughout the night, with Road Dogg leaving the building, going 3 minutes in a legit match before luring Jericho out to the ring to reveal the swerve, with all members of DX taking out Jericho in a post-match beatdown segment to build the Hunter vs. Jericho pay-per-view match, bumping Raw to a 7.2 rating. Minutes later, after 2 commercial breaks, Rock and Benoit came out at 10:56 p.m. for the main event, and after showing instant chemistry in the ring since their first match back in February, starting the match at rapid pace to create big anticipation for the pay-per-view headliner after their strong series of TV matches, going 5 minutes into the 6-minute overrun to bump Raw to a peak 7.4 rating with over 9.6 million viewers, continuing to build the heat for Benoit, with him again putting Rock in the crossface for several minutes, and Shane revealing a referee shirt and signaling for the bell for Benoit to go over in the non-title match 13 days to the Fully Loaded pay-per-view. With Vince McMahon written off TV the previous week, Mick Foley took over the on-screen authority figure role as one of the most featured performers, advancing all the main angles in promo segments and comedic backstage skits to add another element and star power to the product while bumping viewers in every segment throughout the month. Chris Jericho opened Raw's second hour on July 24, a day after one of the most memorable matches of his career to date in the Last Man Standing match follow-up promo, gaining over 800,000 viewers to Jericho's biggest number of the month 7.3 rating, with him in the build-up to Fully Loaded facing DX in a six-man tag with the Dudleys picking up over 900,000 viewers to a 5.7. Before being involved in 3 segments on July 10, ending in a beatdown angle and quarters ranging from a 5.2 to 7.2 rating. The Acolytes and Dudleys had the same rating average throughout July, bumping viewers in a series of tag matches, with the biggest gains coming on July 31, combined bumping Raw over 1.6 million viewers to 6.6 and 7 ratings in matches against Angle, Benoit and Right to Censor, with the Acolytes' highest profile match of the month coming on July 17, teaming with Rock in a 6-man tag match to open Raw's second hour against Benoit, Edge and Christian to a 6.5 rating, on the same night that the Dudleys bumped the show over 700,000 viewers in a match against the Hardys. Boosted by the addition of Mick Foley to the weekly TV shows, Edge and Christian were established as the most featured tag team on Raw, continuing their title reign with their biggest number coming on July 24, defending the belts against the Hardys and Dudleys doing a 7.5 rating, with Edge and Christian opening and closing the month in 2 more tag title matches, first against Taker and Kane, gaining over 900,000 viewers to a 5.7, along with another 500,000 viewers against the Hardys on July 31 to a 6.4. Undertaker was building to his first pay-per-view singles match in a year against Kurt Angle, calling him out on July 10 in a segment, gaining over 800,000 viewers to a 5.8 rating, with Taker teaming with Kane against Angle and Hunter in a tag match with Kane in the main event the following week, doing a peak 7 rating in the overrun, facing Angle in the Fully Loaded rematch a day after the pay-per-view in a match jumping over 700,000 viewers to a 6.7 rating. After being involved in the Hardys vs. Test and Albert angles, Trish and Lita were separated with 2 singles matches on July 10 and 24, both doing strong numbers with 7.2 and 7.7 ratings, resulting in them being placed in the main event of the Georgia Dome Raw on July 31, teaming with Rock and Triple H in their highest profile match to date, showing a massive viewership spike at over 11 p.m. to end up the most watched segment of their careers with an 8.5 rating. Kane worked 2 tag matches with Undertaker on July 3 and 17, combined jumping over 1.7 million viewers, first with a tag titles match against Edge and Christian doing a 5.7 rating, and 2 weeks later a peak 7 rating against Angle and Hunter in the Overrun, with him having his biggest number of the year a week later in another tag match teaming with Rock in the main event on July 24th against Angle and Benoit, jumping to an 8.4 rating with over 10 million viewers, closing the month with a match against Big Show in Raw's final quarter gaining over 400,000 viewers to a 6.9. Kurt Angle was involved in 2 main angles in July 2000, building to a pay-per-view match against Undertaker while starting to advance the storyline against Triple H for SummerSlam next month, coming out on a scooter to respond to Taker's challenge on July 10th in a segment gaining over 800,000 viewers to a 5.8 rating, before being involved in Raw's opening segment the following week confronting Hunter to set up a tag match with them against Taker and Kane doing a peak 7 rating in the Overrun, with Angle working 2 matches on July 24th, first with a fully loaded rematch against Taker ending with the new group of Angle, Benoit, Show and Shane taking out Taker in an injury angle to a 6.7, and an hour later facing Rock and Kane to a massive 8.4 rating in one of the most watched matches in Raw history, opening Raw's second hour on July 31st in a tag match with Benoit against the Dudleys, jumping over 1 million viewers to a 6.6 rating. With the over 6-month McMahon-Helmsley regime storyline ending last week, Triple H moved on to a program against Chris Jericho while opening the month in a match against Rikishi during Raw's first hour doing a 4.6 rating, before building up the heat for the fully loaded Jericho match in a beatdown segment gaining over 800,000 viewers to a 7.2 rating, topping it 2 weeks later in the follow-up confrontation a day after the match doing a 7.3. With Triple H main eventing 2 Raws during the month, first teaming with Angle against Taker and Kane to a peak 7 rating, before teaming with Trish against Rock and Lita on July 31st in a match jumping to a huge 8.5 rating in the Overrun, with Hunter on the same night also involved in a promo segment with Stephanie and Foley picking up over 1.5 million viewers to a 6.1 rating. Chris Benoit was set for the biggest match of his career to date, with him set to headline his first WWF pay-per-view against Rock for the title, setting it up in the main event on July 3rd doing a 6.4 rating, with Benoit now placed with Shane as a mouthpiece, opening Raw the following week to set up a Benoit vs. Rock pay-per-view preview match in the main event doing a peak 7.4 rating, with Benoit a day after the pay-per-view teaming with Angle to face Rock and Kane in the Raw main event doing a massive 8.4 rating with near-record viewership for Benoit's third peak segment of the month, closing July bumping Raw another million viewers in a tag match with Angle against the Dudleys to a 6.6. Rock opened July in 2 segments, bumping Raw over 2.3 million viewers, first with a promo segment with Mick Foley setting up a memorable It Doesn't Matter spot, doing a 5.1 rating, with Shane returning to set up Rock vs. Shane in the main event, ending up with Chris Benoit interfering in the overrun, doing a peak 6.4 rating to start the Rock-Benoit program, with Rock vs. Benoit headlining Raw the following week in the fully loaded main event preview, jumping over 800,000 viewers to a 7.4 rating, building the hype 6 days for the pay-per-view on July 17th, with Rock snapping on Benoit in a backstage beatdown following a Rock and Acolytes vs. Benoit Edge and Christian 6-man tag match, jumping over 900,000 viewers to a 6.5 rating to open Raw's second hour, closing July in 2 big main events, drawing 2 of the top 5 most watched matches in Raw history. First, with the follow-up of the pay-per-view seeing Raw picking up to one of its most watched overall shows in history, headlined by a Rock and Kane vs. Benoit and Angle tag match, gaining over 1.3 million viewers to a massive 8.4 rating with over 10.3 million viewers, with July 31st coming from the Georgia Dome seeing the main event of Rock teaming with Lita against Hunter and Trish spiking huge in minutes with over 2 million viewers from a 6.9 final quarter to a peak 8.5 rating in the 6-minute overrun, averaging over 10.7 million viewers to end up one of the most watched matches of wrestling on cable television in history.
Hello and welcome to Vince Russo's The Brand. I am JP John Paz from the Two-Man Power Trip, and today we have the leader of the brand, Mr. Vince Russo, joining us. Vince, how are you doing today?
All right, John, what's going on, man?
So considering this is the 20th anniversary of WCW's Bash at the Beach 2000, just wanted to first say, can you believe it's been 20 years since Bash at the Beach 2000?
Crazy. I mean, that is absolutely nuts. Is today is the day?
Technically speaking, it would be tomorrow, but I guess it's really almost to the day. So right now we're recording, it's the 8th. It was actually held on July 9th.
Unbelievable. So unreal, man. Unreal. When I look back 20 years, man, I just can't believe it was that long ago.
Isn't that crazy how time just flies by? But we're still talking about Bash at the Beach 2000. Isn't that crazy?
Yes, it is, man. Yes, it is.
A lot of WWE pay-per-views, I don't even remember a week after, let alone 20 years after. So it's pretty remarkable that it's remembered after all these years.
Well, bro, I give you credit because I don't remember the day after. So you're remembering a week, which is pretty impressive, man.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So really, Bash of the Beach 2000, WCW was the 7th and final Bash of the Beach pay-per-view. Obviously, WCW would close in 2001, sell to Vince McMahon and WWE. But with World Championship Wrestling, it was at the Ocean Center in Daytona Beach, Florida. The attendance, 6,572 fans. Like I said, the 20th anniversary of the Bash of the Beach. What do you think about that crowd? Decent sized crowd. I know in today's era, it's definitely a great crowd.
Yeah, I mean, bro, I had no idea what the attendance was. I think that's the first time I have ever heard what the attendance was. But man, bro, there was a lot, a lot going down right before this, bro. Like, the week prior to Bash at the Beach, and this does not get talked about a lot, John. Prior to Bash at the Beach, you got to understand something, John. When WCW brought me back, okay, and Brad Siegel wanted me to work with Eric Bischoff, okay, bro, Siegel never told me what Eric's official role was. So I have no idea what Siegel told Bischoff. I'm not privy to that, but I could tell you he never told me, Eric's your boss. I mean, never. He basically said, Vince, I want you to work with Eric. That's what he said. Bro, I gave it the benefit of the doubt. I didn't know Eric. I wanted to make things as easy for Brad as possible. I liked Brad Siegel. I really did. So I didn't want to give him a hard time. I was still under contract with WCW. They were still paying me. So I agreed to work with Eric, not really knowing what that meant. Okay. Bro, the first time I met him, the very first time I remember, it was a restaurant in Atlanta that is no longer in business. It was called Hops, Hopps. Bro, from the second I sat down with that man, him and I did not like each other. From the 5 seconds in, him and I are complete opposite personalities. Complete, bro. Eric Bischoff is the type of guy that gets off on power, that gets off on control, that gets off on money, that gets off at people fearing him, that gets off on being in charge. That's who Eric is. I am not that guy. I don't give a shit about money. I don't give a shit about power. I don't want the corner office. I don't want people reporting to me. All I wanted to do was be in the trenches and write the best damn TV show I could write. That's it. So, bro, you had a white collar guy and you had a blue collar guy. You had a politician and you had a freaking plumber. Okay, I don't have a political bone in my body, especially when it comes to the wrestling business. And I didn't need to be a politician, because at the end of the day, I was smarter than all of them. I could see right through them a mile away. So I didn't need to play their game. I knew who they were. I knew what they were about. So, bro, we never got along, ever.
So the way he kind of explains it, Eric Bischoff explains, it's kind of like, not, I guess he's kind of your boss in a sense, or that's kind of the way he kind of was explaining the structure. But if you guys were to butt heads and there was a disagreement, Brad Siegel is both of your bosses and he takes the priority. Is that true with Brad Siegel being involved at all?
Bro, none of that was ever explained to me. All I got was, Vince, I want you to meet somebody. He never said who it was, bro, at the beginning. He never even said who it was. Vince, wow. I want you to meet. So I knew who it was. I knew Brad's relationship with Eric. He never even said it was Eric, let alone, oh, bro, this is your boss and I'm going to have the final say. So none of that. I want you to meet somebody at this restaurant, this time, on this day. I would like you to work with him. That was it. Well, again, I'm not going to sit there and call Eric a liar. I don't know what Brad told Eric. I don't know.
So what's the relationship with you and Eric? I know you don't get along, but you're writing it. He approves or it's you writing together?
At the beginning, we're writing together.
Okay.
So at the beginning, we're meeting together, just the two of us. The old, New Blood and Millionaires Club and stripping the titles. We did that together. Okay. But here's what happens, John. This is the pattern with Eric, because you got to understand, I relived this in TNA, and this is why we don't get along. Okay. So, bro, we're working together early on. And then as time goes by, Eric doesn't want to put this. Eric doesn't want to put the same time in that I want to put in. Okay, bro, when I'm writing the show, I mean, that is all I'm working on. I got tunnel vision. That is 24/7. I am forever working on that show. Eric does not have that kind of a work ethic. So it's always, you got to schedule phone calls with Eric. Eric will get to you when he's done doing whatever he's doing. Slowly but surely, Eric wasn't putting in the time that I was putting. So I was writing and producing the bulk of the show. Okay. So, bro, what happens at that point? Well, at that point, Eric then becomes the Tuesday morning quarterback. Okay. Where after the fact, oh, I didn't like this and I didn't like that. Now, keep in mind, Siegel never told me he was my boss. So, like, quite frankly, bro, I don't give a shit whether you liked it or not. Get in the freaking trenches with me. Do some freaking work. So, you can't beat Tuesday morning quarterback, right? So, bro, this Tuesday morning quarterback went on for a while, okay? And I'll never forget. This was the end, because I'll tell you exactly what happened. I was trying to create an environment with Scott Steiner where all his matches would take place in a cage. Keep in mind, bro, this is 1999. This isn't when UFC was on fire. This is like before UFC is even over. I wanted Steiner to have a gimmick match where he would get you in a cage and like just kill you.
The Asylum. Yep.
Was that the name of it?
I think that's what you were calling it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So, bro, Eric agrees to it. Okay. I tell Eric, this is what I'm going to do. Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. Okay, fine. We do it. The next day, he calls me on the phone and he's ripping it apart. Bro, this is why I remember this. I took my phone. Bro, back then it was like the phone with, it was either, it wasn't the cord, but bro, the phone, the battery operated phone.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, yeah.
Bro,
Yep.
I took the phone while he was on the phone, and bro, I swear to you, I chucked it across my room. I swear to you. My next call was to Brad Siegel. Okay? And bro, this is how I am. Bro, let him write the show. Like, seriously, Brad, if Eric thinks he can write a better show, if you think he can write a better show, let him write the show, because I know he can't. But let him write the freaking show. Bro, this backseat quarterback bullshit, it ain't happening. Let him write the show. So, bro, Brad was in LA at the time. Calls an emergency meeting like the next day. I got to fly from Atlanta to LA to meet with him and Bischoff. Okay, bro, this is where Eric hates my guts, because, bro, there were two very specific times where I called Eric Bischoff out. And Eric does not like to be called out, and nobody has ever called him out. So this is the first time I call him out in front of Brad Siegel. The second time would happen at TNA when I called him out in front of Dixie Carter. Okay? That is his big issue with me. Nobody calls this guy out.
Mm-hmm.
We met in some kind of a trailer, bro. It was like, I don't even know, like it was on a set or something, but it's very confined area. Okay. The promo I cut to Brad Siegel on the phone, I cut the same promo with Eric there. Eric was right there. I said, let him write the freaking show. I'm not dealing with this Tuesday morning quarterback. Let him write the show. Bro, at that time, Brad did not say, no, Vince, he's the boss. At that time, Brad said, no, Vince, we want you to write the show. You're going to be the writer. Eric's going to back off. Now, again, you got to understand, John, I don't know what conversations Eric and Brad are having. I only know the conversations Brad's having with me. But at that time during the week, he says, no, Vince, you're the writer of the show. I want you to write the show. And basically, Eric was going to back off. Okay? Bro, guess what the next show was?
Bash at the Beach.
Bash at the Beach. The next show. The next time we're working together after this meeting is Bash at the Beach. Okay? So now, bro, after that meeting, I go back and I start writing the show. Okay? Now, bro, you got to back up and you got to understand the creative meetings prior to Bash at the Beach. We unanimously voted on. There was about 6 of us. Unanimously, Booker T was going to win the title. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, bro, as I'm sitting down and I'm writing this show, in the back of my mind, bro, Booker T is winning the title. I'm representing, that entire creative team. It was unanimous. Bro, he's leaving the building with the title. Okay? So, bro, the way the show laid out, I think Hulk had a match with Jeff first. I can't remember the specifics, but this is what I do know. The first time I wrote the show, I think it was Hulk and Jarrett, I think. I made Hulk look like King Kong, but he didn't win the title. He wasn't leaving the building with the title. But I wrote the story in a very positive way that made Hogan look good, made Hogan look strong, made Hogan look like King Kong. Okay? Now, at that point, bro, I've got to give my show to John Laurinaitis, and now Laurinaitis has to present it to Hulk. Okay? No problem. So Laurinaitis presents it to Hulk. Laurinaitis comes back to me. It's not working for him, brother.
Right.
Okay. No problem. I write a second version, bro, where if he was King Kong in version 1, now he's King Kong and Mighty. If King Kong and Mighty Joe Young, like, bro, I had him laying out Jarrett. I had him laying out Steiner. I had him laying out everybody, but not leaving with the belt. Okay? John, here you go. Version number 2. John calls me back. Vince, Hogan says, that's fine. No problem. He'll do what's written. Okay, bro, this is probably, if I had to guess, this is probably Thursday of that week. So now in my mind, okay, bro, we're all set. Hogan's good. Everything's going according to plan. Okay, now, bro, I find out months later when I'm being deposed, okay, in my lawsuit, I'm finding out months later, okay, bro, after WCW, after the offices closed on Friday, after working hours, keep in mind, we got a pay-per-view on Sunday. Hogan's lawyer faxes a letter to WCW informing WCW that Hogan's going to play his creative control card and he's not going to do what we pitched. So, bro, they calculated sending that letter when they knew nobody would be in the office to get it. Literally, that letter, during Saturday, Sunday, is laying on an office floor somewhere. So they purposely sent that letter at a time that they knew nobody would get it. Okay? So, bro, now you got to understand, I show up in Daytona. I don't think there's no issues. No problem. Bro, 2 hours before the show, Bischoff comes up to me. Hogan wants to see you in his trailer. He has a problem with the finish and he's not doing it. Bro, this is the first time I'm hearing it. 2 hours before the show. Okay? So now, bro, keep in mind the position I'm in now. Now I go in the trailer. It's me, Hogan, and Bischoff. I just had the showdown with Bischoff during the week.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so bro, just think about the position I'm in. That's why you like these freaking dirt sheet writers. Bro, if these dirt sheet writers experienced of a tenth of what I did, they would have went home freaking crying their third day on the job. I'm in this trailer now with 2 guys that I know do not like me. Okay? And I know Booker's leaving this freaking pay-per-view with the belt. I'm not, that's happening, right? So, bro, Eric proceeds to tell me that they've already called Brad Siegel and Brad approved this storyline. So, bro, Hogan starts pitching this storyline, and then he got to the point where he wins the title. Bro, as soon as he got to that point, I'm not even listening to another word he says. Now my mind starts going into, bro, he's not winning the title. He's not leaving this building with the title. I've got to pitch him something that would work. Okay, as he's talking, my mind's thinking of something else. And I'll never forget, bro, he handed me on a silver platter. He said something to the effect of, if this shit were real. Okay? So now I turn around and I say, no, Hulk, if this shit were real, this is how it would go down. Let me tell you what would happen if this shit were real. I said, if this shit were real, and I came to this building today, and I found out that you didn't want to do a job tonight, okay? If this shit were real, I would go to Jeff Jarrett. I would tell Jeff Jarrett to lay down and let you cover him for the 1, 2, 3 and get the belt. That's what I would do, bro. That's what that's reality. That's what I would do. You don't want to do the job. I would sit here and say, okay, bro, that's fine. And then I would go tell Jeff, bro, Hogan doesn't want to do the job, so just lay down for him. Just freaking lay down for him, stick it up his ass. You want reality, that's what I would do. Okay? So he's listening, bro. He always knew when Hogan was listening, so he's listening. I said, Hulk, I would tell Jarrett to lay down for you. Okay? At that point, you're the champion. If this were real, you would really, really be pissed off at me and Jarrett for showing you up. Okay, so now at this point, you and Eric, in front of all the boys, working all the boys, would leave this building in a huff. You would leave pissed off.
Right.
Okay? I would go out there now and I would cut a scathing promo on you and I would say, keep your title, whatever that means to you, because that's not the official title anymore. I would make the match between Jarrett and Booker and I would put the belt on Booker. That's what would happen if this were real. So Hogan looks at me and he goes, oh yeah, brother. And then, maybe there could be a tournament for the belt and maybe I could face Booker or whatever. Bro, at that time, I'm not thinking of what we're doing next week. We got a show in a freaking hour.
Right.
So I said, Hulk, we'll talk about that when this is over. We will talk about that when we get back to it. When I get back to Atlanta, I will call you and we will discuss where we go from there. Okay? That was it. So now, bro, I go tell Jeff I'm telling Jeff, Hogan won't lay down for you. I'm not telling Jeff this is a work. I told Jarrett, bro, he won't put you over. F him. Lay down for him, bro. F him. Jeff was pissed. I never saw Jeff Jarrett this hard in my life. When Jeff goes out there and he's laying down for Hogan, in Jeff's mind, this is all a shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? We do that part of the business. Now, you got to understand, storyline-wise, I knew I had to make the match between Jeff and Booker. But the reason why I had to have Eric and Hulk leave the arena is because I told Hulk, bro, I can't cut that promo with you in the building. Because if I did, you'd come out and kill me. So you have to leave the building in order for me to cut that promo. That was the whole point of them leaving the building. So he lays down. Jarrett's pissed. Jarrett thinks this is real. Okay. Hogan and Bischoff leave. I go out. I cut the scathing promo. That's what I said to Hulk. I'm going to cut a scathing promo on you. John, I never told Hulk what the promo was because I didn't know what the promo was. John, every single time I performed in a wrestling ring, I never had a script. Ever. I put myself in the moment. I put myself in the place. I put myself in the time. I ad-libbed everything I ever did. It's not like today where it's like, okay, I'm going to say this and you're going to say that and I'm going to say this. No, bro, I put myself in the moment. So I said to Hogan, I'm going to cut a scathing promo on you, not knowing what that promo was going to be. So Hogan leaves the building. I cut the scathing promo on him like I said I would. Didn't know what I was going to say. I honestly, bro, I had no idea what I was going to say. That was raw emotion. And the raw emotion was on Thursday, the guy approves the script only for me to find out an hour before showtime he's not going to do it. Then he wants to leave here with the belt. Then I've got to think on my feet of a way to get out this. So it was really the emotion of, I don't need this shit. Like, seriously, like, F you, bro. Like, nothing is worth this to me. So the emotion was very real. But it was the scathing promo I said I was going to cut on Hulk Hogan. And, bro, keep in mind, here's the key. When I'm cutting the promo, I'm saying Hulk Hogan, Hulk Hogan, Hulk Hogan. I'm in the middle of a wrestling ring, and I'm cutting a promo on a fictitious character.
Right.
I never said Terry Bollea. Never. I'm cutting a promo as Vince Russo, my character, on Hulk Hogan. So, bro, I get back to Atlanta when the show is over. And Siegel calls me in his office. Vince, what happened on Sunday? I laid out to Siegel what I just laid out to you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Brad says to me, how did you leave it with Hulk? And I said, Brad, I told him I'd call him today and we'd figure out where we'd go from here. Okay. Bro, Brad Siegel, the head of the network, tells me, Vince, don't call him. We can't afford to put him on TV. Don't call him. I can't put him on TV. Now, bro, that's a very tough spot because man to man, on Sunday, when I told Hogan I was going to call him, I meant it. I absolutely meant it. I was not bullshitting him. I absolutely meant, bro, like, let's just get this night done. And then I will talk to you when we get back from TV and we'll figure out where we go from here. That was a shoot. I really meant that. Okay. But bro, now when you've got the head of TNT telling you, bro, don't call him because I can't afford to put him on the show. Well, shit, bro. Like, that puts me in a tough spot. Because I gave the guy my word that I would call him. Bro, this is the head of the network telling me, no, bro, don't call him. I can't afford him to have him on the show. So, bro, I didn't call him. So now, bro, you got a combination of two things happening. I didn't call him back like I said I would.
Right.
And, bro, every dirt sheet everywhere bought this as a shoot, hook, line, and sinker.
Yep.
So Hulk, with his ego, he's now sitting at home. I didn't call him back. And bro, he's reading all this shit of how Vince Russo got over on him. The next thing I know, bro, I'm getting hit with a defamation of character lawsuit. Hulk didn't know about anything about the promo. I defamed this character, this, that, and the other thing. Bro, the first time in my life I ever had any legal issues with anything, bro. The first time this guy is personally suing me. Okay. So, bro, they got to depose me. That's where I found out about the letter that nobody saw. They deposed me the whole 9 yards. It goes to a judge. Okay? So the judge is sitting there and saying, and he basically said, okay, bro, let me get this straight. This took place on a wrestling show where Mr. Russo is cutting a promo in a wrestling ring on a character, and you're suing him for defamation. He never even said your name. And bro, Hulk went into this whole thing about how he was like really Hulk Hogan. And like the judge was like, no, bro, you're Terry Bollea. He cut a promo on a fictitious character. Bro, the judge throws it out. Bro, he appeals it. He goes to the next judge, another 6 months, whatever it is. The next judge says the same freaking exact thing. Bro, he said Hulk Hogan. He's in a wrestling ring. It's a television show. He never even used. How does somebody defame your character when he never used your name? So the judge throws it out. Bro, the funny thing is, and I tell people this all the freaking time. Every deposition, everything, bro, it's out there. You can look, bro. I've posted them on my own website.
Yeah. Yep.
You can read Russo's words. You could read Hogan's words. You could read Bischoff's words. Bro, you know how I said earlier on that, bro, I'm 100 times smarter than you. You may think maybe you're the smartest person when it comes to the wrestling bubble. But when it comes to real life, and I grew up in New York, bro, I am always 10 steps ahead of you. Bro, when you read the depositions, Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff have two completely different stories. Bro, they couldn't even come up with the same story of what happened on that day. These two were supposed to be on the same side, and they had two completely different stories with what took place that day. Like Hogan pretty much said, the whole thing was a work, but Russo didn't tell me he was going to say this, which was true. That was true. I didn't tell him exactly what I was going to say. I didn't know. But Eric tells a story like they weren't in on any of it. They weren't in on Jarrett laying down. They weren't in on it. Like, bro, not even their stories matched up. And I mean, at the end of the day, I think, the judge kind of looked at that, and he kind of looked at just the ridiculousness of it. And he they wound up throwing out the lawsuit twice. That, bro, that's the story of Bash at the Beach. That's exactly how it went down.
So what was the relationship like with Hogan, though, leading into Bash at the Beach? Was it Bischoff kind of severing the relationship with Hogan? Is that why you guys were always like Rocky?
John, I will tell you this all the time. If there was no Eric Bischoff, bro, I'm telling you, I think I would have had a great relationship with Hulk Hogan. First of all, bro, like you, John, like every other freaking wrestling fan ever born, we all grew up on Hulk Hogan. I had all the respect in the world for this guy. I'm the first one standing online saying, without this guy, I would have never had a career in wrestling. I've always said that, bro. Bro, I grew up in New York during the height of Hogan. And bro, every time I was around them, every time I saw them, I treated them with the utmost respect. Bro, when we would have personal conversations, whether they were in person at TNT or whether they were on the phone, never, ever, ever an issue. The second you threw Bischoff in that mix, I wasn't allowed to talk to Hulk. I'd have to tell Eric something. Eric would have to go tell Hulk. Then Eric would have to report. Bro, if it were not for Eric, Hogan would have been a joy for me to work with. Because, bro, at the end of the day, if he didn't like something or something didn't work for him because of who he was and his stature, I would have respected that And bro, I can come up with 100 different ways to skin the cat. If something didn't work for him, I would stay as close to that story as I could, but I would have no problem in coming up with something that would work for him. And, like I said, bro, I would have had a great relationship with the guy if it wasn't for Bischoff. I know I would have.
So at this point, you were saying, you and the creative team, you didn't want Hogan as champion. Booker T was going to get the nod. Why not Hogan?
Let me just say that's not how it went down. John, this is exactly how it went down.
Okay.
I walked into a creative meeting. Okay, bro, they had to be. Let me try to remember who was there. Me, Ed, Terry Taylor, Disco, Jeremy Borash, Bill Banks,
Terry Taylor.
Yeah, Terry Taylor. There's about 6 or 7 people. Bro, I went into that room, and this is exactly what I said. If you could put the belt on anybody right now, who would it be? That I threw that question out, bro. Right hand to God. Every single person said Booker T. Bro, there wasn't any other suggestion. So when every other person, Booker T, Booker T, Booker T, Booker T, and they all gave an explanation as to why. And I remember, bro, when it came back around to me, I said, then, why aren't we putting the belt on Booker T? That was the conversation. And then when I said, that's when we made the decision, bro, if this is unanimous and this is the way we all feel, then let's put the belt on Booker T at Bash at the Beach. That's exactly how it went down, bro.
So with Hogan, what was your thoughts on him? Passe, he's not as over anymore. What were your thoughts on him not being champion in that era? You guys literally wanted to go with the new blood. You needed somebody different at that point.
No, bro, I'll never forget this, John. I'll never forget this. John, a couple of weeks before I joined WCW. Okay. And you can go back and look. I mean, there are things I remember. There are things I don't. Hogan and Flair were in the main event on Nitro. I was sitting at home. I was watching this as a fan. It was awful. Bro, I'm watching two legends who I grew up on. Slower, out of shape, literally former shelves of themselves as wrestlers. So I knew when I get to that company, okay, bro, they cannot be wrestlers on the card. I've got to take Hogan and Flair off of TV, and I got to create the right spot for them to be in at this point in their careers. And bro, a top spot, a spot of importance, but not putting on the tights and wrestling like it was 20 years ago. I needed to find the right spot with honor and dignity and pride to be able to bring these guys back and put them in that position. That's what I needed to do. That's what I wanted to do when I first got to WCW.
And the FUNB, remember you had the black jacket and you wanted to give him a different look as well?
Well, you see, bro, it wasn't even that. It wasn't even that, John. Here's what happened. If you notice, my first 3 months at WCW, and again, bro, go look at the ratings. Okay, the ratings and the numbers are there. The mindset of me and Ferrara when we got to WCW were, bro, ratings were in the shitter. Pay-per-view buy rates were in the shitter. The WWE was just kicking their ass thanks to me and Ferrara. Okay, so here's the first thing Ed and I had to do. We had to stop the bleeding. It's like the little boy. You put the finger in the dike. Stop the bleeding. Stop it right here. Don't let it go any lower. That's number one. Number two, we had to break down the foundation they had And brick by brick by brick, we had to start building a new house. Okay. Well, we know all this is going to take time. We know it's going to take time. We know we got to fix the television program first, because once the television program is fixed, house shows are going to come back, pay-per-views are going to come back, but you got to start with the television product. Okay. Now, bro, keep in mind, this is before there was any Avenger movies. Okay. When you look at the first 3 months, one by one by one, we're getting rid of the legends.
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to get rid of Henning. Flair's buried in the beach. Okay.
Yeah, in the desert out there. Yeah, by the filthy animals. Yeah.
Yeah. Hogan and Sting do that lay down.
Mm-hmm.
Savage, is on his way out. Piper. Bro, what I was trying to do, the storyline was one by one by one by one by one, these legends are getting eliminated. Okay, bro? Only to come back as this super team of Avengers. Because the beauty of that is, how are these guys going to work together with all these egos? You see what I'm saying? They've got to unite to have the power, and they're going to come back and they're going to have power and stroke. But are they really going to get along? That was the story. But bro, what happened reality-wise is these guys really believed that I was trying to get rid of them. It's the paranoia of wrestling. That's what it is, bro. It's the paranoia. They really believed I was getting rid of them and writing them off the show. And I'm like, no, bro, like, this is the plan. Like, this is what I'm doing. Bro, they didn't believe me. So, of course, what happens? You can connect all the dots as clear as day. Flair gets in the year of J.J. Dillon. Bro, I've been here for X amount of years. I'm the Nature Boy, Ric Flair. He's burying me in a desert, yada, 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 yada. Hogan still talking to Bischoff. Bischoff's probably still talking to Brad Siegel. Who knows? But now behind the scenes, holy shit, bro, this Russo guy comes in. He's trying to get rid of all of us, but yeah, for the younger guys. No, bro, that's not what I was trying to do. I was trying to put you in a believable role. I was trying to make you strong again. It would have been a hell of a story, but the paranoia of wrestling made these guys believe that I was writing him out of the show and I was done with him. And that was never the case.
Interesting thing about Bash at the Beach, I always thought about this. I don't even know if you've ever answered before. There was 2 belts. You got the Hogan belt, and then you got the real official big gold belt with the little bend in it that Jarrett and Booker T would wrestle for. Why is there 2 belts? Is there always 2 belts at the shows?
Bro, I've been asked that before. I don't know.
I always found that interesting.
Yeah, no, bro. Somebody brought that up to me before. Like, why would that? Like, bro, I have no idea. I don't know.
That is just so interesting to me. I guess there's always a backup belt in case it gets lost or.
Yeah, I don't know, bro, but I have no idea.
Now that promo that you cut, and you're saying all that stuff about Hogan, how much of that is a work and how much of that is a shoot of what you're saying about Hogan? I got 3 kids, I got a wife at home, I don't need this shit. Bro,
I'm feeling that way at the time. I mean, I'm feeling that way, bro. Keep in mind, I just went through all that, bro. They sent me home because of politics. Bro, think of my story, bro. I quit the WWE, and I don't regret that for a second. Vince telling me to hire a nanny, F you, bro. I don't regret that for a second. But bro, you got to understand now. I'm a Northeast guy. My family was from the Northeast. Okay. Lived in Long Island, moved to Connecticut. Connecticut's very much like Long Island. I pick up my family. All my kids are in school. We moved to Atlanta. Okay. Bro, I never like Atlanta from the get-go. Never like it. It's just a Northeast guy. It's just not for me. So, bro, now I'm in Atlanta. I don't like Atlanta, bro. I'm seeing racism. It's a whole different world than what I was used to. Okay, bro. In 3 months, with the numbers going up, they tell me, oh, bro, you're not going to be the head writer anymore. You're going to be part of a committee. And I'm like, well, unfortunately, that's not what my contract says. So I'm going to go home now and you guys can figure out how to pay me. Okay. So, bro, now keep in mind, I uproot my whole family. We move to a place that none of us like. 3 months, I'm not working. So, bro, I sit home for 3 months. And, bro, I got to tell you, in that 3 months, I swear to God, all I cared about was that check better be in my mailbox. You guys can do whatever the frig you want. Whether you call me back or not, I don't give a shit. That check better be in my mailbox. Okay? So, bro, 3 months, rating goes right back in the shitter where I knew it would be. They call me back. And what do, bro? They saddle me with Eric Bischoff, who from day one, him and I don't like each other. So then that turns into Bischoff being the Monday morning quarterback. That turns into a big blow up between me and Bischoff. That turns into me going at Bash of the Beach, finding out 2 hours before the show, this guy's not going to do what he agreed to do. Bro, can you imagine my mindset? So when I'm saying I don't need this shit, and I've got 3 freaking kids at home that are way more important than this bullshit, I 100% mean that. From the bottom of that is Vince Russo talking. And like I said, bro, you look at these dirt sheet writers who criticize me and think it's so easy. Bro, if there were any one of those guys that would have went through what I went through in that period of time, bro, they would have ran under the covers, pulled the covers over their heads, and cried for the next freaking decade because they would have never, ever been able to handle it. So by the time I got to that promo, yes, that is how I felt.
So the end game, like after this promo, and you said you kind of thinking, Hogan goes home. What's kind of like the end game for Hogan, though? Like, is he coming back? I mean, what's going to happen? I know you have that conversation, but what's your kind of thought process on what you're going to do with it?
No thought process. That's up to Brad Siegel at that point. I mean, Brad Siegel is telling me, bro, keep in mind, I don't know what Hogan's making. I don't know what the contract reads. I know nothing about that. All I know is the head of the network is saying, don't call him. I can't afford to put him on TV. So nothing. I mean, the next thing has to come from Brad Siegel. But I'm assuming, bro, if they can't afford to put him on TV now, they're going to be able to afford him a month from now? So like at that point, I'm not even thinking about Hogan until Brad Siegel says, okay, Vince, you can use him again.
So as just creatively thinking, though, if he's the champ and you have Booker T as the champ, are you maybe thinking a little bit down the road, Hogan champion match, or not even thinking of that far?
Never even got to that point.
Okay.
It never, when Brad is telling me we can't pay him, Hogan's off my radar. Hogan's off my radar until Brad is telling me something differently. So I'm not even thinking about that stuff, bro. Now, if he didn't tell me that and I would have been able to make that call, bro, yes, I would have spoke to Hulk and I would have, figured out the best way for this to work for him and the company, because, bro, I still knew I had to develop the younger talent for the good of the future of the company, because nobody in the middle was over. And these top guys were getting older and older and older. So at some point, bro, you have to start developing the middle card for the well-being of the entire company. But, like I said, bro, I would have had those conversations with Hulk. And we would have came to some kind of an agreement that would have kept him happy. And I would have also been able to, justfully serve the company because that was my job.
There's always a rumor out there, and there's a few of them that always change, it's like dirt sheet kind of stuff. But I think even Bischoff maybe gave some justification to some of it. But basically saying Hogan would come back, Halloween Havoc, and Goldberg would be champion versus champion, or something, or Booker T. Hogan. That's always been a rumor that's been out there. That's not even true. Never even thought of.
Not from me. I mean, maybe that was something in Eric's head, and maybe that was something him and Bischoff talked about, but never as far as I was concerned. When I got those orders from Brad Siegel, there was no Hulk Hogan until he came back to me and said, okay, bro, we've lessened our payroll X amount of dollars. You can write Hogan back in. So at that point, I had no plans for Hogan till Siegel told me differently.
Would have been kind of something creatively interesting. You got technically two world champions, and Hogan come back, right? I mean, you would have been open to that, him coming back and first champion.
Bro, if it was good TV and it was different, I would have been 100% open to it.
So if I could, I just want to run down the card just to go over the other match as well. I mean, obviously, the big story is you and Hogan and that whole thing, but Lieutenant Loco, first match, the Cruiserweight champion defeats Juventud Guerrera, retains the WWE Cruiserweight Championship. What did you think of Chavo as Lieutenant Loco? Is that kind of an okay gimmick, or do you think of the Misfits in action? Maybe he could have just been Chavo. What are your kind of whole thoughts on that?
I think the Misfits in action could have evolved a lot more. I didn't have the time I needed. I mean, if I would have had the time I needed to see that through and develop each and every character, it would have come much further along than it did. I just didn't have the time I needed in order to do that.
What do you think about Hoovy at this point?
I loved Hoovy. I mean, bro, I put Hoovy on color. I mean, Hoovy was so charismatic. I love the guy. I mean, I still love Hoovy to this day.
So he's so funny. The Juice.
The best. He's the best, bro.
So hardcore title matches next. Big Vito, your buddy Big Vito, defeats Norman Smiley and Ralphus to retain the title. What's kind of the thought process there? Just a jokey, fun match. Norman Smiley, obviously awesome in that gimmick, and Big Vito, obviously great as well.
Yeah, Norman was so freaking entertaining, bro. Like he just got it, man. And God, I mean, stuff like that. People like him were just so much fun to work with. You know what I mean, bro? They never had a problem. They never had an issue. If they wanted to talk creative to you, it was done in a very respectful way. So yeah, bro, it was a joy working with him. And obviously, Vito and I had a friendship, so there were never any issues there. But Vito was a very believable, hardcore type of guy. He lived the life. I mean, Vito grew up on the streets of Staten Island, bro. I mean, Vito did some bad things in his life. I mean, that's who Big Vito is.
And what about Ralphus, bringing him back? Obviously, was part of Jericho's security team back in the 98 era of Monday Night Jericho. But I just think it's so funny you decided to bring Ralphus back. Is that one of those things, he's driving the truck, you see him, you're like, oh, yes, Absolutely. He was great on TV.
Absolutely. Yep.
So just a funny pairing, really, Norman Smiley and Ralphus.
Yeah.
So next match, Daphne with Crowbar defeats Miss Hancock, a.k.a. Stacy Keibler, who was with David Flair at that point, in a wedding gown match. Do you remember this crazy match at all?
So it was Miss Hancock against
Daphne.
Yeah.
Wedding gown match. Yeah.
I don't remember the match particular.
What do you think about those two pieces of talent?
Well, first of all, I think Daphne's incredible. I mean, Daphne was a trained actress. Daphne knew how to act. So when you talk about that crazy character, she was very, 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 very good at what she did. Miss Hancock, bro, I got to tell you, when I got hired, they were doing the Nitro Girl search. And then when it was Stacy, I just knew there's something special about this girl. And I remember approaching her. She thought she was just going to be a Nitro Girl. And I said, nah, I think we could do more with you. Are you interested in being a character on the show? And she was very, very open to that. And that's basically when we came up with the Miss Hancock gimmick.
Great gimmick. She was great. And pairing her with David Flair was interesting as well.
Bro, I go back and I look at crazy David Flair stuff. Bro, I don't care what anybody says. I think he did a tremendous, tremendous job, a believable job, bro. I mean, we do a lot of those watch-alongs on Patreon, and bro, David Flair was good. I'll still say it to this day, man. I thought he did some great, great work at WCW, man.
He really isn't the athlete that obviously his sister Charlotte is,
Right.
but I feel like I mean obviously they have different mothers, but same father as Rick. But the athleticism isn't quite there with him. But he was kind of thrust into a position maybe too soon. Do you think at all? Because that's a lot of pressure. I mean, your dad's the greatest of all time. I mean,
absolutely, bro. And he didn't have to. The position I had put him in, he didn't have to rely on his wrestling. We really made him a character, and bro, his facials. Like, I mean, man, he was very, very believable as somebody that maybe lost it because of all the pressure that was put on him as being Ric Flair's son. But again, bro, it's like when you don't have the time to let these stories play out, you never really know where they're going to go,
Yep. So the next match, Chronic, Brian Adams and Brian Clark defeat the Perfect Event, Sean Stasiak and Chuck Palumbo for the WCW World Tag Team Championship. What do you think about Chronic? I always thought that they had so much potential to be such a great, just like Ron Simmons and JBL, like that APA kind of like they got some potential here with this team.
They were awesome. They were awesome. Bro, do you want to know something as a shoot? And keep in mind, like WCW is like 2000, so I'm almost 40.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, bro. I'm almost 40. Yeah, I'm almost 40. Bro, they came up with the name Chronic and they pitched it to me. Bro, I didn't know what it meant. So I said, yeah, it's a great, bro, I had no idea. I'm 40 years old. I had no idea not that I would have said no.
Right.
I still would have said that's fine. Bro, those guys were so freaking impressive. And not only that, who was it? Palumbo and
Stasiak. Perfect Event.
Oh my God, bro! Bro, I'll never forget. I think it was my first run at WCW. Maybe it was the second one. I don't remember. They had me go down to the power plant to look at these guys,
mm-hmm.
and I was like, bro, like for what I need them for on TV, they're already. Like they look like television stars. They look like wrestlers. They look like they belong. I mean, bro, Jindrak, O'Hare,
yes.
I mean, bro, all of those guys, I mean, just looked the part. And bro, keep in mind, I was not the 30-minute wrestling match guy. I mean, that's not who I was. I needed somebody that looked good, somebody that was unique, somebody that had a personality, somebody that we could tell stories with. And bro, Jindrak, O'Hare, Sanders,
Mike Sanders,
Reno.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just all of those guys, bro. So, I mean, they to me, they did an absolutely phenomenal job at that power plant. But to me, these guys look like stars.
Yeah, they're all very impressive. Obviously, a little green, but I mean, impressive, massive, huge guys. Yeah. Great look.
And a guy like Sanders,
great talker.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, bro. He didn't have their size, and you would look at a guy like Sanders and say, yeah, I could probably kick his ass, but my God, what a talker. And all he had to do was hide behind these guys and say whatever he wanted to say. So, he had a gift.
Yep. I used to love when he used to say SOL, and you know what that means. He would do that stupid laugh, like, ha, ha, ha. I mean, He was just so quick-witted, so good.
Oh, good, man. So good.
Next match was Chris Kanyon, great legend, defeats Booker T via the Jeff Jarrett chair shot, which obviously sets up Jarrett and Booker, but also kind of sets up Kanyon as a main eventer going forward and puts him in that spot where he's going to feud with DDP, obviously, as he kind of climbs the ladder. What are your thoughts on Chris Kanyon, an underrated legend?
Bro, you know what's really weird? I love Chris Kanyon. Always did, bro, because he was such a nice guy. And he was great. And he was very, very, very talented. Bro, I swear, when we started getting to the Page Canyon angle. Bro, they were very close, best friends.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, in my mind, like I was really thinking, okay, we're here now. We're going to make Canyon, because I thought Page would have no problem in putting his buddy over. Bro, Page had a problem in putting his buddy over, which took me by surprise, because I was like, bro, you know how like when you have somebody there and then if we put him over this next guy, they're going to go to that next level. Mm-hmm. And that was my idea with Canyon all along. But when we got there, Page was like very hesitant. And I was like, I did not see that coming. And bro, I got to be honest with you, it stunted the growth of Canyon more than I would have liked it to.
Yeah, that's interesting that DDP was so against, because Canyon, obviously ready, the innovator of offense, such a great wrestler, such a great character, always had some funny little, witty comment to say. He was great. And obviously in the ring, I mean, you can't get better than him in the ring. He was unbelievable. Yeah. So that part of just a great setup with Jarrett hitting him with the guitar shot, setting up for later on, just plain and simple, just as that.
Yep.
So establishes both guys. I mean, it establishes that feud, but also establishes Canyon too.
Yep. Absolutely. Yep.
So the next match, Mike Awesome defeats Scotty Steiner by DQ. It was a United States Championship match. So keeping Steiner strong, keeping Mike Awesome strong. Is that kind of the gist of it with those two
champions? Steiner at the time?
Steiner was a champion. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, again, bro, two impressive guys, like that, bro. See, that was the thing with me, bro. Like, you always hear with Vince Russo, gimmicks and run-ins and this and that and everything else and no clean finishes. Yeah, no shit, bro. Because when there's a clean finish, that means it's over. It's over. When somebody beats you clean, it's over. Bro, my philosophy, John, was I tried to protect everybody on the roster. I didn't look at one guy as being a jobber. I tried to make everybody valuable, bro. The more valuable talent you had on that roster, the more your company as a whole was going to be over. Bro, what do you have today? When you look at AEW, when you look at WWE, what do you have, bro? You got 50-50 booking, and nobody is freaking over. That's why, bro. That's why nobody's over. That's why you creatively have to think of ways to get one guy over another, but while protecting the guy who's on the losing end. Bro, to this day, I work for a very, very small company in Salt Lake. Bro, I'm doing the same thing with their guys. There are no job, bro. Nobody's going to wrestling school to be a jobber. Nobody, bro. So I'm always looking to protect everybody on the roster.
So really, when I think of your run in WCW, two guys that I really think got over huge, that deserved it to get over huge, that were just huge stars. I always think of Booker T, Scott Steiner. Awesome job, like getting them over, getting them push. Steiner was just unbelievable. That character was the best. So many people, just even outside of wrestling, so many people loved the Big Papa Pump, Holla If You Hear Me, all that other stuff. People always say, "Oh, Goldberg, what was his best match?" If you go back to Fall Brawl 2000, by far, Goldberg's best match is against Scott Steiner. Scott Steiner beats the living hell at him. I mean, he gives it to him back, but it was just so great to see Steiner and Booker T, two guys, Steiner brothers, Harlem Heat, through the years, they're slowly climbing up. But was that kind of your goal, get those two guys over? Because
not really, bro. I mean, not really. Not just, bro, everybody was going to have the same opportunity. And then, bro, what you do is you give everybody the same opportunity.
And they broke out.
Yeah, and then you let the fans tell you. I mean, it's that simple. That's what ratings are for, bro. When you're given minute by minute by minute ratings, you're able to see what every single wrestler on that card is drawing. You can see when they're tuning in. You can see when they're tuning out. So if you really become a student of the ratings, bro, it's real simple. You start giving them more of what they're watching, and you start pulling away from what they're not. It's really simple. Nobody does that anymore, bro, which blows my freaking mind. Blows my mind. Bro, like it's like the ratings told AEW 2 weeks ago, the spot they put Jericho in with Orange Cassidy. Like, come on, bro. Like, it doesn't matter how much Cody Rhodes is a mark for Orange Cassidy, Tony Khan, Chris Jericho, whoever is a mark for Orange Cassidy. It doesn't freaking matter. The numbers told you. For some reason, the people didn't buy this. So it can't go to, it's not about who you personally like. Bro, there were not a lot of wrestlers, but there were enough wrestlers that were pains in the ass to work with. Okay? Bro, if they drew, I had to work with them. It was
right.
Bro, listen. Back in the mid 90s, okay? Bro, Shawn Michaels will be the first to tell you he was a different guy. And bro, Shawn was under the influence of painkillers, whatever the freak he was taking. Bro, Shawn threatened to beat me up once. I mean, bro, I had such an up and down relationship with Shawn Michaels. Bro, Shawn was the drawing card. So it didn't matter what my relationship was with Shawn. It didn't matter how I felt about Shawn at that time. If the people want to see Shawn, then Vince Russo has to work with Shawn. It doesn't work that way today, bro. AEW is a company of everybody is everybody else's friends. We're going to bring our friends in. And bro, listen, I've watched that show enough now to understand. Bro, there are a lot of guys on that show that are not getting paid unless they're on the show. So you can, that's why you're seeing run-ins and you're seeing such a mishmash of stuff to pay guys. That's why they're doing it. But again, bro, what is this about? You guys are working for TNT. You guys got a contract with TNT. If that's me, my loyalty is to TNT. I want to keep that television contract. I want to give them the highest ratings I can possibly give them. My objective is not to get as many guys a payday as possible.
Right.
And you can see it there. I know that's why they do it. And that's why, bro, just across the board, ratings are in the shitter and nobody freaking cares.
So just going to move on to the next match. Vampiro defeats the Demon in a graveyard match, which somebody told me, I don't know if this is actually true or not, that's why they called it the Boneyard match, because there was already a graveyard match in WCW. That's why Undertaker and AJ, I have no idea. It kind of just sounds funny, but I don't know if you remember that at all. It's kind of a cinematic style match. Vampiro and the Demon.
I think Sting and Vampiro had one even before that.
Yes.
Yeah. So we were doing that like 20 years ago before they had that Taker match.
Do you remember the Demon at all as a character? Did you like him? Obviously, it was kind of before your time where he was playing the Kiss Demon. But when you inherited Dale Torborg, did you like the Demon character?
Bro, I don't know if you know this or not. Bro, so many people are just stuck on the same freaking questions. Like they don't ask to me, what are the interesting questions? I never get asked the shit like that people don't know. Because it's the same show. David Arquette's a champion. Like, bro, like, come on,
Right here, David Arquette.
There you go, bro. Bro, I don't know if you know this or not.
Yeah.
Prior to Kiss being on WCW, okay, Gene Simmons contacted Vince McMahon. Okay, they wanted to come to WWE. Okay.
Yep.
And bro, I'll never forget. I've been a Kiss fan since the age of 16.
Love Kiss. Yeah.
And bro, I'll never forget because this is how conversations with Vince would go. Vince, somebody by the name of you ever hear of a guy Gene Simmons? He's with some group Kiss.
He didn't know Gene Simmons. Oh my God.
So I'm like, bro, really, Vince? Like, really? So, bro, Gene Simmons wanted to meet with Vince. Vince wasn't going to take a meeting. I'm like, Vince, for me, you got to meet with Gene Simmons.
Yeah, my God, yeah.
You got to, you bro. And I explained to Vince about, bro, Gene Simmons is like a marketing guru. I said, Vince, I'm telling you, like, even if you don't even do anything with them, this guy knows marketing, promotion, like, forget about it. So, him and Linda went out to dinner with Gene Simmons. And bro, Gene brought them a lot of shit and Vince gave it all to me, which was cool.
That's awesome.
But after meeting with them, Vince said to me, Vince, man, I don't know. It doesn't feel right. I don't think this would work for us. I don't think this is a good fit. And Vince was actually having a hard time of how to tell Gene, because I don't know if they got along so well during dinner. I don't know what it was, but he really didn't know how to tell him. And I'm like, Vince, just tell me you don't think it's a good fit and move on. And that's what happened. And then the next call was to WCW, and that's where they made the deal with, the Demon character. And there was supposed to be, the Demon character, then the Star Child. It was supposed to be all of them, bro.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, yeah. It was supposed to be all of them. That was the gimmick. They were going to be wrestlers. But it never got past the Demon character. So, bro, when I got to WCW, I was a huge Kiss fan. Dale Torborg was a huge Kiss fan. But also, bro, like, Dale had really formed a strong relationship with the band. He really wanted to get it over. You know what I mean? And, bro, I have to tell you, like, Dale Torborg may be like the nicest guy I ever met in the wrestling business. I mean, seriously, like, bro, like, he does not belong in the wrestling business. This is the nicest guy, smart guy, constantly has ideas, always thinking. He really wanted to get it over. He never felt it was done the right way from the get-go. So that's why I was like, bro, Dale, let's try to do it, man. You know what I mean? He looked great. He looked great in the makeup. And we tried it. But again, bro, I'm just always gonna say, a lot of my stuff was cut short before I really had a chance to go anywhere with it.
Speaking of Kiss and being a big Kiss fan, the next match, the franchise Shane Douglas defeats Buff Bagwell. We know the franchise is a huge Kiss fan. What did you think about, I know what you think about Shane, obviously great, but what did you think about Buff at this point?
Bro, Dave Meltzer always likes to bring up the fact that, oh yeah, Russo, Russo knows what he's talking about. He told me once in an interview that Buff Bagwell had just as much charisma as The Rock. Bro, guess what? Let me say it again 20 years later. Buff Bagwell had just about as much charisma as The Rock.
Oh, he was super charismatic, yeah.
And I'll say it every freaking day. Bro, Buff Bagwell was one of the most charismatic people I've ever met in my life. Forget about wrestling. In my life. This guy was so charismatic. He got it. He was a great performer. That was one of the guys, bro, without a shadow of a doubt. When I was coming over, that's one of the guys I had my eye on because he got it. And I knew Buff could be great. Bro, his demons, which a lot of us deal with our own demons. Well, bro, I can't help that. I mean, that's Buff, and that's Buff's demons, and there's not too much I can do with that. But when I talk about potential, when I talk about charisma, yeah, bro, he did have as much charisma as The Rock. I worked with both of them, and I would not say that unless I believed it.
Very charismatic. Underrated, for sure.
Yep.
Next match, Hollywood Hogan defeats Jarrett. Obviously, we talked about that earlier. It's when he lays down. He says that's why this company's the way it is, takes his belt, leaves with Bischoff. You come out, you cut that promo, really. So we kind of went through that. So I'll go on to the next. Heel Goldberg defeats Kevin Nash for Scott Hall's contract. This is a very interesting kind of thing. Was Hall ever really coming back? Was that just kind of dressing for the match, or like what was the deal with Scott Hall at this point that Nash is fighting for his contract?
What was the finish of the match?
Goldberg defeats Nash. I believe Steiner helps him win. I think so. A heel Steiner turns on Nash. Goldberg, I think, well, obviously Goldberg wins, but heel Goldberg gets the win over Nash in a nefarious finish, basically.
God, John, I wish I could tell you I remember. Like I don't remember. I remember the contract. I remember doing that vaguely, but man, I don't remember what Scott Hall's status was at that point. You know, I mean,
he doesn't come back. I know that.
Yeah, there were guys, bro, that were having personal issues beyond wrestling. I mean, it really had nothing to do with, you know, wrestling. You know, bro, you always have to deal with that. You know, that's part of the business, bro. You're always going to have those handful of guys, you know, like I said, at the WWE, you know, dealing with Shawn for those years. You know, bro, I was there when Jake came in as an agent, and there were the issues with Jake. And then, of course, later on at TNA with Jeff Hardy. There's always going to be a couple of the guys on the roster that are just always dealing with their own demons, bro. And that's the hard part, bro, because things like this get sprung upon you, and then creatively you got to try to figure it out. Like, bro, the WWE, they're at a point now where if somebody is out because of COVID, if somebody is sidelined because of the Me Too movement, or what is it, the Speak Out movement, these people just disappear. There's no explanation in story or anything. I didn't work that way. If I was dealt, if all of a sudden, you know, an Austin Theory isn't on the show because there are allegations against him, I'm not just going to go on the next week like Austin Theory was never here. I'm going to try to make sense out of the situation so the people at home know. They're not going to know the truth, you know, if the company doesn't want the truth out, but there's going to be a reason why Austin Theory is no longer in that stable. They do that time after time. Guys are there one week, not there the next. There 1 week, not there the next. No explanation, they don't even attempt to put a story in place. And that just drives me nuts, man.
So basically, that's kind of the way to get a Hall off, is really do it.
The way to cover him. If we got to put a period at the end of that sentence, that's kind of how to do that.
Turning Goldberg heel, mistake, regret in retrospect, or he didn't like it either?
No, listen, here's the bottom line. He let us know from day one he didn't like it. Okay, bro? Bro, when a talent doesn't like something and you ask them to go out and do it anyway, it's never going to work. If their heart isn't in it, it never is going to work. So, bro, if I could do it all over again, I probably would have never tried it, because from the beginning, Goldberg was honest. He didn't like it. He didn't want to do it. I was in a position, bro, where before I started working with Goldberg, bro, what do you do with a babyface that goes 150-0? Like, how do you possibly top that? Like, by the time I got there, Goldberg did all that. So I'm like, okay, well, what can you possibly do to top that? Well, we could turn him heel and then bring him back as a babyface, but he never wanted to do that, and we should have never asked him to do it.
So then the main event of the evening, Booker T defeats Jeff Jarrett for the WCW World Heavyweight Championship. Booker, according to the creative team, was the right guy at the right time. You agree? Booker, right guy at the right time?
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Bro, that was my proudest moment in wrestling, period.
Really? Wow.
Bro, I don't care about ratings. I don't care about numbers. That was my proudest moment in the business. Bro, like all the shit I went through in wrestling, all the bullshit and all the scumbags I had to work with, mostly on a management level, not the boys. That one moment made up for all that shit, because that was a guy who was kept down for years and years and years, was never going to speak up, was the nicest guy in the locker room, would do whatever you asked him to do. People took advantage of him. People walked over him. And for him to finally get his day was far and away my greatest achievement.
So somehow, so underrated. He could have a good match with anybody. You want him to cut a serious promo, he's awesome. Want him to cut a funny promo, he could do it right. I mean, he's just one of those 5-tool players. If we talk about baseball, 5-tool players. Booker T is a 5-tool player.
Without a doubt, bro. Without a shadow of a doubt.
It is great. All these years later, he's one of the first. I think was he the first or the second 2-time WWE Hall of Famer too? I think Flair might have been first, but that's pretty cool too. It's like, wow, look at this. Now he's finally kind of getting the deserved respect he deserves.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that was a great day, man. It was hell to go through, but to end that night the way it was supposed to end, and all I had to go through, I'm very, very, very proud of that achievement, because I could have folded like a tent, but it wouldn't have been the right thing. It would not have been the right thing to do.
So after this show is over, you don't think any issues with Hogan? Everything is fine. You're riding high after the Booker T win?
Oh no, I'm not riding high. I'm relieved, and I'm happy that it ended the way it was supposed to end. But I mean, I knew the nightmare was going to continue, and it did.
So just looking back, and we ran through the whole card. We talked about the whole Hogan, Bischoff, Russo, Jarrett, all that, the Booker T winning the title thing. Like, what's like your conclusion? What's your thought on the show itself, Bash at the Beach 2000? Thumbs up, thumbs down, too much drama going on? Like, what are kind of your just overall thoughts on it?
Bro, the conditions that I was put under 2 hours before the show, two thumbs way up, bro, because somebody had to take control. Somebody had to make it. Hey, bro, listen, here's the bottom line. For the only time in my life, I'm going to be 60. Did I ever experience depositions, being sued? Okay. And for one reason, and for one reason only, to do the right thing. Putting the belt on Booker that night was doing the right thing. Bro, at the end of the day, I got sued over it. At the end of the day, I got dragged through a process that took years of my life simply because I did the right thing. And you know what, bro? 20 years later, I would have never folded tent. I would have never given in, because it was very, very important at that time to do the right thing.
Are you still shocked? And we said at the beginning, you're still shocked 20 years later, we're still talking about Bash to the Beach 2000?
You know what, bro? Considering what we're watching today, no. Because what else is there to talk about? Like I'm reading online today, like, and I'm cracking up, because I'm reading about Tony Khan, and there's going to be an announcement that's going to send shockwaves. Like, really, Tony? Like, real, like shockwaves? Like, it's Dixie Carter all over again, bro. I every time he says something or I see a press conference, I literally feel like I'm looking at the male version of Dixie Carter. Like, bro, we should have learned from that. We shouldn't repeat that. We should learn from that. But it's like, okay, bro, what shockwave are you gonna drop tonight that I'm gonna be remembering 20 years from today? We'll see.
Right.
You know?
Right. That's kind of the way it is. And I think that's just a perfect kind of way to end it, really, because Bash at the Beach, 20 years later, still talking about that, which is crazy. But please, let's get out all your plugs. Obviously, RussoBrand.com, the Realm Network, but please, let's get all the plugs.
I have two platforms for podcasting, bro, and I have a lot of great hosts do their own shows, man. Russo'sBrand.com and also Patreon.com/RussoTWC. Guys from, Shane Douglas to Francine to Just Incredible. I mean, you talk about Harlem Heat. Stevie Ray does a show, and he's absolutely tremendous. And then we got Stevie Richards, and we got Ben Hameen, and we got Disco Inferno. We have people, bro, that have been there and done that. When you listen to our podcast, these are people that know what they're talking about, and you get many, many different. Taylor Hendricks, who still wrestles today, you get many, many different points of view. And that's what we try to bring you, bro. Listen, I don't care. I don't want people to agree with me. I don't want people to stop watching wrestling because I personally think wrestling sucks. You know, you guys have a mind of your own out there, you know, whether you agree or disagree. The only thing I ask is that you're respectful. We respect each other. That's all that really matters. But yeah, guys, if you want a wide array, just go to russosbrand.com or patreon.com/RussoTWC.
Right. And for me, you can follow me at Two Man Power Trip. Check out our website, tmptempire.com. We got so many shows going on. Obviously, on the Russo's brand, we do the Triple Threat podcast, easy for me to say, with the franchise Shane Douglas. We also have Dirty Dutch Mantel's University of Dutch over on MLW. Rick Bassman, who you probably know very well, has the Talking Tough podcast over on Podcast One. Who else do we have out there? How could I forget? Dr. Tom, Taking You to School with Dr. Tom Pritchard as well. So we got a lot going on, and we got more coming out as well, more down the pike. So we got some great stuff going on as well. So basically, just want to end this and say, wow, 20 years later, still talking about Bash at the Beach 2000. What a great, great show that was, kind of looking back just for the memories. I mean, just so memorable. And I just, like you said, I just love Booker T being the world champion. So if you want to end it, any final thoughts, you can have the final word.
No, that was Booker's night, bro. That was a career night that he worked damn hard for. Bro, whatever I had to go through, whatever I had to deal with was well worth it because he was the right guy. I would make the same decision tomorrow, bro. That was Booker's night. Kudos to Booker, bro. It was all about him.
I just had Vince Russo on the show.
I hate Vince Russo.
You hate him?
Yeah. I'm just playing. I don't hate Vince Russo. But I think Vince Russo more than just about anyone outside of Eric Bischoff in WCW throughout my whole run, because he had the balls to, be the one to pull the trigger and say, this the guy who should be the champion. They could have taken a vote, and it could have been a 12-person unanimous vote that I should win the championship. Without Vince Russo being in the room, they would have gave it to someone else. That's why I give him that much credit.
The best tech solutions for small businesses with the power to unlock new AI experiences through Intel Core Ultra processors. Lenovo.com. Where to look for the tech you're looking for.
Me winning the WCW championship. And the thing is, I still think about it to this day as far as, the landscape of how my career could have been changed that one night, because, Creative Control was pulled the night that I was winning the world championship. And my thing is, somebody having creative control can, mess things up or, really, really start changing the whole name of the game and the narrative of, someone's career and someone's future. Because say for instance, Hulk Hogan wins the world title, okay? Hulk Hogan wins the world title. Let's just rewind. Hulk Hogan wins the world championship that night. What did that do for Hulk Hogan's career? What did that do? He was a multi-millionaire at that point in time. He had did movies. He had did everything. He had been a world champ everywhere. What would that have done for Hulk Hogan's career? I mean, would it have saved WCW? Would the company have not gone under if Hulk Hogan would have won the World Heavyweight Championship? Now, on the other hand, it was a moment for me that Hulk Hogan came in and was almost took away from me, because now I knew I was winning the World Championship at least 2 or 3 days before I was that night, okay?
No, they called you and told you.
Yeah, now if somebody called me and told me. Now, if I knew that, Bischoff knew it, Hogan knew it, everybody knew it. And Bischoff, why I'm so disappointed, Bischoff and Hulk Hogan was willing to take away my moment that night. And if I wouldn't have won that night, who knows if I ever would have won the World Heavyweight Championship? Who knows where my career would have went? I could have went by the wayside just like everybody else in WCW if I wouldn't have won the world, as well as I went on to have a hell of a run as the World Heavyweight Champion, besides all the antics and stuff that I had to do with the title. You know what I mean? Stupid angles, that's here nor there. But what would Hulk Hogan have gotten out of winning the World Heavyweight Championship on my night? Yeah, I'm disappointed in Eric Bischoff because he was an accomplice to the crime, as far as I'm concerned.
You're saying that Bischoff would have he was going to go along with Hogan wanting
whatever Hogan said, he was going to follow along. Yes, that's what I'm saying. And I had a lot of respect for Eric Bischoff for so many years, but after finding out some of this stuff, man, it totally lowers the bar as far as I'm concerned about it. Yeah, I'm the one who should be disappointed.
Now
in somebody.
We're coming up on a break, so I'll play.
You got 45 seconds.
Hold on now. Calm down. Calm down. All right. I feel you. I feel where you're coming from. And we'll play some of Eric's clip on the back. Now, let me ask you this. Because the context, Eric's video was about what you said in context to the Starrcade night.
Eric said, my thing is, Eric bundled me in with a lot of other people and said, Booker's copping out just like everybody else in WCW that don't like this, don't bundle me in with everybody else. I know what I say, and I know when I say it. And the thing is, he should have known it was taken out of context. He should have known that. Okay,
we got to go to a break.
You're in the Hall of Fame. We'll be back in a minute.
Hey, look, I want to ask you a couple things.
I'm just keeping it real, man. That's all. I just keep it real all the time. And the thing is, I started feeling this way a long time ago about Eric Bischoff, like I said, because I heard him make these comments on one of the Dark Side of the Rings. And the thing is, I don't even know if I would have ever did a Dark Side of the Ring episode if I wouldn't have saw that. And it was about, like I say, this situation and me knowing this many years later that my life could have been totally different. Because I know Hulk Hogan was the guy that was, the marquee name and whatnot. I understood all of that, but I really felt like it was my night, and I felt like, the right person won the championship that night. Whether Hogan felt that way or not, because I saw an interview after that where Hogan had said, he's still the real champion anyway. I remember seeing stuff like that. So it's not something that, I just dismiss or don't think about or don't talk about. I don't talk about that kind of stuff for a reason. But when I see it and I talk about it and I call it out, I'm just responding more than anything. Just because for many, many years, I felt so differently about Eric Bischoff for many, many years before I saw that he was willing to go along with the coup.
So for people who aren't familiar, maybe, and they didn't see that episode of Dark Side of the Ring, you're referring to Bischoff saying that he was okay with putting the title on Hogan and not allowing you to win that night?
Exactly.
Because
I wouldn't have won it after that.
Yeah.
The title wouldn't have came my way after that. Company was going down. It wouldn't. I don't think Hogan winning the championship would have resurrected the company's, downward spiral. It would have did something for Hogan, maybe, and the way he felt about, there again, because he still felt like he was the champion after, I won the world title anyway. So, there again, was it selfish? Yeah, I think it was, because there again, I really think I knew before that night I was winning the world championship, and they're the one in creative. I think someone like Eric would know it. I think, Hulk would know it. Vince Russo knew it. Vince Russo said they had a meeting. Who am I to believe? I don't know. I wasn't in the meeting, but I do know what happened in the ring that night. I do know that I was slated to win the world title that night. I do know that Hulk Hogan pulled his creative control card that night, and me being the one winning the World Heavyweight Championship that night, and then Hogan pulled his creative control card. If I don't think that's a selfish move and somebody thinking for themselves at that moment in time, And I just say, okay, fine, I'm cool with that. Look, how stupid does that make me look?
Oh, very.
All the hard work I put in for that damn company all those years. It's ridiculous. It's ludicrous. It's unbelievable.
Well, and a couple things that I wanted to make sure I mentioned in this segment was, and I guess
scratches the credulity.
Do you have a thesaurus in front of you? Right now. Now I didn't. Now I told you, and I've said this on this show a long time. I do not watch any Dark Side of the Ring episodes. I've never seen one of them. I have seen the Death of WCW, but I've not seen any of the Dark Side of the Rings because I don't kind of like what they represent. But
I mean, I don't represent any of the Dark Side of the Ring. And like I say, only reason I did this one was because it had something to do with The Rock and Brian Gewirtz, who had something to do with it as well. So I trusted them to, put my words in context. It was taken out of context. That's the only reason I never did anything with Dark Side of the Ring. And just going on the record, I'll never do anything with Dark Side of the Ring ever again going forward.
Okay. But as far as the Bash at the Beach thing, let me ask you this, because I didn't see the clip that you're referring to of what Bischoff said. Do you think Bischoff's words could have been taken out of context in the Bash at the Beach episode, or is it pretty clear what he was saying?
I think he said the same thing this time.
He said the same thing this time. Okay. As far as Bash at the Beach?
No, as far as, Hogan had creative control. And if I felt like, just like everybody else in WCW and what's going on in the office, I felt like, I just felt like, situation still remains the same as far as the way things are. I mean, like I say, I don't think it was taken out of context. Maybe it was, but I never spoke about it until now. I didn't speak about it because it was on Dark Side of the Ring. You know what I mean? So I never thought about, so I say, but now I'm speaking on this because, again, the veracity of a comment that was made on Dark Side of the Ring. And that was taken out of context, but my true feelings.
Yeah, on your situation.
On my situation. My true feelings, 100%.
I guess like a journalistic follow-up would be this. Would you be open to having a conversation with Eric, either privately or publicly, about what he said and your feelings on the matter?
I would. Let's just say this. I wouldn't mind at all.
Okay.
But that's why I say I never really, like talk about old stuff. Only reason I did the Dark Side of the Ring thing this time because I heard comments made about Hogan and about him winning the title, and there again, they would have went that way opposed to going with me. But what was the question again?
I would just would you be open to having a public or private conversation?
Yeah, I'll be willing to have an open dialogue with Bischoff, but that dialogue can go like way down a rabbit hole because I do feel a lot of ways about what happened with WCW. I really do. And the thing is, I'm not going to just sit here. Let's just say this. Eric Bischoff did a lot for me in WCW. He did. He was a guy that, is one of the reasons why I excelled and got so far in WCW. He paid me appropriately, maybe even better when I was in WCW. But that's not going to make me sit back and not tell things the way it is. I'm going to always tell it the way it is. I appreciate what Vince Russo did for me because if it wasn't for Vince Russo being the guy in the room and willing to go out on a limb for me, I probably wouldn't be here talking to you and having this conversation. I appreciate Vince Russo for doing that, but I'm not going to come out here and say Vince Russo was the best writer in the world. He did everything great. Vince Russo had flaws just like everybody else. You know what I mean? He had some good ideas. He had some really bad, some really bad ideas. But that's just the nature of the beast. That's the way that's the name of the game. How many times have you heard me, really bash, Vince Russo about anything? I always say, man, he has some good ideas. He has some bad ideas. So his best idea was putting the title on me. I appreciate that. But I'm not gonna, say anything other than the way it was or the way it is when it comes down to, talking about, old stuff.